here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay!
Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di point yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rapanya sudah tumbang. Legendary.
Well, I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment, I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take, yeah. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my
naik.
way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
I'm
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
A brand new day of MPL Malaysia Season 13 beckons. Look sharp, ladies and gentlemen, cause Saru Saturdays have returned and we got 3 faces on the desk today. My name's Staffa, and joining me, we got Gideon and Husky.
What an exciting day to be alive. Yesterday we had one of the best openings to the season, and today we continue that tradition with even more blockbuster matchups.
I mean, the most exciting part is the fact that we're going to be seeing some of the new lineups of the teams that have been announced previously prior to the MPL itself. And I mean, KGE, the fact that Barracuda's in the new Todak lineup as well. Tons of things to be excited for.
There is a reason why the tagline of New Era has been associated here with Season 13. There's so many new lineups, there's new faces, new teams. While some of them may be familiar players with brand new compositions, we're already seeing just how exactly it's affecting the gameplay here in the tournament.
Yeah, speaking about brand new compositions, you always have to go back to the topic of imports, right? What are the talents have we brought in from different regions? Yesterday we saw a couple of those examples: Cram, Innocent, Nets, Udil, Saken. Today, there's going to be even more of them.
Of course, this is still week number 1. We don't expect them to be at their tip-top shape or their peak just yet, but some teams definitely are doing better than others. SRG yesterday was looking finally so good. Almost peak performance, as we may have heard. But even today, we're hoping to see somewhat of a similar performance, if not some former shape of it.
Yep, I imagine that a lot of the teams here at MPL are going to want to show what they truly have stored here, considering that this year we are going to be the hosts of M Series again. So all stakes on the line. Without further ado, let's talk about the matches that are going to be happening here for week 1, day 2. Kick us off, Husky.
I mean, we have Todak and Barracuda, the Ocean Derby, as we call it. 2 different Ocean Giants going up against each other. New lineup for Todak. Ciku is not starting for today, so keep your eyes out for that. Then we have MV against RSG. And then to end the day is Niners against King Empire.
Boys, I'm most excited for MV versus RSG. I mean, we saw last season, the regular season, RSG absolutely dominated the regular season, and MV, of course, dominating the Tier 2s prior to Season 13.
That is definitely an exciting matchup, but I personally have my eyes a bit on Niners versus King Empire as well. Obviously, King Empire being a new name with old faces, with a brand new experimental lineup, has a lot to prove, whereas Niners really came in strong last season, and I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of growth they have this season.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on this, Adrian. I personally want to see KG against Niners simply because I look at King Empire as a superstar-studded lineup. But whether they gel together is a different thing. I know we have the Kage Sasa on that team. I know Smooth is on that team. Sutsujin is also in that roster. But individual players don't make good teams. I want to see a good team, and that's what KG has to prove today.
I mean, teams that have multiple different pillars that are able to kind of hold their own always sounds like a good idea, but they lack personality. I want to see something a little bit more playmaking, something a little bit more exciting, somewhere they can say, yes, this is our playstyle, rather than, yeah, we play good.
I agree with you there. I do feel like we've been kind of dropping into the situation where teams just follow the global meta, whatever works in other tournaments, and we want to see that same old style once again, right? We want to have that Malaysian signature on the international stage while still being able to achieve massive results. So hopefully these teams will be able to achieve that. And considering there's so many new teams, so many new lineups, so many new players as well, make sure you guys watching at home drop in the comments below which teams you are going to be supporting for MPL MY Season 13. Get the discussion going, because I think we all have a lot of questions to ask, right?
My question is, are we going to see some of the picks that has been revealed in MPL ID and MPL Philippines? I know we are looking for our own style, but honestly, our own style is more of a barbar style, right? We like to fight, and the current meta actually supports that. Recently, we saw this TikTok Nuclear Masha going wild in MPL ID, and that one got a win yesterday, I think courtesy of Dewa United Esports, and that's over what? Onyx? So I want to see that perhaps that is going to be implemented in maybe Todak. There's a more experimental team. We already saw the Roger goal in as well. There's so many exciting things to be looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys want to be able to catch all of this exciting stuff that is going to be coming your way, maybe you guys could check out Hotlink, because right now with Hotlink Prepaid 5G, you guys have a chance to get some 20% off on MLBB in-game items. All you got to do is check out that QR code down there. It went by very fast. You guys can still reverse, but make sure you guys are on the ball next time.
I mean, we were all talking about having that Malaysian playstyle, and I think if everybody out there wants to join Hotlink and say, hey man, why are my solo queue games not going well? Well, our Malaysian international teams can't make it out of groups, so we're all on the same page. I think at the end of the day, what we do want to see is growth and elevation, the overall level of gameplay, especially at the top 1% here at the MPL itself, right? We don't want to be stuck around in the ways of, hey, let's try and experiment as much as we can. This is week 1, so we do kind of expect that, but eventually I would say that the bell curve should even out around week number 3.
I think we also had a taste of that last season, right? We talk about experimenting, and then certain teams ended up losing to tiebreakers. So you got to be at the top of your game from the very beginning.
Absolutely. Well, without further ado, I think it's time to get the festivities started for week 1, day 2. So let's introduce the first 2 teams of the day. Starting things off, we have Todak. Despite a disappointing display in Season 12, the Malaysian staple returns to the MPL MY stage with a refreshed lineup. Today, not fielding the legend himself, Ciku. Can their new lineup regain their Langar ways?
I mean, they have added Shizo God from Euphoria. They have, Rafflesia, who is returning to the MPL scene after 2 years. This is exciting.
On the opposite side, we have none other than Barracuda Esports going up against the swordfish that is Todak. We got the brand new fish in the ocean making their debut on the MPL MY stage. Barracuda, with a massive and deep roster to choose from, will be showing their strengths on stage today.
A good mix and match between Red Esports and new players, new faces as well. It's exciting to see whether this chemistry is going to be enough.
Well, hopefully that chemistry will be boosted by the coaching staff. Walking up on stage right now with our head of League Ops, Cedric. We have Coach Fly Solo with Analyst Kuja and Coach Charles with Analyst Esha. It's time for a fist bump between Todak and Barracuda Esports as both teams will soon be encountering one another upon the land of Dawn.
You know what? I'm holding Kuja to his word. End of last season when they fell to Selangor Red Giants, he said that give us some time, we're still trying to work things out. And now time has passed and Kuja is now back with Fly Solo by his side. The guy that led Deus Vote to a 4th place finish on the M5 World Stage. The best result that ECA has ever gotten in MLBB competitive history. This is, I would say, an exciting era for Todak, but again, can they gel together?
I think the real question is whether or not they have reset it back down to zero. A new lineup, a new roster, a new coach even. Yes, there are some familiar faces and obviously people who are going to be mainstays for Todak. But that doesn't really change the fact that they might just be starting from the ground up all over again.
It's a very scary situation to be in, but I'm really glad that Todak has decided to take this step forward. They had been a little bit too reliant on their legendary lineup for many seasons, and a lot of the newer, fresher talents that they brought into MPL haven't had a lot of chance to shine. So with a brand new era of Todak Langar here, what are you expecting to see?
In fact, I would say, is this brand new era still Todak Langar? I know it's their motto, but is this team going to be the same erratic team that we've seen, the team that likes to experiment, the team that likes to go in your face? Changes are always the hardest to make, right? And I'm happy Todak is taking this step. They've dabbled with imports a couple of seasons ago, and then they decided that, nah, it's not working out. Let's go back to a full local team. That didn't go well either. Now they're taking that step. I would say moving forward, even though they're reverting some of those decisions they've made, in this case, I would say even if it's not Todak Langar anymore, I'm all for it.
Well, I mean, if not, the fans are still going to be the same, right? Here in the stage, we've got the entire party crew just not too far away from us watching from the stands with 2 sets of drums, 3 sets of flags, everybody with headbands to show the Todak Langar spirit is still alive.
And not to forget, Abba Lord is there.
Yeah, we do see him.
He's leading the orchestra.
He's right in front, banging on those drums right now. He's looking straight at us. He's feeling himself right now.
He knows it. He knows it. I mean, keep in mind, this is the excitement that Todak is able to bring. A namesay here at the MPL for a reason. But their opponents, Barracudas, a good mix and match of what used to be members of SRG as well as members of Red Esports, kind of combined into one.
Yeah, and I think in this case, Red Esports, we talk about, when we look at the history, right, in the last season, it was quite a run for this team. Not really, I would say not even acceptable to certain levels, right? They had certain games that it did not make sense for Red Esports in Season 10, in Season 11, which performed pretty well to kind of have this drop-off in Season 12. So this is also a revitalization for some of these players. They were given a second chance, and now it's for them to prove to Barracuda that they still deserve to stay here. I think that's the best way to put it.
Or just worth their paycheck overall,
Yeah.
man. I think a lot of people have been like kind of wondering whether or not, hey, maybe they should start off in the MAL first.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, that's definitely something to keep in mind here. But something else we want to remind you guys about is that the aspirant skins of Leslie and Chang'e are hot on sale right now. All you guys got to do is come on and enjoy the bonuses of first 10 times draw, 50% off, and daily first draw, 50% off. Because guaranteed epic skin is going to be in your first 10 draws. So make sure you guys log in, go check out the Aspirants banner, because there's a lot of cool skins there.
Yeah. Oh, I want to share my first, the guaranteed epic skin that I got. Not sure if that's even epic tier, but I got Lightborn Fanny.
I don't. Is that epic? Does that count as epic?
Perhaps beyond epic, but I'm just gonna put it out there. I got Lightborn Fanny with my first 10 draw, so.
Yeah, lucky you, because what I'm looking out for, and keep in mind that the event exclusive item packs, the Sacred Statue recall effect, and the killing notifications are also available in the shop. Now, I'm a Sacred Statue hunter. I am looking for all the portraits, all the Sacred Statues, as many as I can get.
So you're the guy who reveals your position on the map unintentionally by putting a Sacred Statue on turrets.
Exactly, and sometimes I even take a rival so I can go down to the gold lane, drop down my EXP statue, and then just hop back over to the top side of the map.
Now we need a score to keep track of in Gideon's game. Not towers taken, but towers turned into Sacred Statues.
Towers hijacked.
Hey,
towers hijacked,
it's about sending a message.
I don't know what message you're sending, but I really would not want to receive it.
He's got like, he has full pockets. I believe that's the message.
Exactly. So when they check my profile, they're like, oh my god, this guy's got the achievement for Sacred Statue.
Look at the gallery. He has the Starlight slot, and it's all Sacred Statue.
That's the dream. That's the dream to be had here. But I'm curious about what you guys think. Since we got a minute to talk about this, a particular matchup, right? Are there any first picks that we're looking out for?
Ooh, I mean, I will go a bit safe. I'll play it a bit safe. I think Barraz is still going to be highly contested.
Oh, Barraz.
I mean, you can't argue that it works, right? In the end, what works does work. But I do think that we're in a meta right now where there's a lot of flexibility in that first pick. And as you can see up on screen right now, this very first match is going to be the Ocean Derby between Todak and Barracuda. Now, if we study biology, Barracuda by nature is the stronger fish. So what are your thoughts here, Gideon?
Look, I mean, everybody is going to say, hey, Todak is going to be strong no matter what. For the namesake, they have a legacy behind them. They have some rookies of the season on their side as well. Gary, one of the bigger pickups of this team overall, and quite a shocking revelation to most after his time with Team Hawk and now over to Todak's side, but supplemented with a potential MPLPH Hall of Famer, Ref Malaysia as well. Shizo got as well, who's been dominating games in his time with Game Lab. So, I don't know about you guys, it's an exciting time to be a Todak fan.
Yeah, when Shizuka was with Euphoria, they were the tier 2 Euphoria, tier 2 slayers. Her boss was Game Lab, right? So her boss, Game Lab and Euphoria are like first and second in this tier 2 scene outside of MDL in the Philippines. And Shizuka, that's one thing. I want to see Raface's resurgence, because this man has not played in an MPL or MDL league for almost 2 full years. Sure, he has won 2 different MPL Philippine trophies with 2 different teams in 2 consecutive years, but afterwards it was a downhill spiral, and now this is his second chance as well.
It does seem clear that between both these teams, both lineups, and all the players on stage have a lot to prove. Immense legacies, but poor performance in recent years. We'll see what happens as we jump into the draft here for game number 1. A couple of bans already taken out of the pool. Now, my first question to you, Gideon, is what do you think about the Arlet pick recently? I do feel like teams that prioritize it early leave themselves not a lot of room.
Well, true, because most of the time, they are either A, unwilling to throw him back into the EXP lane where he honestly deserves to belong to, and most of the time, if you are going to supplement him into the support position, you have an all-in style of composition. You need ways to get mobility, ways to disengage other than just the Arlet for those hard big plays, right? Things like Ruby, for an example, which has also been banned out.
But thankfully, the Nolan is now left open. And we saw that example yesterday, what SRG did against Homeboys. We leave the Nolan open and we pick a lineup that the Nolan has trouble snowballing against. Barraz now comes back into the conversation, right? Tanky heroes, Terizla, heroes with mobility, Valentina, those are all very, very good options to deal with the Nolan if you don't have access to that Phobius. And in this case, Barracuda still has.
Yeah, the Nolan challenge is kind of a tech now for teams that are playing on that red side, trying to force the blue side team into grabbing it for themselves. Barracuda gonna go for the Vexana and the Fredrin. So as of right now, still not going to be the Barats just yet.
It's fine. those two can also stop the Nolan. You have a Terrify and a knockup for Vexana. Fredrin just sandbags you. Like, what are you going to do to him?
Yeah, and let's not forget that Nolan has gotten significant nerfs. The fact that he can't like just purify using his ultimate, his fracture in the first place, is quite a big hit to his overall kit. Yes, he's hyper mobile, but that's kind of it now. He doesn't have that escape tool.
It means it's that much more important to be able to build a lineup that can secure these kills and the snowball that Nolan really needs to be able to become a threat towards that early and mid game. We've seen mistakes in the past where teams with the Nolan didn't quite have enough solid crowd control to set up for these kills safely. So hopefully Todak will be able to learn from those past mistakes here. We see the Lilia and the Barats being locked in.
All right, this Barrage is 100% XP lane Barrage. So Todak, they are not playing any flex pick games. They're just letting you know that we have this Nolan and now we have the Barrage, which I think is a great idea because we've seen what Barrage can do. This, whether it's XP lane or in the jungle, he is good at helping your team secure objectives. And you have a Nolan that wants to play fast, you need an insurance policy to fight objectives, Barrage is the way to go.
I mean, at the end of the day, they were looking for something that can force out some kind of ability, some sort of reaction from the side of Barracuda, whether it be the energy eruption, whether it be just the fear from Vexana itself. Barats is just a great way of doing so. He can kind of sit right on top, and if he is able to pick up on that Fredrin with the Daytona's welcome, it's just going to make Barracuda say, hey, you have to kind of go in. With that being said, Todak's response with the Lilia as a means to say, hey, yes, we are going to look to get your Fredrin. We are looking for an opportunity to lock you down, but we can also kind of take the space while we're doing so.
I think Lily has a great pickup here because Todak understands that Barracuda is going to want to have a tanky lineup now, and Lily has one of the best early game mages for dealing with these big, bulky frontliners. The Barat as well, from what we saw in yesterday's games, is very good as an EXP laner for dealing against Fredrin jungles because he just jumps in, he eats him up, and you can't retreat the objective.
And I think you look at Barracuda, they actually respond for Grok. Now, on paper, Grok into Lilia is an abhorrent matchup. You have nothing to do. You can't deal with the Lilia in any way. But what Barracuda can do with the Grok is actually as a means of counter-engage, right? If Todak makes the first move, at least you have a double layer way to respond to Todak. Vexana sometimes, when the Daytona Welcome is channeled, you actually cannot crowd control this Barrage. And now Grok can be that second layer of insurance to somehow to give Barracuda a better way to respond.
You know, speaking of responses here, right? The fact that we're seeing Harith bans and as well as Diggy bans. Diggy in particular, rather interesting because it gives the indication that they want to play a little bit more teamfight centric and having a lot of CC on their side naturally. It's going to be a counter, of course. But with the Harith as well, so that means their main damage dealer, I'm guessing Beatrix along those lines, something that can actually utilize, oh, you set for me, I have an instant combination with you.
I want to quickly talk about the Diggy ban, right? So the Diggy ban, I know when Frontline Solo was with Daewoo, Savo is a great Diggy player, but also because Rafflesia plays Diggy himself. There was a point in time this guy played Diggy and took Retribution just to mess with the enemy jungler. So I think, you know, Barracuda, they definitely did some homework.
Not only that, but Diggy as a roamer is just really difficult for Grok to deal with because usually he wants to be able to walk into these brushes to scout things out, but if an auto alarm bomb trap is being set down, we already know that Grok is naturally weaker to magic damage. With the ban of both Diggy and Harith, I get the feeling there is a bit more focus towards that gold lane at this stage because Barracuda want to make sure that they can safely farm considering that there already is the Nolan threat.
Yep, here we go. It's going to be Claude. Super safe pick coming out from the side of Barracuda. A great way to kind of just jump into that backline after all the abilities have been exhausted from Todak's lineup. I think it's just overall not bad, right? Because at the end of it, it still gives you that question of Fredrin. Is he going to EXP? Is he going back into the jungle as we should expect him to be? Or this could even be said the same about Grok. If we are going to see this Barat actually sandbag the wave, guess what? Grok can do the exact same thing.
But Barat does it a bit better as the game progresses, for sure. I think with the Fanny ban from Todak, this Fredrin is definitely going to be forced into the jungle. There's nothing else you could do to change that unless you somehow throw in like a Baxia or Mantis at the end. But I personally don't like it as much. When you see a Harith ban, it's always a carry or a claw, so this one's understandable. But this Roger, now I want to quickly talk about the Roger pick again. I know yesterday Innocent went 14-1 on this Roger, but that's besides the point. The thing is, Roger, he's going to take Master Assassin, and Roger into Claude is a deadly matchup. You can, the moment you get Corrosion Sight, or in this case, he could go for Thunderbell or Endless Battle first, you beat the Claude no matter what, with your first core item. So this item spike timing is going to be important for Todak, and of course the Phobias, let's run to the end, is going to be picked up And that means we get that XP Phobius.
Interesting. Okay, so with Barracuda, we do notice that, hey, we are going to be a little bit late on these fights, but we have a lot of mid lane priority, right? We can actually start spilling our leads from the mid lane into the side lanes as much as we can, make sure that Claude is able to get to his item power spikes. Phobius, we can leave him on his own for the majority of the game. It's not like Barats is going to do too much to him at that point of time. And even so, right, at the end of it, we're looking at Malaysia to make that big play for the team to initiate the fight.
Will he be able to find the catches that are necessary to set up the kills and snowball that Gary and Shizo are looking for? Todak, they want to run it down hard and fast early. Can Barracuda stop the waves from crashing against their shores? We're jumping into the land of dawn for game number 1 of our first match of the day. It's going to be Todak versus Barracuda Esports.
Let's get the action going. The waves are unsettling, but unfortunately, there can only be one giant in this whole ocean. And I would say, in extended fights, I'm looking at Barracuda to have the upper hand as the game progresses. This Phobius will be kind of the pillar that holds BRD together in that mid to late game phase. But for Todak, we know Gary, he loves Assassin, he loves to play fast, he has the tools given to him, and now we have to look at the side lanes and how they supplement Gary in the endeavor.
Yep, a lot of things could go wrong for Todak here. A lot of volatile lanes, in a matter of fact, right? Especially since Zyme Senpai, he is going to be the crux of this mid lane. He needs to make sure that AJ doesn't get to walk out for free, or at the very least, force him to use a lot of mana before he leaves that lane.
Absolutely. We've already seen how well teams are able to balance around resource management. Basically, deciding when is the right timing to take fights is very important in this current meta because of how valuable crowd control as well as utility tools are going to be. Therefore, if Todak wants to be aggressive here, Barracuda needs to know their timings very well.
We talked about the snowball effect yesterday with the Roger, and we've seen an exact example of that. So it's very important for Barracuda to understand that you do not necessarily need to kill the Roger, but you have to prevent the Roger from getting this insane lead, because your tanks are not going to survive against him if he starts hitting those big island spikes. I am looking at Shizo. He has the Quantum Charge. Probably will go for the Thunderbelt and this Battle Build again, and that makes it even harder for tanks to stand against it because those true damage are going to hurt.
Has to spot out Gary walking into the lane there. I felt like that one minion that was pushed past the middle point of that lane probably gave away his position. And so Amal got to take their time overall. But yes, I'm expecting not much interaction from Barracuda towards Todak's side. It's kind of on Todak to make this big play or at least find that first blood.
The momentum will be towards the team that is able to more effectively respond here. As of right now, Amal is going to be the first one on the turtle, but Rafflesia going to be able to scout things out instantly. Even though he's not level 4, Amal understands this risk. This is an important objective if they want to keep a certain degree of advantage against Todak's early game lineup.
The threat of Momo's Barras as well. When you have an export or Barras on the enemy side, you can't just brute force your way through objectives, and Momo is forcing these resets, which actually benefits Todak in the long run. Now they allow Gary to have a bit more time to gain that level advantage. He is level 5 compared to Amal's 4, and now here comes the fight. And Praetor's Ram actually secures the turtle for Barracuda, and the Phobius comes in for a double kill. Both Gary and Momo go down. Barracuda off to a great start.
Now, we didn't get to talk too much about Grace, but that was a great wild charge. Well timed, using the Nature's Barrier and timing it to make sure that it supplements alongside with Amal's Retribution, manages to catch Gary in the wild charge itself, and then locking him down just enough for Barracuda to clean up that fight. That's a very good start for this rookie.
Yeah, a really good eye for opportunity as well. Understanding that Todak's positioning is very aggressive because they, of course, want to be the ones controlling tempo in this game. But all it takes is a single moment to reverse things. And Barracuda now are in a pretty solid position. If they're able to continue making plays like this, then Todak's timing is going to slip away from them.
The best part is that you alleviate pressure from that goal lane. Now Claude feels a lot less pressure to make something happen. He can focus on farming. If Shizo is doing the same, it's completely fine. My side lanes are gaining something for my team.
And AJ also understands that, hey, as long as Trap is able to get us to his power spikes, we have a very good chance. My job is to be utility right now. I don't need to be the hyper carry just yet. And if Trap gets 3 items, then I can start thinking about taking resources off the map. So, taking double waves here for the side of Barracuda, they can play this for at least 9 more minutes until we start to see Barracuda really start to push their advantages.
So considering that is going to be the win condition that Barracuda Esports are going for here, I do want to ask again, Gideon, what does Todak need to do?
Well, if they're looking for anywhere to punish, a good way to actually find an opportunity to do so is mid-rotation. Wait, hold on, no. They still are too clumped together here. Barracuda understanding that is a potential way of losing. And you can notice, Gary, he's looking for opportunities to ambush targets who are either by themselves, isolated from the rest of the team.
But unfortunately, Grace isn't that target. We talked about this. If you can survive that burst, it doesn't matter if the Nolan is strong early on. And in this case, Barracuda, I think the next challenge, aside from taking objectives, is how do you break tier 1s?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question here. 5 minutes in, second turtle is coming out here. Ooh, Todak trying to contest. Will they be able to get this one?
Turtle is going to be low. Amao, just quick trigger finger to scary Momo. Even missing the Daytona's welcome, that is not good because Jesus now finds the way in. Momo completely trapped. And then blazing duet from this plot should get the finisher is Jesus on the killing spree. And at least Shizo gets one back, that one onto the AJ, but now he needs to get away with the flicker, and he will be successful in doing so.
Okay, not too bad for Shizo. It doesn't mean that Barracuda... it looks like they didn't want to go for the instant invade this time around, because they should have noticed that, at least for Zyme Senpai, he is running out of mana. He cannot sustain this lane for too long until he gets his Enchanted Talisman. In the meantime, though, I like the game plan from Barracuda's side, right? Consistently grouping together, making sure that they scratch each other's backs, and more importantly, just supplementing Trap, making sure that he gets as much gold as possible.
Yeah, I'm really liking the coordination coming out from Barracuda Esports right now. Understanding what Todak's win condition is, and then taking opportunity of timings to really press them when they've already used a lot of their resources, allows for them to be the ones that are pressuring the opponent, even when their lineup should logically be more late game centric.
This is great. I like it. They took the bot tier 1. Sure, they had to give up the top lane because Gary was able to make that rotation there, but at least you free up the side lanes a little bit. And this benefits both the gold laners. Shizo has one lane to play in, same with Trap. Third turtle is going to be spawning on the top side in 40 seconds, but looking at Barracuda's state right now, despite them having all 3 kills onto Hesu, there's not really a sizable goal lead for them. It's still a pretty even game.
I mean, we say that, but I will say that a majority, especially since Hesu was the one picking up a lot of those kills, they want to make sure that maybe Trap can actually get in on the action here, right? The fact that there's 20 seconds and the turtle is spawning on the top side of the map, the fact that they want to break that tier 1 on the top side as well, he's going to participate for this upcoming neutral.
Yeah, part of the reason I would think that the goal difference is not that big is because Barracuda have been moving around the map a lot more grouped up in comparison, which means that their supports are going to be getting a little bit less farm in comparison. But I imagine that Trap should be getting quite a lot of gold himself, which does skew the way that the gold is leaning here. But third turtle now going to be contested. Barracuda in full control of the pit.
Shizo is going to take the bot tier 1. This turtle given over to Barracuda. With all that being said, Gary is still ahead in terms of experience. Again, the Nolan clear speed is unmatched in actually almost all of the matchups. But Barracuda, they're going to trade the top tier 1 back, so still gaining some lead for themselves. Grace is just going to tank up the burst from Gary while charges to safety and actually ends up running into Momo instead. He will go down to Gary, but Momo might be sacrificed as a big full combo from AJ drops in. Here comes the bleeding duet from Trap, and AJ picks up the barrage. Trap wants a bit more. It's Shizo who joins the fight, ends up not being able to get away. Hesu can't get the pullback. Reflacer saving his teammate, and Hesu ends up going down.
Really nice play coming in from Revelation to buy that extra bit of time, but while this is all happening, Barracuda are now working on these tier 2s, putting it down below 50%. He shouldn't be able to get this turret just yet. Roger should make it in time. And yes, Trap does not get the tier 2, but look at that. That's what we want to see from Barracuda's side. Grace, unfortunately, while charges into the Daytona's welcome second part, which is the spitting the Fredrin back into him without being close enough to a wall with the power of nature, he still gets CC down. But at the end of it, right, who gets the kills? AJ, Hesu, and as well as Trap to make sure that these people who are going to be playing for the later stages of the game are going to accelerate.
Yeah, not to mention that Grace basically already completed his job at that point, eating the entirety of Reflecia's combo and then dying after the wild charge is excellent there to set up for more kills from Barracuda. It's just that Hesu decided to overextend just a little bit to try and finish off Shizo. But despite the goal difference, again, not being that wide, Barracuda are firmly the ones in control here.
And I want to quickly point out the item build that we got a glimpse of just now, right? So Shizo is going to full damage Roger, so no Thunderbelt, no Endless Battle. This is just pure raw damage to try and assassinate perhaps Trap and AJ as fast as possible. I would argue you could do the same with the tanky Roger build, but perhaps in this case, Shizo felt the need that he needs that output as early as possible.
Yeah, he needs to be a threat. Keep in mind, when he is in human form on this Roger, he does some extra percentile damage, especially when we're thinking about how heavy they are hitting. Oh, it did not connect.
Like a wild charge. Momo is going to get locked down. Gary from the back to look for Trap, but the damage is just not enough. AJ, though, unfortunately trapped in the Lord Pit. He will go down, but Jesus gets another trade, this time on the Gary. The jungler of Todak is down. Reflection wants to go for Grace, but Todak, maybe this is the opportunity to strike as Momo strikes down Jesus. Reflection is going to be low, but the Cho, just great movements, playing footsie with Barracuda. Todak gets 2.
Ooh, a bit of a mistake there by Barracuda, starting to get a little bit overconfident with their positioning. So far, they've been able to win out these fights against Todak because they've been patient and waited for their timing. But by splitting up their front and back line, they finally gave Gary a chance to actually chase Trap out of the fight. And even though he lost his life, Barracuda's team was now out of position and they could get more kills for themselves.
Ama will have to soak this up a little bit, take a beating. Here comes the Eternal Guardian, hitting onto Rafflesia, who will use the Shun Put to get out. Ama not too healthy. They want to focus him down, and Gary will find the collection. And this should be a Lord for the side of Todak. And they will get it. Barracuda on the run right now. Hesu with the Demonic Force is starting to pick up the pace. The tempo accelerating for Barracuda as Zaim Senpoi sent running. It's an even trade, but Todak gets the Lord.
Okay, and now the gold swings into Todak's favor. And now Barracuda, they're trying to play a man-to-man defense here, and now that we're going straight away from mid in towards the later stages of the game, making that transition, that's not necessarily going to work. Zaim Senpoi is a legitimate threat now. He's got the Enchanted Talisman, and he's also got the Necklace of Durance to make sure people like Imal, he can't just keep on taking these hits. He's not going to regenerate as much health as he'd like to.
Yeah, it's very effective against Barracuda's lineup because we can see that Fredry and Phobius are going to be pretty heavily affected by that anti-heal overall. And honestly, Barracuda, if they had played this just a little bit smarter and more patient, if they had kept the mindset that they had earlier in the game, they wouldn't have found themselves in this situation. Todak have regained a grasp over this mid-game, and with the Lord now, are going to do some pretty notable structural damage.
Taking down that bottom tier 2, it's time to open up the map. If you are Todak, and all 3 waves are synced up, Todak can do some massive damage to that outer line of defense. The conceal will expire. Rafflesia can't find an angle right now, but Amal this time is an even more important component for Barracuda's front line. You cannot let him get isolated in these potential team fights. Lord will be taken care of in the bottom lane as Barracuda keeps all the inhibitors intact.
Good stuff coming in from Todak at the very least. They understand the item power spikes, they understand this current situation, they're very attentive and very present in this game. Unlike Barracuda, right? They need to kind of keep up with the times. At what stage of the game are you going to be strong, and how far can you push your lead? And I think as of right now, this 3,000 gold lead on Todak's side, mainly coming in from Zaim Senpoi's overall zoning, is a bit of a problem for Barracuda. So they need to start shifting their attention. Continue playing the front to front, but keep their eyes on the target. Grace should still keep Momo in check. Look to body block the Daytona's welcome. Maybe even Hesu, or considering Trap, could try and force out the Black Shoes from Zaim Senpoi early on to make a significant play 30 seconds later.
Yeah, they gotta slow down the fights. Good shot calling is going to be key here as we approach into the next few minutes of the game, as it's clear that Todak now actually has enough damage to threaten Barracuda's lineup and make it very difficult for them to actually want to play the game they're looking for.
You can see the gobble up, Momo finding the Fredrin, big burst damage coming through. Todak unable to finish him off, and Ama will suck Momo back with Energy Eruption. Hesu with the finisher. Barracuda, big wild charge from Grace, and now the follow-up is here. Hesu gets the jukes from Shizo. Scary does finish off Ama. Still fair trade for now, but the Winds of Nature allows Trap to go for the dive. Rafflesia barely getting out, but can't say the same for Gary. Barracuda with the response.
Beautifully done there. Double kill for Trap, and well deserved. This is what we were talking about. These teams need to be more careful. The shot calling needs to be on point. Momo really did not need to jump that far in to get the catch onto Amal when the rest of his team was all there. Again, utility trading, making sure that cooldowns are being used effectively is how these teams are going to come out on top here. And because Todak jumped the gun in that fight in a disadvantageous landscape, Barracuda were able to take control, and now they get the Lord.
I gotta give props to Grace here.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Coming in as a rookie, playing Grok of all things. I thought the age of Grok has already passed. Most people don't even know how to go for the wild charge flicker at the right time. But Grace, I'm thinking that he made the call saying we can actually chase this down. They're about to walk into a trifecta of areas where I can hit multiple people with the wild charge, and he finds 3.
Yeah, 3 on the edge of the ability. That is not easy to land at all.
Yeah, you gotta love the aggression as well. The flicker into the wild charge to catch out Shizo much earlier in that fight as well is kind of proof that there's a big confidence from this player, even though he doesn't have that much experience on the MPL stage. We do call him a rookie, but technically he has played a season before, just not very much. He did go by a different alias back then as Emirul, now joining Barracuda as Grace. It's good to see that he has a chance to shine once again.
What I do like is also kind of the synergy between Grace and Hesu, which you don't really get to see kind of in plain sight. Every time a fight starts, Hesu already has his ult, but he's waiting for Grace to set up so he can ult in and start really falling out in terms of the damage, and that's really what happened in that mid lane fight. Barracuda using this Lord to finally crack that mid tier 1 open.
It's just one of those small interactions, like getting simple knockups like that is actually going to proc that demonic force. And I really wish there was a clearer definition of what is going to be considered, well, like interactions like knockup compared to stuns. Stuns can't necessarily cancel certain abilities, but knockups can, right? I'm like, come on, where's the consistency in this?
If you play enough X-Borg, you will understand this. The line is very blurred.
Wow, 2,000 gold lead coming in from this quad so far, and we're looking for a crit build coming in for Shizo.
Yeah, crit build is pretty... Actually, it's an interesting choice to go for crit build here. You typically want to go for that if the enemy team is majority squishier heroes, but considering that you have 3 pretty bulky frontliners, you'd expect him to go something that could deal with tanky heroes a little bit better. With a build like this, it's clear that Shizo wants to be able to execute Trap and AJ, but so far their positioning has been immaculate.
Very, very good indeed. I mean, obviously the anti-cuirasses are going to be great, but I think it's not too bad in this type of situation, right? What is Shizo's job? He's going to be staying in human form for a majority of these fights and only diving in unless Gary or even Zyme Senpai gets the big chunk.
Yeah, the item build doesn't allow you to aggressively dive in anymore. It would be different if we went the way that Innocent has done it, and the AI winning prediction says that Barracuda has a 62% chance of winning this game at this point of time.
I must say right now, I did do some predictions before the season started, and so far they've not been looking very good because I did put Barracuda at the very bottom of my list.
What did your AI say?
What did my AI say?
And definitely not Barracuda. I think it was King Empire.
My AI put King Empire at the bottom. I'm gonna look it up right now. Where did they put Barracuda? Because they knew something I did not.
Well, let's see. Because if we're thinking of how the AI is going to predict it, right? I think that Barracuda are looking more like a team as of right now. I do think that Todak's draft makes it slightly difficult to manage overall. Because again, Momo, he's getting body blocked by literally everything. Every time he wants to go in, either AJ fears him, Amal is like, oh no, I'm the main target. But Grace says, no, I have anti-CC. What are you really going to do about it?
It will be able to force out the Demonic Force very early from Hesu, and this could be an opening for Todak to look at. From behind is Grace again! The eye for opportunity for the 2-man knockup, and Hesu continues to pummel them with that Demonic Force. Is trapped to follow up with the kill collection, and Todak loses Momo.
We are seeing the impacts of playing an aggressive snowball type comp here. Todak is very pressured to make something happen, and all Barracuda needs to do is make sure that they respond appropriately. Hesu surviving the engage, and then Grace coming from behind.
Oh, he will eventually die to Zyme Senpai, but Trap, it is your time to shine. He is in the middle of the firefight. Gary executes him. Lord does go to Barracuda, and Shizo finally gets the time to show his fangs. Picking up AJ, and Gary gets a double.
The Todak fans are extremely happy about this. Big pickups coming in from Zyme Senpai, right? Just chaining the Gloom together, making sure that it's always at its largest form, dealing the max amount of damage. Barracuda cannot just be taking these for free. They're going to lose an inhibitor for this.
The Lord went top, which means that Todak might be able to end this in one go. The Lord didn't go where he's supposed to be. Grace, with his dying breath, cannot save it. Todak turning it around in this game 1.
Woo! A big win.
What an incredible performance coming out from Todak here, showing their experience despite being a brand new lineup. Being able to change the entire tempo, making Barracuda think The fight is over, but we are still here.
Man, Zyme Senpai, he still got it after all this time. Legacy player, played under SMG, and now that he's with Todak, you would imagine that he would have fallen off. Man, he doesn't fall off.
Telling you, man, it's always Zyme Senpai making these calls. Everyone from Todak was ready to call it quits and just defend against the Lord, but Zyme Senpai was like, no, I can do this. Look at his phobias. He's got nothing. We can push it, and Todak followed up. They followed the man, and it led them to victory. Can you believe it? Remember, Zyme Senpai was also the one who kept Todak in the playoffs against SRG last year by stealing 2 lords in a row.
I know very well. Zyme Senpai remains to this day one of my favorite players here in MPL Malaysia, and I love to see what he's able to bring to the table here. It's clear that he is the shot caller in this situation. Being able to recognize the situation, he's quite experienced on the MPL stage, even if he hasn't seen a lot of play recently. Being able to identify, hey, they've used all their cooldowns, now is the time, we still have our abilities. Let's contest this, even though they have the Lord, and they're able to push in, win the game in one fell swoop.
Man, with a nice Queen's Wand, this man is dangerous, running down his targets one by one. The fact that he's been playing all the way since Season 2 of the MPL's initial inception, it's great to see that experienced players like this bring that type of value. And we were talking a lot about pillars yesterday in day number 1 of the MPL. That right there is the definition of a pillar for Todak.
The man that keeps everything together even though the world seems to be crumbling around him. I would say it's not very often you see the Lord betray a team. Lord was like, man, I don't want to do anything with this base defense. It's all you, Grace.
It was 50-50, man. Both sides also had the fact that it was 2 turrets still available. It's like, roll the dice, see what happens.
Lord is like, I'm just doing my job, you know?
It was literally I'm a head out situation here from the Lord.
That's how the game was coded, you know? You can't blame him.
Unlucky. Let's have a look what's going on backstage here. Man, this has been brutal because so far
it better be Zyme.
It better be Zyme here coming in for the MVP at the end of it. Yup. That's just a preview. That's
my boy. That's Zyme.
Giving you guys a sneak peek, but of course MVP of the game, Zyme Senpai. His experience really defies his age here. This is a player that really knows what is happening with a bird's eye view of the situation and understanding that there is no situation that cannot be salvaged.
I mean, you say experience defies age. Man is only 22, so
that's what I mean.
You gotta cut it some slack.
Cut the guy some slack. He is young, of course. He is still considerably young, but the amount of experience that he brings really makes him feel like he's centuries ahead of his time. Overall, I do think that Todak, a couple of things that, again, we need to start nitpicking on is that early game. What exactly happened there? They had the right tools, but then eventually they need to recognize when they can scale and when they can really start pushing advantages here.
I think one of the questions I actually had in mind that we didn't get to talk about was Shizo as a player. Now, Shizo played with Euphoria, right? We all have established that at this point. Euphoria is a very, very aggressive team. It's all about diving your towers, recalling in front of your crystal, giving no care about what the opponents can do. It's all about themselves. And I was slightly concerned how Shizo is going to fit in with this new version of Todak. It's not like Todak from multiple seasons ago where they can supplement that we dive you and we win. This version of Todak feels a bit more control, and a part of it was also because of Zyme Senpai, right? He's a more controlled, reserved player. And I was worried, how is Shizo going to fit in? He's winning full damage on the Roger. It's very, very risky at this stage of the game, and it only worked out because they made the right call at the end.
Yeah, honestly, I do still feel like Todak did end up making a lot of mistakes throughout the early to mid phase of that game. They wanted to apply pressure, they wanted to be able to snowball, because on Nolan and Roger, if you're not able to keep an advantage, they do fall off quite a bit. But in this case, by making sure that they were still able to keep a somewhat even net worth difference, they never fell too far behind and remained relevant the entire time.
All right, we got to give it up to our MVP of this match. Our official 5G mobile internet hotlink has given it over to Zyme Senpai on his man. I mean, what can I say more about him? He's just an absolute monster here, right?
He's milking the praises, man.
He's milking it, just milking it, right? But at the same time, being a pillar can only go so far. We've seen it last season. There's only so many times you can steal the Lord before your team eventually falls here. And I'd like the point that you brought up, Husky, about the fact that Shizo did play extremely aggressively, extremely selfishly with an entire 5-man roster on Euphoria, but that's supplemented with chemistry. There's a lot of trust going in between the players. Somebody's gonna tank that tower, and somebody might even die tanking that tower. It ain't gonna be Shizo.
Nope, definitely not him. I think in this case, when you look at Zyme Senpoi, last season was kind of like the second coming for this man, right? We've seen him in SMG and didn't really get too much play time. Some people might even say that, oh, he's just a bench warmer. This man is washed up at 21. And then during the transfer window, Todak brought him in, and guess what happened? Shot all the way to playoffs and almost made history happen again. But I would say for this year, Zyme Senpoi is even also important because we're not only bringing M6 back to Malaysia, the first M series Todak made top 3. Maybe Zyme could be part of that history.
That's
Making
a big
some
call.
big statements here, straight up. But I would be glad to see it. Again, a little bit of bias for Zyme here, but I think this is a player that deserves it overall. Looking at the match statistics for game number 1, it did definitely go a little bit longer than expected with that 18-minute-and-a-half timer. You typically expect that once you reach this stage of the game, Barracuda with the Phoveus and the Claude should be able to output more than enough late game damage, but Todak were able to scatter that final fight. And when Barracuda is not able to play their front to back like they want to, it becomes easy pickings for the members of Todak.
Yeah, I don't really have much to highlight in terms of items, but keep in mind here, I think that Barracuda, it's just a lack of experience in this types of push and pull, right? Because atypically, if we are saying Todak is going to play a team fight oriented composition instead of the way that they played it here, which again, it's very much looking to actually dive certain targets and pull out resources from Barracuda before committing to the all-in, while Barracuda is again going to be playing very atypically a team fight composition. Grace did a really good job, but you can notice that certain positions on the map, they're kind of uncomfortable here, especially when it's closer towards their side of the jungle.
And I think there are two very obvious instances. The first one was on the top side of the jungle, right, where they were scattered and they got picked up. Second one was the final Lord fight, where AJ was on one end, trapped, somehow ended up in the middle. I assume he tried to BMI and ult or something and got caught. But at the end of the day, I also want to kind of follow up with your point, Gideon. How can Barracuda recover from this mentally? Because when the game ended, I actually saw it was either AJ or Hesu talking to Grace, and I don't think any of them looked content with the result of that game.
I don't think anybody would be content with it because they had such a good early to mid. It's just closing it out and find that win con. They end up losing the initial Lord. It's like, okay, sure, we'll play for the next one, right? That's atypical. We want to scale anyways, right? We've got a Phoveus. We've also got a Claude. Claude's already finished 3 items. Let's give him a Winds of Nature to guarantee to have that insurance policy, and that still wasn't enough.
Yeah, there were definitely some positioning errors during some of these team fights where if Barracuda Esports were able to win out throughout the game a little more cleanly, Todak would probably have had no chance to be able to make that return play even with the opportunity that was granted to them. But either way, I don't think Barracuda Esports should beat themselves up too much about this because their gameplay was still very clean, their execution was great. It was just a few blunders here and there that got taken over by experience from Zyme Senpoi's decision making here. So going into game number 2, start with a fresh mindset once again, understand what went wrong here because they had a very genuine chance.
They did.
Yeah, they did. I mean, we're seeing some fragments of maybe Lunatics or Red Esports where back then they would get decent leads and not able to close out the game. And I'm not saying that as a blanket statement to be like, oh, Barracuda is going to have this problem for this entire series. But this first game, the glimpses of it are being shown, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, I think Amal played as good as a Fredin as he possibly could, but that late game management is where it makes or breaks you. That's where when you go up against a team like Todak, if you can't keep it together, Todak will run over you.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Amal still has this issue from the previous season where he gets a little impatient, especially if he's in an oppressive early to mid game, right? If he starts falling behind early to mid game and then he's like, okay, a little bit annoying. Once you see the mid game, he gets hyper aggressive. He goes too far forward almost and needs to get bailed out by one of the members from the side of Barracuda, right? I think that still persists even here. I just think that as of right now, Barracuda, they need to be able to adapt alongside with their opponents. Because Todak, we saw in the early stages of the game, Grace was doing a phenomenal job pretty much putting Momo out of these fights. Like, Momo was not doing anything from early to mid. Only when we saw that transition from mid to late, we did see the adjustments from the flanking angles of Revelation and as well as Gary to kind of cause that break in the front to back.
one of the key points that Todak has always been really good at as a team is the ability to adjust on the fly, to be able to figure out what is happening if they're in a losing position and try to change the way they approach the game in order to overcome it. This is a brand new Todak lineup, but it does seem like that same spirit is still being embodied, and if you ask me, it seems even stronger than before now that they have a player like Zion Senpoi calling the shots. The fact that they were able to come up with the idea of, hey, we've already lost this fight, but we're going to re-engage right afterwards when Barracuda has let their guard down is something you would never think of in normal circumstances.
I think it also kind of broadens the win condition for the side of Todak. Back then, everyone talks about Ciku gaming. Even when Zyme is around, Zyme never really got the spotlight unless he has some big moments like ward steals or multi kills. But right now, you are kind of widening that prospect for Todak. Fly solo as well. He's bringing his experience. I think we're seeing some parts of it in Game 1. Even in this Hall of Fame, every single category is given to members from BRE except for the carry is Zyme Senpai again.
Yep, he's just doing a great job. I'm very impressed so far with Grace's performance on this Grok. I would like to see it continue to go through. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to the draft itself, and then we'll see whether or not Barracuda can keep up with Todak on the fly when it comes down to adaptation, because they come in with solid game plans, a very decent draft. They kind of cover all of their sectors, right? What's the early game going to look like? How do we start scaling for the later stages of the game? And then finally, it comes down to the execution and dealing with the adaptations.
Comparing the two drafts, just like in a vacuum, I would totally prefer Barracuda Esports' lineup overall because, like you mentioned, there's just way more tools and way more consideration being given to every single phase of the game. And again, it was just that one mistake that cost them this victory. Grace really impressed me, and this team as a whole really impressed me because, again, I did predict them at the bottom of the chart. So their performance has already surpassed a lot of my expectations, and I'm just excited to see what they're going to do next.
I think it's a fair assessment, right? Because haven't seen them before, haven't seen this mismatch of players. So it's fine, we can give them some time. I think this goal graph also tells us a very compelling story. Todak slightly in the beginning, and then Barracuda suddenly started shooting up. They're winning team fights. Grace, this Grok, his eye for opportunity is unparalleled in this game. And then the Lord fight happened. That's where it all ended.
I think it all comes down to impatience, right? Impatience is also capitalization on certain moments. Because keep in mind, from 3 minutes onwards, we're seeing a good domination from the side of Barracuda when it comes down to team fights, but we're not seeing them actually really extend this gold lead and pushing it in towards the jungle. Like, I'm expecting Gary to never have his purple buff ever again, but it's towards the EXP side of the map.
Yeah.
And that's why it's like, man, if it's a 4v4 and it's like, we got a Phoveus and they've got a Barats, I don't really kind of want to deal with the 20-stack Barats.
That's why around, around the second turtle, the gold difference was just like, what, 500-600. You would expect it to be at least 2,000.
Yeah. Basically, I think what happened to Barracuda Esports in this game is what happens to couples who are in relationships too long. They got too comfortable. They got too used to the situation and figured we don't need to pressure too hard. We are winning these fights. We just play like we always do.
I'm telling you, there's actually a dark history behind that analogy. For Red Esports in particular, last season they also were way too comfortable with one another. They were no longer hungry for a win, so every time they lost, it's like, backstage, I guess we lost, let's just do better. And Ama was part of that equation. I'm not saying he's the instigator, I'm just saying that he was in that group as well. So hopefully this new environment is going to bring upon new changes, reignite that hunger within him, because clearly Todak is very, very hungry.
Yeah, and I think, Barracuda has a lot to prove. A new fresh organization as well. I mean, getting a win is going to be huge for the organization in terms of just publicity, right?
Yeah.
And I think that when we start looking at these games, you see these really good moments, but you can definitely see the impatience in some of their players. They're more rookie players, in a matter of fact, and even some of their veterans, like Amal, for an example, getting caught here probably wasn't the play, and Grace tried to save and gets punished regardless, right? And even after that, Hesu, he is just going in on these targets. As soon as it procs, he wants to start following up. He wants to get more resources out of Todak when he pops the Demonic Force.
Yeah, and I think Hesu and Grace are just trying to keep Todak back, but of course some unfortunate areas in terms of positioning in the fight. There was that Lord fight we saw just now. AJ, Gary was trying to one-shot him, but Gary didn't have enough damage. He blew his combo and AJ just walked into the Lord pit and gave his life up. So that was also a bit of an, I hope it was an unforced error, but this one was kind of the nail in the coffin. Traps getting caught, and at that point, it was all over. AJ got isolated by Shizo, and Shizo completely assassinated him in the back.
Always be wary of the big bad wolf here in AJ. Unfortunately, on the receiving end of a very painful wolf bite here. And a very painful loss as well for Barracuda Esports. They did do a good job in a lot of these fights of salvaging their mistakes. But you could tell that in comparison, Todak's mistakes were a bit more controlled and a bit more experimental. They were willing to take those risks knowing that they had the team composition that needed to make things happen. And they would keep shifting around the way they would try while making sure not to give too much advantage away.
Yeah, it's just a lot of footsies in this game, right? As much as we would like to believe that it's more of a push and pull and just, you know, poking the bear and hopefully the bear does something, I think that overall, not bad from Todak's side. I hope to see a different style of composition, something like, I mean, it could be even a little bit more reserved. They could go into the same direction, or at the very least, something more aggressive from Barracuda's side, because I want to see them forcefully going for plays. If they are feeling a little impatient because this is the very first game of the season, they might as well show off what they have to its fullest extent.
Yeah, at least for the first day, you can kind of chalk it up to just stage fright, jitters, whatever, right? Just kind of get your engines warmed up. I would say at least in that game one, at least that previous game was the closest we've had compared to yesterday. Yesterday's games were all sort of a wash, right?
Yeah.
Even the second Team Hug against Bounty was also pretty one-sided, but this one, at least we see kind of the tug of war between two teams, and it only just really came down to one macro decision at the end.
Yeah, it did. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, right, they need to start showing off what they have, so at least fans have a good idea of what they can expect, the potential ceiling of these teams throughout the weeks of the season.
Yeah. But what I am liking here is that we are seeing these teams improve in real time. I am seeing the competition grow and these players improve and evolve as players on the MPL MY stage in comparison to last season as well. So you can tell there's a hunger. They want to prove themselves. They want to go to international stages like MSC. They want to be able to do the country proud as the hosts of M6 at the end of this year. And I am so excited for what is going to be coming next. But what's going to be happening before all of that is game 2 of this match. Gideon, you mentioned that you want to see something a little bit more aggressive from Barracuda Esports. Maybe any examples you can think of?
Well, I'm looking for something along the lines of maybe getting that Arla through. I don't know whether Todak is going to allow it or so. I would like to see Grace in particular have a playmaking sort of roamer. The Grok already looks great. Put him on something like Cho. Put him on something like Arla. I want to see the big sets. Even a Kufra wouldn't be too bad.
Kufra, Tigreal, Minotaur, both were untouched in game 1. The Guinevere as well. Faded into obscurity, you know, it's a pretty surprising revelation considering the fact that at one point Guinevere was a almost must ban in most cases. So those heroes could be the choices for Grace. I think we are definitely looking at two roamers who are more comfortable with starting fights. Maybe for Aphesia, you can pivot him towards Enchanted type supports. You know, the Diggy is a very good example. That was one of his signatures. But for Grace, I want to see him start fights. I want to see him utilize that eye for opportunity to constantly get BRD the lead.
I think we all have a lot of eyes on Barracuda Esports here. As we can see, Barracuda or Barracuda Hitam. Are they going to be the dark horse of this season?
You know what?
Where's Sith? I swear to God, I'm pretty sure Sith's the one who wrote that out and he's laughing to himself right now.
Yeah, well, who came out with it? Thank you, content team.
Thank you, content team. Sith, I'm looking at you. I know it's him. I know for a fact he sent it over.
For
right?
those international viewers who don't know, Guda Hitam means dark horse in this case. So they definitely show promise here.
I like it. I like the wordplay. It's too early for this though.
It's way too early for this.
It's never too early.
On Ramadan as well? Come on. People are fasting. Can't deal with this stuff. Speaking of which, right? Overall, do you think that Trap is in a position where he can actually beat Shizo in a 1v1?
Yo, honestly, not yet.
Not yet.
I don't want to say no. I want to say not yet.
Not yet?
Because,
was it not enough that he had to claw into the Roger in this matchup? Or was it too safe of a pick? It's like, you know what? You need something that actually wins out in the lane. Like, ego challenge him a bit.
I think it would be more evident if they have heroes that ego challenge. But if you say that just player to player on paper, I think Shizo definitely has the advantage.
Yeah, I would agree overall. For those of you who may not realize, Trap as well did go by a different alias before this. He was SYF, who was part of the initial Red Giants lineup. And back then, he was actually known for playing heroes like the Harif, which Todak did ban out in Oh, wait, no, it was
It was
Barracuda.
BRD.
It was
BRD.
Barracuda who banned it out. So that's quite interesting. It meant that they went in with the idea of going for the Claude. Maybe they're just testing the waters for now. But yeah, I do agree. If we get to see more aggressive heroes here, that would be fun.
Well, let's see, because they're starting things off with the Ruby. I mean, Barracuda getting rid of the Grok, the Nolan, as well as the Lilia. Two out of the three being in the previous lineup in Todak. And Todak decided to get rid of the Angela and Matilda as well as the Joy. Interesting.
Arlott is now open, instantly picked up, no questions asked, and you also have the Fredrin. And we saw some examples of this Fredrin bring Flex into the XP. And I say some examples, but it's actually just Team Huck Iris.
Just Iris.
Just Iris things. But I like the barrage getting picked up right now from the side of Barracuda. It solves two problems at once, and also the carry. You do it tanks well, you break tempo of the Fredrin and the Arlott. Arlott hates dashing into a barrage. There's nothing you can do about it. So this response from Barracuda, I love it. And this time the Claude does go over to Todak, so we're going into another late game-centric draft.
It started to look like Barracuda is the one going to be playing a little bit more defensively here. I mean, yes, they do have the carry to actually shred down these tanks, but it's on the assumption that they don't get run down, they don't get, swept in by the final slash coming in from the Arlott. And speaking of which, right, since we've already seen the Arlott Fredrin as well as the Claude, as we go into the second stage of the bans, both mages have not been shown just yet.
Could be a mid lane focus ban. I would want to point out also Barracuda has essentially two flex picks, Barras and the Ruby. Now whether they want to play around that flex pick, I think it's going to be dictated with this fourth pick from Todak.
They do ban out the Kaja, so they're going to be focusing on making sure that the Claude doesn't get easily picked off. The Cho was picked previously just to deal with the Claude in the hands of Trap. Now, we'll see whether or not Todak will decide to remove it themselves, but they do want to take the opportunity to ask a quick question, right? We know that Fredrin and Barat sort of fulfill similar niches in terms of that tanky jungler, but Barat also has the value of having really hard CC. I'm kind of wondering, why do teams like to pick the Fredrin priority over Barat?
Well, that's because Fredrin just has a lot more CC in comparison to the Barats. Barats is a little bit more snowball heavy. Fredrin is going to be relevant throughout the game, from beginning all the way to the end in terms of just raw scaling, right? The items that he builds makes him extremely tanky. The fact that he can use the energy eruption basically gives him 2 knockups and 2 dashes in a short span of time. It's frustrating to deal with compared to Barats, where it's like, oh no, I used my ult, I'm dead in the water. It's either we all fight right now or you leave me to die.
The frequency of being able to crowd control enemies definitely favors the Fredrin, without a shadow of doubt. But in terms of damage, obviously, you would look at the Barras a lot more. I think it also comes down to what objectives you want to fulfill.
Yes.
If you want to straight up control objectives, you want to constantly break the tempo of your enemies. Both Fredrin and Barras do the same thing, but Barras does it so much better because he gets to focus down on one person.
Let's not even forget about the zone control, the fact that he can push people back in or away from them depending on the situation, right? With the next couple of bans, we see the Kajo, we see the Diggy, we see the Export, we see the Loyi, and Loyi is very specific to AJ. It's not like it's a weird ban or anything, but we do see the Novaria get locked in for Todak.
And we might see a lot more Loyi appearing either in the picks and in the bans, because in other regions, Loyi is starting to rear her little head a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of damage in these big team fight situations is very effective in this current meta, where fighting is honestly promoted and teams want to be able to secure that. Ooh, that's an interesting factor.
Yes, I like this Nana pick.
Yep.
We saw that exact as Zangpo yesterday. Nana Barats, there's no running away. SRG gave us a demo of how this is supposed to be played out.
They know that Todak wants to be the one to make the plays. They are going to go slightly more defensive, and this time around, especially for AJ, hey, I don't mind. I can play a little bit more aggressive. As soon as I have my passive up, there's a lot less fear to be going into these big fights. Now, Todak, on the other hand, the fact that it's going to be Zyme Senpai playing this Novaria, information is power. And when they have that type of information, could they look to make plays across the map in terms of smaller skirmishes? Which begs the question, is Arlott really going to be the EXP laner, or most likely going to be the roam in this case?
We'll find out right now. Well, Arlott XP, we get the Tigreal. A great way to kind of hit that backline. A couple of things, a couple of caveats you need to watch out for. Obviously, Ruby is enemy number 1, Nana is enemy number 2, and then you have Barrage. But if you can put all of that aside, then I think Tigreal has a great chance to make a play. Your only target is the carry. Catch the carry, the game is done.
Yeah, I do feel kind of curious about going for the Tigreal here because I actually feel like keeping the Arlet as the roam and then going for the Phobias again would not be bad this game with Hammers, Carry, and Ruby. But looks like Todak going for a slightly different approach now that they know Barracuda Esports wants the team fight.
Yeah, I suppose. I think they could be thinking along the lines of Arlet is going to really struggle to get out of these fights, especially if he gets rotated on. Look at the amount of CC that they've got, especially when you have to deal with the polymorph coming in from Nana. It's like, I'd rather not deal with it. Just throw me into the EXP.
It's going to be exciting to watch what happens here as the Ocean Derby continues in game number 2 between Todak and Barracuda Esports. Todak currently 1 game up. Will the brand new fishes in the MPL Ocean be able to show us something new and exciting today?
I bet you Poseidon is watching this series. That needs to find out who is going to be ruling the seas for quite a while. Though we had this conversation yesterday, Gideon, about this Arlet, right? You say that Arlet should be in the XP lane where he deserves to be, and Arlet also, as a roamer, is a very conditional roamer. You need a catalyst, and he is not that catalyst. Fredrin is. Middle lane, both mid laners receiving some assistance from the roamers to clear out the wave so they can start moving.
Yeah, speaking of which, it looks like it's going to be very EXP-centric for the side of Barracuda, right? You have the Thamos. It's going to be extremely powerful in the earlier stages of the game, so they need to abuse the fact that he has a lot of lane priority here. Walk into enemy jungles, take Lethal Wanderer, fight for neutral objectives as much as they can.
I am definitely noticing nowadays in the meta, the gold lane is getting a lot less early game rotation attention. And teams who do go for that early gold lane gank are considered, even to a certain extent, cheesing here. Obviously, they want to play around the EXP lane to get the first turtle, but when you have a hero like Claude, do you think it's a good idea to put more pressure in the gold lane instead?
Well, I mean, even if you do put pressure in the gold lane, right, the Thamos should do okay on his own. But if you are just a regular Thamos player, you understand that you're going to start falling off, right? Yeah. So you want your team to actually push the advantage towards your side while you are still relevant. And I think that he's more than happy to be like, okay, you can try to dive me, you can try to get ahead. I have a BMI to get myself out of there.
And I think Thomas's role as the game kind of advances into the mid to late stage, he's just going to have this berserk button. Press my ultimate, jump into you, press vengeance, pray for the best. Eventually, I'm going to fall, but I need to get something out of it for my team. And in this case, I need to sandbag this Claude, which is not an easy job.
And if the Tamas is very fed, it's not going to be him who's praying in that situation. As of right now, first turtle going to be contested, both teams in the area.
Daytona's welcome, following up a target first. It might be first blood going through. Turtle secured by Todak, and first blood going over to the side of Barracuda. Getting 2 in a row. Actually, objective also secured by them. Another great start for them.
Yeah, really messy fight here from Todak's side. Not 100% sure what they were trying to go for. At the end of it, at least for Barracuda, Amal was like, I'm not going to let anybody get hit by an implosion. I might as well just take Refelatio with me.
Compared to the previous game where Barracuda was playing more of a front-to-back, this time it is Todak that wants to be able to maintain how their team fight is formatted in terms of positioning. Whereas Barracuda has a lot of heroes that are quite capable of skirmishing on their own, which is why you could see how Jesus and Grace were just focused on making sure that Gary could never approach the turtle, and they could get that objective for free.
I mean, Amon likes to be ahead, right? When he's the coolest, he's the calmest when he has the lead. And Baraz as a hero does supplement that, trying to go for an invade on that orange buff, but Gary secures it just a fraction of a second before he arrives. As Amon want more though, Toda posturing with 3 members up top. Amon gets that small beetle.
And that's what you want to see coming in from Amal, right? Just be aggressive, start stealing away camps, start sandbagging Gary and slow his farm down as much as you can. Because again, you're going to start falling off eventually. So in the meantime, you might as well put in the hurt in the economic sector for Todak.
We can see that the gold lead very much leaning towards Barracuda right now. Every single lane has a bit of a goal advantage against their opponent. Todak, they're still going to be quite okay with this because with a Claude and a Novaria, their team fight is going to be leaning much more towards that late game. So again, the shoe is on the other foot. Barracuda are the team that want to be able to create pressure and try and end the game early.
Cooldowns are going to be very, very important for Todak. Without big cooldowns, you can't really do much. And unfortunately for Zyme Senpoi, somehow got caught, I believe, by the full AJ combo.
I don't see any flickers being utilized by AJ, which is an even better fact, right? It looks like he caught him mid-rotation as well. Wait, hold on.
And here it comes for a face stab, the counter implosion. The Appraisal's grab does no damage. Jesus just eats it all up. Final slash, not enough. Grace happy to stay in the battle and play that push and pull. Hesu now needs to run away, leaps to safety in time, Replacer catches up, and now Zion Senpai returns to the fight with that ultimate. Turtle goes over to aim out once more, and Barracuda is getting a retreat.
Being able to trade up for Hesu is still pretty good for Todak there, especially with Shizo getting most of the gold turret shield up top. Barracuda will be happy with that turtle, but trading in this situation is still not the most ideal, even if AI winning prediction still leaning very much towards the blue side.
66%, 4 minutes into the game. As we start moving in towards the 8-minute mark, I think that's definitely going to still be in favor of Barracuda for the time being, right? Because for Zion Senpai, getting damage in consistently against Barracuda, especially damage that is impactful with the Star Shatter, you're probably looking to break AJ's passive as soon as you can. Maybe look to actually chunk trap it down once in a while, but you can see,
Yo, Flicker Final Slash, coupled with the Astral Echo, extremely deadly, but the damage insufficient for now. Daytona's welcome as a response. Amao about to split Rafael underneath the turret. The charges away with the Sacred Hammer. What are you going to do about that, Amao? Nothing.
I don't know. I think spinning him into the wall was probably the play instead of spinning him directly backwards. Especially it's a Tigreal, dude.
Like, he was expecting that spinning him into the tower would somehow work out, but yeah, it is a Tigreal in this situation, and I feel like Amal would have been able to get out of that situation if he just decided to disengage instead of going for the Daytona's welcome there, so that's a bit of a mistake.
I feel like there's a bit of miscommunication because AJ did not have the polymorph to follow up. Maybe that was the ideal play, but it just wasn't really relayed to this Nana.
Can't do much about it. It looks like top tier 1 is going to fall into the hands of Todak in that meantime. I mean, good stuff coming in from Todak to try and pull it back here, but this is starting to look like a repeat of game 1.
Yeah, and in this case, Todak does seem to have a better grasp of control towards this mid-game phase here. Shizo even feeling confident enough to do things like that here. I imagine he's farming very, very well. Barracuda, they do still have the net worth lead, but that's going to start slipping away from them as the scaling starts kicking in more for Shizo and Zion Senpai.
This turtle fight might just break the game open. Todak, a lot more confident to come in for the contest. Final Slash actually does miss. That's big, one big ultimate out of the picture. Barracuda feeling a lot more confident now to continue doing this turtle.
Yeah, this Lord Dance is pretty important. His mid lane is going to get shoved out first by Todak before Barracuda. They can't afford to lose the tier 1.
Gets the combo breaker, doesn't even get to use the implosion, spat out back into his team. Perfectly done by Amao, and he secured the turtle for himself. Final Slash used again, but this time Barracuda ready to give a response. Finding 2 kills in the process.
Nice punish coming in for the team here. They played very coordinatedly. This is their comfort zone, right? Especially when it's not towards their jungle. When it's on the no man's land, the 50% marker in the river line, Barracuda generally know how the format of the fight needs to go.
Yeah, and with the team composition they have, the amount of crowd control tools they have, it's very easy for them to come out on top in these 5v5 situations, especially if Todak are the ones jumping the gun. I feel like Rafflesia may have gone a little bit too aggressive there to try and catch out Amal before he could retreat the turtle, but he has to remember he is the main catch for Todak, and if he's gone without using Implosion, they don't have a lot left in the barrel.
I think the ideal way is you have to flicker Implosion. You can't Sacred Hammer in. Amao can just gobble you up. Good scouting from Zion Senpai. It's going to break that camp on that top brush.
The sense is good here, but now this is where we're expecting Barracuda to really start walking into their jungle, right? Face checking pretty much everything, especially with Amao. He's able to chunk people out. He is in a very strong position right now.
And Amao is going to try to disrupt that wave, but Todak clearing out in time. Shizo did use the Blazing Duet as a means to kind of stabilize that late equilibrium. Barracuda still wants to stay here.
Yeah, I do like that they're doing this. I feel like in the previous game they didn't quite punish the Gary on the Nolan enough. Comparatively this game now, they are making their presence felt. They do feel a lot tankier. They feel a lot more comfortable with the amount of crowd control they have. They just got to make sure they're never really close enough to a tower to get Implosion and pushed in. As long as they're able to avoid that condition, Todak really does not have enough damage yet to try and chase them away.
Right, that's why you see Shizo kind of rotating fast across the map. He's not going to waste time. If you want to take it tier 2, sure, I'm just going to catch the top wave, run, and pick up mid wave at the same time, and then go back and rinse and repeat.
And I like how Rafflesia is taking up as much space on the map as possible. The moment he sees a brush vacant, he is stepping in. And that is actually what allows Todak to gain extra info on top of just relying on this Novaria. Rafflesia actually is the one who starts aggroing the Lord.
Yeah, making sure that they are at least able to buy some time here. Even if Todak doesn't want to actually take the Lord, if Rafflesia is able to pull them towards his side, it makes it difficult for Barracuda to get started here.
Hesu getting pushed back. No implosion just yet, but Zion Senpai has already used the Astro Echo. Hesu also popping that ultimate. Now sticking onto Gary. That's going to be a bit hard for the jungler of Todak. That means no chance to steal this Lord. It's aim out to secure it.
Interesting. They had all the information there, right? They used the Astral Echoes to make sure that they spot out 4 members from mid-rush all the way up till the initial neutral objective. But more importantly so, I feel like Todak probably could have purposely wasted resources just to kind of buy a little bit of extra time for Claude to actually push open and crack open the tier 2 down on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I actually really thought Rafflesia was prepared to flicker Implosion into the Lord Pit, even if it didn't necessarily result in any kills, because if Shizo was able to get bot tier 2 and even threaten the inhibitor, it would have been actually pretty worth it for Todak overall.
And it's just a worry of expending these resources, right? Because BRE, they do have the lead, and this Lord is not going to make it any easy for them. Thankfully, it's just Lord number 1. You don't have that crazy charge that breaks turrets yet. But with the Lord coming in on the bottom lane, BRE, they not only will get the top tier 2, but they also finally get to try and crack this mid tier 1.
Ooh, Gideon, I want to ask you, look at Grace's item builds, right? Those are all mid-tier items.
Yeah, it looks like he hasn't really committed to anything just yet, right? I mean, he's only got a majority components. Wait,
well,
final
slash. Very confused Gary though. He's gonna get go
Oh!
He's gonna flicker implosion only onto 1 though, but is it the target that you're looking for? Apparently it's just Grace, and that's not good enough. Momo finds the backline, gets pulled back by Amao. And welcome to the belly of the beast, Barracuda with another 2.
Ooh, really good ideas there from the side of both Barracuda and as well as Todak side. Momo saw an interesting angle there. I just think that Amal, he played it. One button outplay. Daytona's welcome is like, try and do that again, Rafflesia. Go for the implosion. Try it.
I mean, he did do it, but he got only Grace, which is not the guy you want, unfortunately.
Yeah, and they weren't even able to kill off Grace in that situation as well. That was probably the best catch they could have gotten. And still, Barracuda expanding their net worth lead now. Todak in a very difficult situation. It's team fights like that that did make me doubt a little bit the choice to go for that final pick on Tigreal. It's very difficult to actually catch out Barracuda's lineup, even if they do like to group together.
I mean, even if they do want to go for the catch, like Trap and AJ are not going to reveal themselves, and they're not going to walk up like that, especially when you're that visible as well. So that's one thing to consider. But to answer your question from earlier, Grace, considering that he has a bunch of half components already built, he's trying to be cost efficient with his items overall, right? Because the major damage dealers, there's just too many items that you need to get. You might as well start spreading it out. First, he focused on getting armor. Now he's going in for that magic resist because he can only tank. He can't really tank that many shots from Zion Senpai. Speaking of which, Zion Senpai with these Astral Shatters are really starting to add up. Like, it's really starting to scale to a point where it could potentially break open AJ's Nana's passive pretty early on.
We're waiting for the glowing one, which he hasn't purchased yet, but that glowing one could be the difference maker, right? To start shredding down these tanks to really threaten the squishies.
Yeah, the late game poke potential from Novaria is very scary. Again, especially against a lineup like Barracuda, you would think that, oh, they have Barats, they have Tamas, taking poke damage shouldn't matter to them too much. But once Zion Senpai gets full up on items, even a single Star Shatter is going to hurt quite a bit.
Good ping with the Astral Echo, that's 4. Unfortunately, Gary's going to be sped up, finished off with the help of the Lord, not even close. 4-man final slash, but no follow while Momo runs away, but gets just bursted down by this carry. Rafflesia follows him to the grave. Barracuda have taken control of this game.
Bad timing coming in from Todak. The idea was there, but everybody came in half a second late. The implosion was too late, and unfortunately for Gary, he is just caught out of position, and Shizo already took his BMI backwards after the fight even began. So really, it's just uncoordinated.
Zyme, you pinged out the entire team of Barracuda, but can you keep this game within your control? AJ certainly has to run away thanks to the Astral Spear, so Zyme Senpai alongside Shizo keeps this base alive. But Barracuda, now they're going to reset. Lord has just spawned bot.
How long will they be able to keep alive? Barracuda makes the smart choice this time. Not going to stay and try to push their advantage. They're going to regroup, heal back up, and make sure they have all their resources ready for the actual fight with the Lord here. A 10k net worth lead. Will Todak be able to overcome this challenge in order to get that clean sweep? Or will Barracuda show us what they're truly capable of?
They have to take their time here. This inhibitor is pretty much going to be lost on that next wave, but so far, Barracuda really just taking their time. They don't mind absorbing a couple of ults here. They want to be able to get the resources out of Todak's side before really committing to an all-in, but that's only if and only if Todak walk out of position.
Very, very good attempt from Momo. Final Slash is back up. Pretty low cooldown at the late stage of the game. And Zyme Senpoi, like we established earlier, he's going to continue to hurt. And that Final Slash actually misses the Daytona's welcome. Immune to crowd control. He's going to get the bubble out. But Amao, Immortality is in place for Flaysta. Gets the implosion, but ends up going down anyways. Gary can't get the slam damage in. The Gary love Amao, but Barracuda is about to strike. And Todak doesn't seem that there's much left in the tank. Zyme Senpoi this time needs to do a lot more. Shizo with the blazing duet. Immediately start Momo with the Final Slash. Goes down. Barracuda wants the game tree. The Ocean Derby is not done just yet. Barracuda on the crystal, but Todak wants to stop them. Shizo and Zyme again! The savior of the swordfishes to keep that base alive.
Zyme, he's got to top himself up. The next wave is coming up, and he needs to kill either AJ
so
or
low.
He's gonna try and end it. Game tree upon us. This Ocean Derby continues.
Woo! Oh, that final snipe with the Molina there just to make sure that Zyme Senpoi had no chance of bringing this back once again. Beautiful gameplay, beautiful adjustments, and a much cleaner game from Barracuda brings us to a 1-1 score.
Nicely done by both Jesus as well as AJ. They really stepped up this game this time to make sure that they're not going to make the same mistakes from the previous match, and it really works out. Good zoning from Jesus, good collapsing from AJ's side to supplement both their front line and back line.
Really liking Jesus' initiative, understanding his job. I can give my life away, but if I zone up the important targets, that's all I need to do. Make Gary's life hard, make Shizo's life hard. I just need to be in the fray.
Really well done here, but I do think that draft had a role to play once again in game 2 here. I feel like Todak's draft was maybe a little bit too greedy. They don't have enough damage. And even if you get to that late game where Claude is able to get full items, where Zyme Senpoi is able to get full items, if you're not able to whittle down the Tamas and the Barats, it's very difficult to actually get to that backline, especially with something like the Flicker Implosion. You could see that Reflecia felt very disjointed with the rest of Todak this game.
Well, it's not even just him. Even Momo as well, like coming in with big Final Slashes on his side. I think the only person who was aware of it was Gary, but everybody else didn't seem to be on the same page. And I think that's the big problem, right? There's obviously some combos and synergies between some of these players. You know, twos. That sounds like a great idea, but imagine if it was all 5, right? Imagine if we did have the Final Slash into the Implosion and then followed up by the Blazing Duet coming in from Shizo, because it felt like the big payoff just didn't come through because Shizo either had already used his BMI at that point of time, had to Blazing Duet very early on to try and hit the front line because he couldn't find an opening to get in. Where was the space being created, and why wasn't the Catalyst started with Shizo as the main ender in mind?
Honestly, I want to see if we get to watch that scene in the highlights later on. But we got to talk about MVP first. This time it's AJ. Bit of a redemption with that ROG Phone 8 in his hands, and that's what gives him the confidence to land those Molina Blitz, polymorph the right target to snipe Zyme Senpoi at the end when it seems like we're going to go on for a bit longer.
Nana just continues to remain an absolute terror on the land of Dot. What is it with small heroes that come in big packages? A beautiful score of 4-1 and 11 here, full damage lineup, and basically when you look at Todak, there's no real way for them to be able to catch onto AJ, no real way for them to be able to catch onto Trap as well, because of the way that these teams are positioning around. I really love the way that Barracuda has adjusted here, and AJ able to get the MVP for just dishing out that damage where it's necessary.
Oh yeah, and also it's just great the fact that the polymorph just kind of sits there. It doesn't necessarily, it sits there for a while, so it's like, oh no, things are looking bad. The polymorph didn't hit anybody. We pull backwards into the polymorph, and now Todak have to think twice. It's like, oh shucks, this kid is really going to hurt.
And I want to say, because we did talk about how Todak were not in sync at the very end, I think the call for Todak to engage in that final 5 team fight was not a bad call. It's just that Amao's reflexes are insane when you're coupled up with the Hotlink 5G internet speed and the ROG Phone 8. He tapped Daytona's welcome. At the moment he saw the Final Slash animation, that changed everything.
Yep, because if he got pushed out aside and he has to use this Daytona's welcome so close to the inhibitor turret, well, not even the inhibitor turret, just the barricade of the base, there's nothing much you can really do. You're really out of position at that point.
Barats as a hero is just really good at dealing with these frontline tanky engagers like the Fredrin, which is usually he's picked to counter that. But against the Tigreal as well, he wants to come in with the Implosion. You really gotta be able to flicker Implosion. If you start with the Sacred Hammer, it's so obvious where you're going to come from. Amal really just needs to gobble you up. You're just doing all the delivery for him.
Yeah.
Best part about Barats right now is that he only needs 10 stacks. It's so much easier to stack.
Yeah.
And if you have if you max out your Daytona's welcome, every time you respawn with max stacks. Don't need to go to the effort of getting your passive. It's very straightforward.
Look, he's just a big guy, one big guy. But notice how a lot of these teams, and especially when we're looking at these emblems, most are actually going to receive some extra mana and health whenever they kill a minion this time around, because they're realizing it's not about how fast I rotate out of the lane. The Wilderness Blessing, it sounds like a good idea, but that's only if you want to reach to a target location fast and as quick as possible, point A to point B. But if you are missing out minions, if you're missing out resources in your lane because of that, oh no, I don't have enough mana to actually do anything in these types of lanes.
Yeah, I do like the adjustment of using that basic emblem here, because it basically allows you to increase the frequency of your ganks while also clearing waves a bit more effectively. In that sense, you can see how the game is really accelerating and why mid laners, junglers, roamers are starting to take emblems like that to make sure that they can stay on the map longer rather than having to recall and heal up.
Yeah. It's a big adjustment, right? It just shows the meta of the mid lane as of right now. Everybody can clear the wave quick, like decently quick. The question is, how much health are you walking out of that lane? How much mana, more importantly, are you walking out of that lane with?
Even more important for heroes that don't really want to buy the talisman, right? You want to straight go into a lightning trunk to just on raw damage. I believe it's called Life Dream Emblem.
Yes.
Yeah, Life Dream Emblem just makes it so much more convenient for you. Though I would say I do not think that Arlott has won any games.
No.
Nope.
It has not gone well for Arlott this time around.
In both roles.
In both roles. It just seems to not have... I think it's not that it's not effective. It's more so teams are very familiar with dealing with it.
There are a lot more conditions to make an Arlott work. It's not like, oh, Flicker Ultimate, right? Implosion, you know, if you this one is... Okay, Final Slash, that's great, but if I start it off, which means I'm committing, and you guys are committing. If I don't start it off, someone has to do it. In this case, Rafflesia and Gary has to be kind of the catalyst to rile Barracuda up, but as the game went late, Momo felt like he needed to do something, and Rafflesia became the one that follows up with Momo, and even that wasn't really done well.
I disagree with that. I think it's more so the miscommunication with Shizo, because at the end of the day, who has the reliable damage to make it happen? It's definitely Shizo. Because Zyme Senpai, it's like, yes, you can put him in a position where you can land the Star Shatter at max range, but that doesn't necessarily guarantee a kill. Someone could potentially block it, right? You want Shizo, who's able to auto-attack the right targets and more so hit multiple targets at once.
I think when you're talking about reliable damage, though, therein comes a really big problem with Todak's lineup, in that Shizo is basically the only reliable damage they have. Zyme Senpoi's damage is very burst-based and very conditional, and while Arlott can do some DPS here and there, Momo's real job is to set things up, especially since Rafflesia couldn't really do it this game. In comparison, Trap can do damage, AJ can do damage, Amal and Hesu both can do a good amount of damage themselves while staying strong in the fight. Once you got to that late game phase where normally Claude should take over the game, he can't do it because he's the only one that can on the side of Todak.
I think this is also a good time to bring up an item that AJ actually bought, and it's an item that we don't see as often, the Genius Wand. I believe that was the first core item he bought on this Nana. And it's deceptively powerful. As if you are on Todak's, if you are Todak, you don't really realize the effects of it until it was too late. Your front lines are essentially melting before you realize that, oh goodness, he actually has a Genius Wand, and by that point, you've already died once, suddenly BRD snowballs the lead, and there's nothing you can do about it. Your item timings are delayed.
And it's great because it synergizes really, really well with Nana specifically, because a lot of her abilities have multiple hit effects. The Boomerang guarantees 2 hits, the Polymorph is another one, so that's 3 already stacked if you just go for first and second ability. Let's not even forget, you can just ult out of nowhere and still get multiple stacks going on for you.
Absolutely. There were just so many tools from Barracuda this game, so I really love how they drafted. It's very smart. It's not just the fact that they have a lot of crowd control, it's the fact that their damage comes from multiple sources and in multiple different forms, making it difficult for Todak to itemize, especially when they're behind, right? their tanks want to be roaming around supporting the game, which means that they're not going to be getting a lot of money. And all that time, you have to build anti-heal for Amal, Hesu, and Grace. You have to build a Tina shield for AJ. You have to build some anti-cuirass for Trap. It's really effective.
Let's look at our Hall of Famous Horse Trap. Our rich guy, Zyme Senpoi, the one that does the most damage. As always, Amal as the sandbag and AJ as the best wingman. And now this reminds me of something. I wonder if we would get to see the Zyme Senpoi special, the Farsa.
Ooh, the Farsa.
Ooh, that's been a while.
I don't think so.
It has been a while.
I don't think so, because if he does, Momo is like, hey, boyo, it's time to play dive heroes, the Lapu, the Yuzong. I mean, bring out the Forme special as well. Throw in a Benedetta into the mix these days.
I personally want to see Lapu. I'm surprised we have not seen a single Lapu even being considered.
I think teams are really not giving these dive EXP laners a lot of opportunity to shine nowadays. Even though we have a big team fight meta where like having a dive composition would be really handy. We've already seen the effects of it when I believe Selangor Red Giants drafted the Yuzong along with their front to back. Why don't we see more of that?
Well, I think a lot of these laners need especially specifically in this game, both these EXP laners don't mind leaving pressure, giving pressure away, right? I mean, we can see it in the match highlights itself. It's okay. Oh, sure, Arla gets shoved in. That's not a big deal. At the end of it, what is his purpose? His purpose is to look for a big set. He's not looking to dominate here. Unlike Hesu, who is playing the Thamos and is like, I need to dominate. If not, I'm going to scale off and not have relevance.
Then he's like an attack dog. He's like, wow, go, 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 go. And then he was also the reason I think Barracuda secured 2 lords in a row.
Yes.
Because he's just looking for Gary. The moment he's Gary, he's like, boy, come, taste my ultimate. And Gary can't do anything about it.
He just gets melted down slowly, right? And Gary can, yes, he does have like somewhat of a way to kind of deal with the Thamos. And it's not like Thamos is going to put him down to 10% HP. But considering how long these Lord fights actually go, it starts to build up.
Yeah, it is pretty funny as well because Gary on the Fredrin, his job is to taunt enemies to attack him. But Hesu basically is self-taunting himself the whole time. It's like, fight me, bro, fight me.
Redrin is like, all of you, but not you.
Not you.
Stay away.
Anyone but you.
Yes, anybody else. But overall, that's what we're seeing in this game, right? I think Barracuda are in a more comfortable position in these types of fights where there are simple protocols to follow and nothing too flashy coming out or to expect from Todak's side. And plus, Todak has a very honest composition, not looking to go for these ultra big flanks, and especially with the way the early game actually went, playing towards the EXP side of the map, you definitely saw it, right? EXP side, hey, I'm willing to give up this entire lane just so that our carry is able to actually accelerate into this game. Did it get to the place that they wanted to? Yes, but how often did you see that damage in comparison to people who could stand really far away and start dishing it out, like AJ, who was our MVP of the game?
Yeah, even the roles of the players change depending on what heroes they're given, right? Look at Gary, from Nolan to Fredrin, but Zyme Senpoi in particular, from Lilia, someone that can constantly apply pressure, to Novaria, who can apply pressure every once in a while, and that pressure can easily be absorbed if his team doesn't react to it. Barracuda was like, alright, now you don't have an ultimate, you're gonna snipe me, Barat, you're gonna eat that up, and I don't have a problem.
Yeah, I'm someone who personally likes to look at drafts a lot of the time on paper, just without considering the players and stuff. And within a meta like right now, where it's very active, it's very aggressive, there's a lot of fighting, I don't personally mind giving up pressure in your lane, even something like EXP lane. But you gotta make sure you have pressure in the other lanes. If Momo is giving up pressure as the Arlet, neither Novaria or Claude have a lot of pressure in their lanes either. So you're just losing control over the entire map.
Well, that's true, but that's also dependent on what the game plan is. And the game plan was like, hey, we're going to be playing around Shizo at the end of the day. You can even see that Zyme Senpoi is not taking the initiative to make like super aggressive plays. Like, oh, I'm going to check every single buff every single time, because it doesn't matter if he does. The more important thing is, where exactly are their roamers, which is being literally man-to-man bodied from both sides. We saw even Refalacia was trying to mirror him throughout the map just to have a heads up on where they're going to be.
I think it reached a point where Todak was always trying to look for an opportunity, right? Refalacia and Momo, they are always kind of leaning towards the objectives.
Yeah.
Right? They follow Barracuda to objectives, even though there's a very small chance that they will get it. Most of the time they will lose a body or two, but they're always trying. Refalacia in particular, always trying to find Sacred Hammer, Implosion. That didn't work out. Flicker Implosion was the next course of action. That also didn't work out. And then he's like, alright, maybe I can't do this. Momo has to start something. And Momo and Zyme Senpoi started working together in tandem. Astro Echo. You increase the hitbox, final slash to displace your enemies, and unfortunately that didn't work out. Not because it was a bad combo, but it was because they were so far behind they didn't have the items to do the damage.
I think, if they were able to find, there's a lot of fights where the idea is, it's really good, it's just that the execution didn't come out in time. It's like, oh, the Blazing Duet came out in, a full second late. The implosion came after a bad timing of, we already saw him going for the Daytona's welcome. Why still commit? Maybe look for the backline, or at least try to zone backline in that side of the map and take this space afterwards. But the push and pull, the communication clearly just wasn't there for Todak in game number 2, and that's probably going to get fixed towards game number 3.
Yeah, I just have a very simple take about this here. Basically, if your team's damage is entirely reliant on being set up by combos, you don't have a good team composition. You need tools this meta. You need to have heroes that are able to stand on their own individually, at least 1 or 2 each game, so that you can at least expand your presence, so that you can pressure the enemy team, so that you have things to work with. Because in this game, Todak relying on combos means that they cannot afford to use any of their utility for anything else. And anytime you see Tigreal using Sacred Hammer to escape, anytime you see Momo using Final Slash to disengage, they can no longer do damage.
I think the ceiling is just so much higher. A lot more, I think the better way to put it is very linear, very cooldown dependent, but most importantly, the conditions to make it work is so much stricter, right? You don't really have much room to make errors. And in this case, like Sadaf already pointed out, once you lose a key ability, suddenly you can start fights. But I don't necessarily think it's a bad comp. I just think it's only bad when you can't fulfill all those conditions at once.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think, at the end of the day, if it was, let's say everybody was executing perfectly every single time, the whole team wasn't missing a beat on any single one of these moments, this would be a lot more even than we would have liked to imagine. But yes, they were behind in terms of overall goal and a couple of bad interactions, but I do think that draft is going to be pretty significant in the upcoming game, but more so in terms of having control over it than having a overall better team fight composition, for an example, right? Because a lot of the time the mid lane was getting shoved out a lot faster from Barracuda's side. They did it in game number 1. We've seen how they've abused that, and I think Todak really needs to, put the hammer on it just a little bit harder. We only saw it towards the second half of the ban phase that we do see, hey, we're locking out AJ, but we still left open Nana, and we know that Grace is going to be consistently either trying to help him take some pressure to get him outside of that lane. Maybe that could be a potential way to punish them.
He has been making life hard for Rafflesia, I'm not gonna lie. Even in the game 1 matchup, despite Todak winning, I would still say that Grace performed slightly better than Rafflesia overall in the game, right? The overall impact that he brought upon, and perhaps that's something that Rafflesia himself needs to look at. Maybe the heroes that Todak picks for him, or maybe just the overall decisions that he makes for the team, because Grace so far, he might not be dominating you, but he's certainly getting small leads for his team.
We talked about this earlier, how Rafflesia has a massive legacy behind him, being a Hall of Famer, having a lot of fans in the past and performing very well in the initial M series, but not having the best time in recent days. So far, that is still being pushed here. And we'll see whether or not he can overcome this difficulty.
Yep, we're seeing the exact same bans from both sides. Barracuda staying on that blue side. Todak still on the red side. Barats is a first pick for Barracuda, followed up by the carry, and as well as the Ruby from Todak. And immediately we see the Vixana pick up.
Yeah. I love the carry pickup. Is to deal with tanks like Barats, no problem. But Barats is, at this point, it's a no-brainer. They get the Vexana for some sort of control, and it's also a good combo breaker when you have Ruby, who does exactly the same, but needs to be in your face. And now you have the Arlott to go with it. I think Barracuda has some good cash potentials to get to this carry, who naturally has shorter range.
We got to think about this for a second, and I think even Todak are on the same mindset here, right? Because
Lilia.
now, I mean,
oh wait, it's banned now.
It's banned now. Lilia would have been so good.
Would have been so good
in these types of situations. But Barracuda's like, nah. We saw Zyme Senpai destroy us in game number 1. We're not letting him touch that ever again. Because I would much rather, hey, if I'm Barracuda, take the Novaria, please take it.
Yeah. It's a very smart choice by Barracuda here. I have to give props to Coach Ellis here. Taking out the Lilia straight away and then going for the Barats is an excellent choice, because it does deny a lot of mid lane control from Todak. But this is a hero you mentioned earlier, Husky, the Guinevere, now
finally
getting to show up.
It's a double flex though for Todak, so still unsure where this Guinevere is going to head towards. I personally am looking at this Guinevere. I think by by logic, this should be a straight up jungle Guinevere.
EXP. No.
I mean, if you want to grief the game, sure.
I mean, why not? It could work.
It would
you
be
never
wild.
know.
No.
But I would much prefer it in the jungle just because you have the Ruby in play already.
And better yet, let's not forget the interaction. When you leave a doppelganger mirror image of yourself, it can actually block the Daytona's welcome.
Yeah.
So that's another small interaction they could abuse.
Another Diggy ban. Just respect to Reflesia. He's not touching the Diggy anytime soon.
Oh no, there's no way he's going to be able to touch that. Now, looking at the composition so far, like Todak, it seems like a good idea to have a little bit more CC, but it's so hard to get in on Barracuda, right? Arla, the fact that they got Arla and Vexana, not even including the Barats in the lineup just yet, right? Those two, yes, it can be used aggressively, but I think Barracuda, since we've seen them play both Game 1 and Game number 2, they like to take a more defensive, slow approach to these fights. It's like, yes, Todak, be the ones to initiate these fights. We're more than happy to deal with the aggression.
You talk about the decoy, the doppelganger of Guinevere blocking the Daytona's welcome, but that is under the pretenses that the doppelganger is already out. If you are actively jumping into the Barrats, you don't get time to use doppelganger. You get gobbled up before the second part of Spatial Migration gets
All right. With that being said, Prod, get the hand cams ready.
All
get
right.
the hand cams ready.
The
We gotta
ROG
see who's quicker.
What the ROG hand cam?
Look, they're playing on 165 hertz as well, so there is no excuse of, oh, I didn't see the animation in time.
Judging by Amal's reflexes in the previous game, I'd say he's doing
I
pretty
think it's
well.
a lot easier for him too, because he just has to press the button, whereas the Guinevere has to actually choose which direction to dash away from.
Tap it twice. It doesn't matter what direction, just get me out of there.
If you tap it twice, you're dashing into the Daytona's welcome.
I mean, you gotta try, right?
You gotta try something. Oh, the
Oh, I like
Ooh.
this. I like this so much.
Dude, the tank melters on the side of Todak is actually disgusting.
It's just obscene, right? I mean, Gord, Carry, they both have the same hairstyle, I guess. But the 2 damage is what makes life for Barats hard. And then here comes the Yuzong. We talked about dive. It's an auto support for BRD.
I was wondering. Ooh!
Ah, yes.
We get the C-Trap on that Harif here. That's going to be very effective against the carry as well. There is a reason the Harif is so frequently banned. He just has a good early lane matchup into almost any marksman in the game. But ooh!
What?
Wow.
Wow.
Dang.
Sitar!
Holy cow.
Dang.
All right, Oi. All right, Momo.
Woo! That's some spicy stuff right there. Minsitar into the Yutong lane. I have to think about this for
I'm
a
telling you,
second.
it ain't Todak without these picks, you know? It's not like it's a completely new team. I know Ciku isn't around, but Momo is still there. You know, Zyme is still there. Momo has been around since, like, what, the M3 era onwards?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Been a while.
What I will say is that Minsitar here will lose to Yuzong in lane, but his value comes in the team fights. Not only does he stop Harif and Arlet from dashing, he denies the Daytona's welcome.
That is also true. Interesting. So it looks like these neutral objectives are going to be a lot more highly contested, especially if Minsitar gets into the middle of those fights. But overall, I mean, the lane dominance, I feel like Barracuda, they might want to change up the strat. Let's not team fight. Let's just focus on these lanes and we can win.
Well, we'll find out whether or not that focus will get them the victory that they're looking for in their debut match of the season. Todak versus Barracuda Esports. The score is tied. A best of 1 will determine victory.
I'm just going to say I called it. I called a 2-1, but I'm not sure which team is going to get the 2 points at this stage. It's as even as it could get. Early on in the backstage, we did discuss with our colleagues from the Basel side, like, oh wow, if Todak gets game 1, will it still be a 2-1? And I was like, yeah, I think it will be a 2-1. I think that's the ideal situation. The focus did shift a little bit, at least for Grace, putting the attention onto the Yuzong lane. That's something that Sadafa mentioned. You will beat the Minsitar in lane. Grace understands that.
It's an interesting play here to start whittling down the gold crab. I wonder if this is meant to go to Hesu or if they're really trying to funnel Amal here. We're gonna see in a few moments.
It's going to Grace.
Oh,
Getting fast, quicker, closer to level 4.
Okay.
an interesting concept. I don't think we've seen anyone do this yet, right?
Yeah, I mean,
No.
it doesn't happen often because now Amal doesn't get to be level 4. like, I don't know.
I mean, he just needs one more camp.
I
He's
mean,
fine.
he'll be for it.
Yeah, he'll eventually get it, but it's like, I don't mind a little bit of extra. I mean, maybe it's just to find the break points, right? The EXP break points for everybody. And I think starting to look a little more interesting as this game is going to go by. I feel like Barracuda, as of right now, just dominate your lanes. There's nothing much to fear here, right? Especially since you have the jungler on your side of the map. I think that making these forceful plays, these smaller skirmishes, are going to be more valuable at the end of the day.
So I would say when you give your roamer the mid lane wave right before a turtle spawns, you need to wait a while before they hit forward. Since Grace took the crab, he's going to hit forward instantly after the wave.
Yeah, he will actually have it for the turtle fight. So that could be an interesting piece of new tech here. Barracuda already has the stronger teamfight comp. If their roamer has ult before Reflecia, this could be interesting.
And Reflecia's freaking out. He's like, wait, he's level 4, boys!
Here it comes, final slash, Daytona's welcome, gobble, gobble, gobble. In the
Gary gets
stolen
it!
away by Gary, the thief out in the daylight, but first blood goes over to Barracuda. The King's Calling gets used by Momo, but he has to flicker away. Pulled back by the Barrage. It's Grace on top of him again, and the Purify this time. There's a follow-up. It's Barracuda with 2.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Very funny.
I'm pretty sure Amal could not even see him on his screen because he's at an awkward position. He's on the bottom right side, which usually is where your attack buttons are and your skills, so you probably can't see Gary walking up.
He was just too busy eating Reflecia there. Like, he was enjoying his lunch a little bit too much, forgot he needed to retreat. Gary just comes on in and grabs it for himself. That's going to be nice for Todak, but they do still end up losing 2 players there in that fight. So Barracuda still with the slight advantage. And we can see that they're continuing trying to put pressure. So Gary, he is looking for Hesu here.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea because Gary now has a decent lead against Amal so far, but he can't be wasting too much time. He needs to influence the lanes somehow to kind of skew them into their favors, to have at least one side that can reliably walk out.
Too bad Momo didn't land a pull. And that could have made all the difference. So Gary unfortunately doesn't get anything in the bottom lane, forced to reset. And to make it worse, Hesu actually stayed in the lane. I thought he would recall, but there was no need for him to do so. Now that lane is just going to be in a neutral state.
Yeah, I do like that Hesu could detect that something seemed to be a little bit off. Didn't know where Gary was on the map, and it did feel like Mobo was playing a little more aggressively than he normally would want to. So being able to stay close to the tower, even though he should be winning 1v1s, is very clear that he knows something's going on.
Dude, everybody's holding each other hostage. Nobody wants to show themselves on the map. It's just like, where's everybody? Where's the roamers? I don't know where the junglers are.
Information is a resource.
I would say Grace, he has the reach of the final slash is a bit longer.
She's just getting close.
I mean, he had to Purify anyways, but still.
I mean, sure, it would have been nice to at least break the Purify for the upcoming turtle that's coming up.
Does make you miss the old Arlet? You don't have to kind of buffer that up.
The good old days.
Good old days.
If Carrie had any hair on the side of her head, it would have been cut off by the final slash.
It would have been.
Just a casual fade.
No steal attempt this time, unfortunately. Reflecia drag back, got a flicker to safety, and now the pull into the King's Calling. Reflecia making the big play, but the damage just not there. Even with Zyme Senpoi's laser is not enough.
Dang, I really thought Reflecia was going to die to the shot residue there, but he still is able to at least get a skill 1 out to get a bit of regeneration for himself. Either way, this game, I thought it was going to be like super lane focus, a lot of like a high kill count game, a lot of action happening in either EXP or gold, but I think both sides recognize that a single kill could really skew how you actually walk around the map.
I think both these teams have gained quite a deep respect for one another after their performances in Game 1 and 2, understanding that, hey, they are both fish in the ocean, and either one of them could be the predator of this food chain. They just want to make sure it's not going to be them. So a very safe play happening right now. I do feel like Reflecia, though, what happened to him in that last fight did seem a little bit messy, because I'm pretty sure he missed the I'm offended after flickering back into the tower.
Actually, I think he pulled them back. They just didn't have the damage to...
I'm pretty sure I saw the I'm offended go in the opposite direction.
Hey man, either way, you know, if you're Barracuda, you're not gonna complain too much about it.
That's also true. Maybe we'll see it in one of the replays coming in sooner rather than later. Hesu, having the time of his life, he honestly should be dominating this like really, really hard against Momo's side, like prior to level 4. But I think Momo has played it very, very smartly, and he's also using the collector skin, so maybe that's also why he's so intimidating.
That is true. You
don't want to die looking good. You know?
Nor do you want to die to someone who is looking good. It just makes them look better.
Yeah, bury me in my casket with my Gucci shoes, right? My Gucci bags, bro.
Speaking of that, Hesu is using the base skin for Yuzong, right?
Oh,
Wait,
yeah,
is he?
wait,
It's
hold
not even an M5
It's not
Prime.
even-
Yeah, it's not even a Prime Yuzhong.
It's not even the collector
Is
as
he
well.
actually?
I think so.
I haven't been paying attention the whole
mean, the
time. I've been
dragon-
blinded by the collector.
Dragon was kind of dark toned, so I believe it is.
It should be, it should be. Now, next turtle is coming up, and it looks like Barracuda is going to start this lore dance first on their side of the map.
Okay, maybe I was wrong.
No, he has the.
Oh, he has it.
Oh, yeah, he has the...
what was it called?
Oh, wait, hold on. Let's see this fight first.
All right, we get a cash on the top side. This time onto Grace. King's Calling also used Grace. The Petrify
still
comes
alive.
out from this Yuzhong, buying enough time for the turtle to be secure, and Trap just gets a solo kill on the Momo. There's nothing you can do about it. Gary ends up falling as well, and still Barracuda getting the better end of that trade.
It's the Exorcist skin. That's the
Exorcist,
one.
yes. That's what it is.
It took me a while to get to it, but now the tier 1 has already fallen from the side of Todak's top side, and Barracuda, they're in good position. While this has all been happening, Shizuo's like, hey, I'm going to get a free wave down on that bot side. I'm going to be able to trade the turret back on as well. Looks like he's having the time of his life.
Keeping it close, still a 2,000 gold difference. Not as much as you would have wanted if you're Barracuda, right? Which means Todak, they're still within arm's reach of getting this game back in their control.
Yeah, but they do still need to be very careful here. Barracuda is now in the driver's seat of this game. Todak has a lot more tools compared to last game, so they're afforded some chance to make mistakes here, but that window is going to start closing. Trap has already gotten enough farm to the point where he can start participating in team fights, and while Shizuo is farming pretty well, I imagine we're going to want to see him participate a little bit to get some of that extra goal, because overall, Barracuda, we can't let them continue snowballing if you're on the Todak side.
I don't know. I feel like, considering how Barracuda is playing as of right now, it feels like nothing's really happening. It feels like Todak makes the move and Barracuda looks to punish, and it's going to come to a point where they're going to stalemate each other of, hey, whoever moves first essentially loses.
At one point, you also have to take initiative. I think being a responsive team, being someone a reactive team, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but at one point, that has to change. When you get the lead, that's where you need to try and push it. There are plenty of examples from previous seasons where teams with big leads just end up losing the game because they didn't utilize it as well enough.
I mean, that's the risky thing about Mobile Legends in this current meta. Just the comeback mechanics, it's so easily achieved. You could have like the worst early game in the world, but if you're mid and late game, one fight is all it takes to turn these big leads around, and eventually it's as if the entire early game didn't even matter.
We literally saw that in game 1 where Todak was able to get that comeback victory here, so we can see how much more respectful the teams are right here. Barracuda understanding that, like you mentioned, as long as Todak are the ones making the first move, they will have more tools to be able to prolong the fight. Especially since we saw in that previous game, Grace was able to survive so much longer than Todak expected and buy time for backup to arrive.
I do like how Todak actually found out where Aima was just by poking the lore a little bit. Look at Grace though. He's concealed from the back. Final slash unfortunately missed it, but he was to dash to the back to delay Momo, and this should allow them to get the lore, no problem. Gary a bit late to the party. The Furious Dive actually knocks them out, but here comes Dime Senpai with the laser flicker! And that is just perfect for Todak. A clapback to find a full team wipe from Barracuda.
Interesting. An interesting series of events here. A very clean combo coming in from Todak's side, and Gary is like, all right, guys, I'm not going to be part of that play. I'm going to try to steal this Lord real quick.
And it still worked out here. Barracuda, unfortunately, grouped up just a little bit too much.
Yo!
Oh, at least they're careful there. But the Mystic Gush from Zion Senpai, this man wants to be the MVP again.
He wants it
He's
bad.
going to do the most damage at the end of this game for sure.
Oh, interesting. Interesting how this game is actually progressing in this particular manner, right? Because Barracuda, once again, that fight was kind of awkward to a certain degree. Like, Hesu is very clearly trying to zone out Gary in a lot of these fights, and it kind of felt like he tunnel visioned on the entire situations, even after the big combo came out from Momo dropping his all into Revelation going in for the Am Offended.
Gary didn't get to steal the Lord, but he still controlled the members of Barracuda on the way out. And in those tight corners, King's Calling, you are Harif, you're not moving at all.
And without that movement, they're not able to escape from the Mystic Gush. So that is the combo that Todak has been waiting for this whole time. You'd think that Barracuda would be a little bit more wary of this potential combination here, but the fact that they allowed that to happen means that the 2K net worth lead they've been struggling to maintain this whole time instantly swings in Todak's favor. So with less structures overall now, we'll see whether or not they want to take a more aggressive or defensive approach in the next few minutes.
It also could be because Grace missed that final slash, right? Okay, Daytona's welcome. This time on the Momo. Looking for the one shot. Momo goes down and Trap collects the kill. But Shizo, he's doing some great damage. Grace comes back with immortality. Petrify Furious dive. This time the punish from Flacia. Barracuda not out just yet.
Nicely played here. A good punish onto Momo here, making sure that he doesn't even get the King's Calling off in time. And that's why ML, he's been very attentive this game. He's been making sure, the Daytona's welcomes isn't just used willy-nilly. He is looking for key targets, and he's making sure that he's not just standing in the middle of 5 people holding and charging the Daytona's welcome. He's keeping it in very, very short bursts to minimize the time that he could get punished.
I mean, we can see very quickly as well that Barracuda Esports has gained the ability to retain their nerves here. Even though they made a big mistake in that previous fight, they instantly upped the tempo instead of trying to play it slow and safe to regroup themselves, knowing that as long as Todak are not able to group up together, their individual heroes are not strong enough to take on the entire Barracuda squad.
Though I would say we have reached the point of critical mass for Shizo as well. To carry 3-0 and 1 with the Brace Might. It's a tank carry build. So far, no one from Barracuda has been able to remotely touch him.
Well, I mean, the same could be said about Trap, right? Because Trap has been doing a phenomenal job as long as he's not within the King's Calling.
Yes.
He generally does he does a lot of damage.
Positioning going to be key as we enter into the Lord contest here between these two teams. I think there's still enough structures on both sides that this one Lord won't be enough to end the game for either side unless they're able to get some kind of team wipe situation, which means that a lot of care is going to need to be taken here.
I would say the good thing for Barracuda is that Amao is 2 levels ahead of Gary. So Retrify should be 100% in his favor.
We say that. This could be cast a curse moment.
80%.
80.
As long as he's not eating. Yeah.
That's also true.
That's
as long
also
as he's
true.
not in the Daytona's welcome animation, but they need to reset this Lord here because again,
They're not
look at the
letting
side waves.
They're not letting reset. Black Dragon
Conceal.
into Conceal. They really want this Lord Barracuda. Gary gets the knockout onto Grace, and Grace is going to survive to all of that. Gary now gets dove! Amao finds the Lord, and Zyme Senpoi, he is isolated. Trap does go down though. Shizo finds the kill, and now the pull for Reflecia. It's a clapback from Todak, and Shizo collects 2.
Yeah, probably a little bit of an overextension there with them being able to survive the catch by Gary on the side. You could tell why Trap felt comfortable enough to pop the Zaman Force and jump on in, but Momo was just waiting for that. Once the Harif was caught in the King's Calling, he had no way of escaping, and that meant that even though Barracuda were able to secure the Lord, Todak came out on top in terms of bodies surviving, which means that this objective means nothing to them.
Exactly. I mean, Barracuda, they got to set up some protocols. They need to know exactly where Momo is. And yes, it's a good idea. It's like, oh yes, we want to do this Lord dance. We want to make sure that Gary can't necessarily get in on the pit comfortably, but at the same time, there's just so much counter-engage from Todak's side. Their lineup is designed for it.
Rose Gold Meteor for Momo.
Oh, I just realized that's a damage build Minzatar.
He's ready to tank up some damage and also dish out some. This is 2 Lords in a row where you get a net negative. Barracuda got nothing out of it.
It really, I mean, there's nothing much they can really do about it as well, right? Shizo, he's max build at this point. He's getting extra money just to swap items for fun.
Rose Gold Media doesn't even need Winds of Nature, realizes that Winds of Nature not important, and also they can't even get on top of me. I'm not worried about getting dove.
Yeah, it's a little less important to get Wind of Nature when your opposing marksman is a Harif here, so it's mostly magic damage, and Hesu doesn't really seem too interested in going for Shizo a lot of the time, which I think it might be time for him to start going for the carry instead. Maybe try and bait out the Purify before these fights start, because 5-0 means that Shizo is pretty busted right now.
I have to agree with that. Man, it's a tough position to be in. If you look at the damage dealt ranking, it's Zyme Senpoi, it's Shizo, Zyme Senpoi, and then AJ, and then Hesu, right? But the difference between AJ and Hesu's overall damage compared to Shizo and Zyme Senpoi, 6,000 overall. So we're seeing that Todak is getting more effective fights.
You look at Trap, he is more than 10,000s behind Zyme Senpoi and Shizo.
It's pretty weird. I think Todak are quite happy about this as well. You would think that having to deal with a Yuzong means that you had to guard your backline quite a bit, but Hesu hasn't really been diving all the way, which means that both Shizo and Zyme Senpoi are sitting very comfortably and just dishing out DPS.
I think he's more than happy. Instead of trying to go for the backline and force, and basically just forcing out all the abilities coming up from Todak's side and not really getting much out of it, but to take the time, actually play towards that front side and wait for that opportunity to jump into the backline later on after the Black Dragon form is probably the most ideal, right? Because at the end of it, even if it's just a 2v1, if it's Rafflesia plus Shizo against Hesu, I don't think Hesu ever gets a kill on Shizo.
No. But at the very least, he can buy some space right now, right? I feel like that's what Barracuda is missing a little bit. They're jumping the gun in these fights. They're trying to be a bit too aggressive the moment that Todak engages on them. And it did work for them before, but it's clear that Todak has adjusted once again. So Barracuda needs to up their adaptability game.
I'd say that Hesu at this point in time has been relegated to more of a utility zoning role, right? Yudo does fall off as the game goes on. Rafflesia with the concealed, scout out the map, doesn't see anyone. Gray's coming from the bottom end of the map.
They're still going to just dance here. I have an even simpler solution to this. It's not just Hesu, it's just we need Grace to hit a final slash.
Oh, yes.
Just he needs to hit something now.
Missing some crucial ones. Maybe expand that flicker, right? You gotta reach the back, find the gourd, find the carry.
Yes.
Yeah, and not just their hair.
Not just their hair.
Look, clean fades are nice, but like eventually we gotta call it quits here.
I prefer clean kills.
That's true.
I want clean plays.
No clean fades, just clean fades.
I will say the Lord is really hurting and is benefiting Amao because he has Guardian's helmet and Gary does not. Hit the fear of Rafflesia, losing half of that health bar. I'm offended used already. They want to commit Amao now. They told us welcome, committed everything. They get rid of Gary. This is a good start by Amao. He's low as well. The Lord gets reset. Do you really want to continue doing it? I don't think that's wise. Rafflesia goes down. That's 2 from Todak, not in the fight. But Barracuda not in a condition to really go on to this full-on brawl. They will still try to leash this though. Big damage from AJ to zone out the rest of Todak. Zaim Senpo and Shizo, they're walking up. Grace, now flicker final slash, only has a moment. Pull back, but the barrage finished off. Now the Lord is low. Gets reset at the last second. Zaim Senpo, the only one left alive, unfortunately, for Todak. Barracuda outlasting the Swordfishes.
Oof. Oh, I mean,
this is sweaty.
This is a very sweaty game. Are they still? Okay, they're not. They're not going.
I mean, if he steals it, can you imagine?
That would be too hilarious, too funny, in a matter of fact. I think this is just, you got to give it to Amal, right? That wasn't even his team. That was Amal's overall game sense. He just knew, hey, if Ruby is going to attempt to stun me, to lock me down even for a second, Gary is going to jump on me, and then the whole team is going to jump on me, right? That was a very risky call to go for a 50-50 Daytona's welcome. It could have been a delayed attempt even from Rafflesia to bait out his ult, but Amal, he got the call right.
It's not often that you take advantage of the CC immunity from Daytona's welcome in this way. It's usually more of a bonus for you to catch on to someone, but by using it preemptively to avoid being caught by Todak, Amal was able to keep himself alive in that fight, even at a tiny sliver of HP to secure the Lord, which unfortunately has been taken out quite quickly here by Todak.
I love it when a composition has 2 true damage dealers. And that was the first death for Shizzle.
Oh, that is
18 minutes.
After all, I mean, considering everything that has happened so far, I was hoping that this game would end up being similar to how Friday was in day 1, just because we're the most entertaining region. I haven't seen like a hard throw just yet.
You want to see a hard throw?
Hey man, that's what we're known for.
We were on the desk for one of those games. No, I will confidently say no.
Come on. God, somebody's gonna get impatient here.
Now, I know that we want to have a Malaysian signature on the international stage, but I don't want throwing to be it.
Okay, fine. We just won't get out of groups again.
All right, let's start throwing. All right.
Go back to throwing.
I feel like that's the same thing.
No, I'll take it back. I want to go down looking good.
Yeah, man. Put on those Gucci slides while I'm in my casket, bro.
It's like if I get eliminated from groups because I dove the fountain, so be it.
At this point, I'm just gonna accept the recall spam.
Hey man, we gotta get known for something, dude. That's why we're the most entertaining region. We're 12 and 10, 20 minutes into this game. What are we, MPL PH or something? Come on, let's double the score.
We are 30 minutes away from that, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
We're getting there. Okay.
We gotta break the MAL record first. That's 47 minutes.
Oh, dude, no way. No way.
Yeah. On the second day of the first week.
On the second day as
Believe
well.
it? Yeah, that was crazy.
That actually is crazy. 30 seconds to the upcoming Lord, and so far, both Todak and Barracuda in a stalemate. It's like, as much as Barracuda want to go for this hard engage, Todak just has too much disengage and too much counter engage to actually make it worthwhile. 40% win rate prediction for Barracuda with 60.
Both roamers with the conceal. Oh! What did I tell you? What did I tell you? It's the ROG phone. It's A-Mouse, and this man is awake.
I can't wait. I can't wait for the interview. Is like, how did you have that reaction time? 164 hertz?
65.
Sorry, 65 hertz.
65.
You're missing 1 hertz there.
Well, we'll get this full-blown combo. Okay, Grace, he's gone. Jesus tries to die, but Shizo, he's going to force the dragon to back off. And Todak, well, finding an opening.
Let's go, Lord. Let's go, Lord. Todak's already just going to move their way over. I mean, luckily, they're still following their fundamentals. They're sending Zion Senpai to deal with the top wave in the meantime, but this should fall into the hands of Todak pretty easily.
Yeah, the goal of Barracuda here is to try and slow this down, get a reset if possible, but Grace down for 30 seconds, I think it's kind of unlikely. Todak in full control over the Lord Pit.
Just gonna force Hesu away. He doesn't have the Black Dragon Form. Reflexia, he knows what's up. Just pull him back. The Eternal Guardian is not gonna do enough. Immortality has been popped. Hesu ends up going down, and the patience game has paid off for Todak, and now it is truly Lord time.
Yeah, Barracuda side getting a little impatient as well. Like, I mean, but the fact that Hesu already used the Black Dragon form, and as well as the Petrify, why go for an aggressive angle like that, right? You're probably waiting for Grace to be the person to do so, but he just spawned as well, and Emal should have been probably in that front to tank it first.
Ooh, we are definitely seeing some very calculated plays though from Todak, taking every single Lord fight slowly, making sure that even though the Lord is lost, they're gonna try and transition into a fight win so that they can clear it up. And then finally, now that they're able to get a couple of pickoffs, they go for the Lord, and this could be a chance for them to get that victory.
15 seconds for Hesu to come back, and Todak, they can feel the tide shifting. Amal with his body to try to keep this game within control, but Zion Senpai straight up flickers to the back, and Todak, they want the juggler. Swordfishers will not be denied. Ocean Derby claim, and the sea will be ruled by Todak to start off their debut.
Ooh, the legends of MPL MY make a glorious return in their debut match of MPL Malaysia Season 13, proving that they are the top of this food chain and they are the biggest predator in the sea.
Oh man, that's gotta be frustrating for Barracuda, right? A grueling 20-minute game, looking for the opportunity to engage, not given that chance as soon as the 15-minute mark occurred.
I think the craziest thing was that, okay, so the first two Lord didn't do much. Third Lord, unfortunately, also got melted, but the last one, oh, Grace, he was mirroring Reflexia the entire game. When Reflexia used Conceal, he did the same. He was trying to find an opportunity. But that pixel of a face spatial migration into Violet Requiem was what sealed the fate of Barracuda. The most minuscule of differences. Woof. And Abang Lord rejoicing. You can hear the crowd pumped up.
The Todak fans very happy with this result, and I imagine Todak themselves are going to be very satisfied with what they've done here. Their plays were very precise, very well coordinated. They didn't get a lot of Lords, but the ones they did get, they made them count.
Yeah, definitely a difference in terms of overall experience coming in from Todak's side. Not the most polished gameplay we've seen thus far, but definitely moving in the right direction.
And the Patriots, just let them have their moment. A symphony of cheers. Well, we're going to pass it to Rose to talk to Todak about this 2-1 win. Rose, take it away.
And there you have it, kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan Todak. 2-1 lawan Barracuda. Alright guys, hello, how are you feeling? Semua okay ke tak?
Okay, cuba first game.
First game, nervous sikit? Nervous. Okay, since the mic is with Gary. Gary, new player untuk Todak musim ini. How are you feeling? How's Todak? Okay ke tak environment kat Todak?
So far, so good. Alhamdulillah, saya dapat teammate saya cepat adapt lah. Cuma untuk first game ni kita orang still baru permulaan kan.
Gary nampak menggigil. Okay ke Gary? Nervous Okay Gary. So tadi you guys dah dapat macam bincang lah apa yang menjadi dalam game kedua tu. That's why managed to bounce back masa game ketiga, is it?
Game kedua tu sebenarnya otak kita orang loading sebenarnya. Macam nge-lag sikit tadi.
Oh, nge-lag sikit.
Game ketiga betul-betul lah main.
Okay, awal lagi kan. Okay, my next question will go to, let me see. Okay, kita bagi dekat Rafael Shah. Okay? Kita bagi dekat Rafael Shah. Hi, how are
Hello.
you?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay guys, mesti ramai kenal Rafael Shah kan? He's one of the OG players dekat Philippines dulu dan sekarang dia dah masuk Todak. So Rafael Shah, how is Todak treating you? How is it like inside? Are you having fun? Are the boys nice to you?
Yeah, it's so fun. They teach me a lot of things, especially the good things.
Oh, wow. Wait. That's a bit sus. Why did he have to say especially the good things? What have they been teaching you?
How to fasting like that. So I usually eat with them, but I cannot do it really like
Wait,
that.
you puasa?
Yeah, we eat with them.
Oh,
Usually.
you buka with them.
Yeah.
I see. Have you tried fasting the whole day?
Yeah, we tried but cannot.
That's fine. So, how do you feel about the atmosphere in MPL Malaysia? Is it fun?
I think it's so fun, like the hype and the excitement like that.
It's
So
there,
good.
right? It's
Yeah.
there. Okay, next, coach. Let's pass it over to the coach. Fly solo. Fly solo. Ramai nak tahu pasal fly solo ni. Okay, hi coach. How are you?
I'm good.
You're good. Okay, coach. What are your difficulties currently in coaching Todak? What are your difficulties in coaching Todak? Like, is there any communication issue, any language barrier? How is it like currently?
I think only the language barrier, but my experience a lot already, so I don't have any difficulties aside from language.
Aside from the language, are you learning Malay or are they speaking in English?
Still learning Malay.
Can you say something in Malay that you know?
Dingin banget.
That's not Malay. Okay, that's Indonesian. Okay guys,
My
it's
bad.
fine. It's all right. Okay guys, agak-agaknya siapa yang MVP game ni? Zaim. Alright guys, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. Zaim Sempoy. Hi Zaim.
Hi,
Hi, okay. How are you feeling? MVP first match korang?
I'm good. Happy lah sebab MVP. Tapi MVP sebab tim jugalah.
Wow. So, you rasa Todak kali ni rasa macam lain tak? Sebab line up ni tak ada Ciku. So, is it like macam different? Apa yang beza dan macam mana in-game punya communication actually?
Mungkin yang ni first game, so kita orang tak panas lagi lah. So mungkin ada banyak mistake daripada decision dan banyak miscom lah. So kita orang mungkin next week kita orang akan fix mana yang patut lah.
Alright, I like that. Okay, since the mic is with you dan kita dah habis interview korang, I would like Zaim to cakap, kata-kata sikit.
I think,
Tengok, almost full house.
Terus, I think better Shizu say to fans.
Shizu? Pandai korang troll kawan. Shizu, what do you want to say to the Todak fans who came today?
Thank you for coming to venue to support us.
Wait, they're teaching you to say something. Dia teach cakap Melayu Dia teach cakap Melayu ke? Philippine. No, I mean does he know how to say? Because just now Gary suruh dia cakap dalam BM. Tak ada. Alright. Deg-degan mo na. Why so little? Okay, it's fine, guys. All right, thank you so much, Todak. You guys may head on over to the media room. Guys, once again, a round of applause. Their first win this season. Woo. Seru Saturday, first match. 2-1. What's going to happen in the second match? Sekejap lagi. Adakah dia akan jadi 2-1 juga? Ataupun clean sweep 2-0? Tapi sebelum kita masuk match kedua, let us pass it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam game 2-1 ini. Casters, dipersilakan.
A stellar beginning to Seru Saturdays here as Todak secures a well-fought victory with Zaim Sempoy securing MVP of the match, and honestly, it could go to no one else.
Man has only went down like what? 3 times in total across 3 games, right? And I'm including the Novaria game in this. If he keeps doing this, man, I have nothing else that is that can top the good things I've said about him.
I mean, I feel like he hasn't changed much.
No.
This time on SMG, pretty much the same thing.
Still the same Zion.
Still the same Zion that we all know and love.
I still remember the times when he was playing as a roamer as well and making plays even like with the with flicker wild charges, doing things that other players would only dream of being able to do. So it's clear that the game sense on this man is on a different level altogether. And I'm very happy to see that he is with a lineup and a coach with so much potential and their eyes set for the skies.
Yeah, I think Gary, said it quite well during that interview. The fact that this team is great at adapting, right? They're great at consistently learning on the fly, and I think that's one of the biggest strengths that Todak have so far. We don't see that blind aggression anymore, but we do see at least somewhat a controlled tempo.
As perhaps this series, the results could put some of the doubts to rest as well, because a lot of people, you look at the scrim results of Todak and you know how netizens go. They have no faith in Todak. They're like, wow, you're spending on imports. What are you going to do with it? I think this is a good omen for Todak. At least when you look at the series as a whole, taking on Barracuda was not an easy feat.
Absolutely not. And I think a lot of that is props given to Barracuda as well. I think this is a team that came into the season with not a lot of expectations compared to all the other incredible lineups we've seen, but they really gave Todak a run for their money today. And even until the end of that game, anything could have happened. So we really got to keep our eyes open for both these teams as we proceed with the regular season. But for now, let's look at the match.
Yep, I mean, based off the items so far, we can see that everybody was looking to somewhat have some kind of defensive utility against their opponents. They didn't want Ford to get caught here. Even Email himself is like, you know what? I'm taking a Winter Truncheon just so that I can dodge one more extra ability if necessary.
And I think at the end of the day, it really came down to just who makes the first mistake or who takes the first initiative, right? I think Barracuda and Todak, they both have their fair share of errors, but it was Todak's willingness to look for opportunities that really garnered them that lead that broke open the entire game. And when you look at Barracuda roster as a whole, they're not the most hype roster coming into this season. They're definitely the more low-key one, aside from their very colorful thematic on their social media. But aside from that, I think expectations aren't really set for this team. They themselves have set it high.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement as well. I think that, especially in a match like this, right? Yes, they are actively trying to look for these types of pickoffs here, but I think a lot of the onus, I would say, is due to the experience from Todak. The fact that when they are looking for picks, the timings of when the waves are about to crash and when they are about to spawn are very, very precise, in a matter of fact. They know that a rotation is expected to be made, and that's why they're looking for those picks in the first place. Unlike Barracuda, we don't see that exact type of precision.
Yeah, I think experience speaks volumes when it comes down to macro decision making like this. It just takes a lot more time on the stage to be able to understand timings based on minion waves, based on the flow of the game. And I think Barracuda Esports did do a good job overall. I think a lot of their decisions, a lot of the team fights that they did take were made on the fly, but they were still able to take control of most of this game until Todak decided it's time to slow things down, wait for Shizo to get full build, and then just run over the game with it.
I think a stalemate is actually the scariest state of the game, right? Because that really comes down to how much control do you have over the state of the game? How do you start manipulating the micros, like your lane equilibrium, your map control? I think that's what Todak has been doing very well. They are fine playing a slow and quiet game, but Barracuda, you can feel the nerves settling in. They're like, oh well, we don't see anything. We gotta get something done. And that's where Todak is good at responding with their own pounce.
Yep, the impatience that started to build up here. And I feel after two really decent games coming in from Grace, Game 3 is where he actually played by far the worst on this Arlet, where it's so all in. These final slashes were not making the impact we were hoping to see.
The impatience, right? It's like you are jittering a little bit, you are making the calls, and he's still actively trying to find an opportunity, but he's starting to miss the beat a little bit.
Yes. It's unfortunate to say the least. I would say that consistently, Amal, whether, yes, game number 1, the most impatient I've ever seen him. Game 2 and 3 is when he starts calming down. They kind of all need to kind of heat up, warm up together.
Yeah, you gotta have that synergy between the team here, but a lot of potential is there. It's just quite unfortunate that Arlet's 0% win rate still persists here until day 2. Someone's gotta break it eventually.
Eventually. I don't know. I gotta double check the stats to see how good it's going amongst public ranks before we start comparing it to the competitive scene globally as well.
I want to look at the other regions, man. I know public ranked, it might be skewed a little bit because they build full damage Arlets.
At least it gives us a baseline at the very least
That
of what
is
it
true.
should be leaning more towards.
Maybe that's what the players should start building, right? Just full on Hunter Strike, I don't know, Thunder Belt.
That is what people are building on Arlet in the EXP lane, though. Being able to just one-shot people is very effective when you have like the Vengeance combo with the Final Slash.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time. And then Mincetar shows up and he's just like, I will build full damage as well.
Yeah.
Well, can you believe it? Mincetar got won a game before Arlet did.
Oh man,
so true.
You are correct. Now that you frame it like that, it's even sadder.
All right, let's have a look at the Hall of Famers here. From Rich Guy B, from the Rich Guy to the carry, from the sandbag to the best wingman, we're seeing Zyme Senpai. We're seeing Zyme Senpai consistently on the carry every single game.
Yeah, designers must be happy they don't have to change the portrait for the carry.
They don't have to change his picture.
It's just Zyme Senpai all the way.
Our designer is just holding his fist together. It's like, yes, a big fan of Zyme Senpai. Saves me a little bit of work.
Now he just needs to be able to secure his spot on the other roles as well. Like one of these days, all four is just gonna be Zyme Senpai.
It's gonna be a sandbag.
I'm gonna have a problem if he is the sandbag, unless he plays like Terizla mid, but that is highly unlikely.
Hey, who knows, man? Todak, with Todak, you know, never
Todak is
know.
You could see like the Phobius mid. You can see if you still want the old meta, you got the Grok mid. You know.
Zyme is his own person. He's not gonna be influenced by all these shenanigans, you know. That's why he's the pillar of the team.
Let's have a look at specifically the gold graph here, because I think this tells quite an interesting story here, because it's, I wouldn't even say it's a back and forth. It really is, when do people start hitting their power spikes and when do you see the adaptation begin for a team? For Todak, it starts at the 10-minute mark. Prior to that, Barracuda, again, we are seeing them go in, but this time with a very good reason of why they can actually capitalize and multiply that goal by 2x or even a 5x this time round to break it into at least a 5,000. They hardly even broke 3,000.
I think it's very smart what Todak did do here, because now that they're under the tutelage of Coach Fly Solo, it does seem that they're a much more controlled team, right? We're not really seeing the same Langar style, where we've seen this gold graph earlier in the series as well, and it never really leaned too far in either direction. Todak seems to be very good at maintaining the net worth at a manageable level. They still really like going for that late game, but they adjust their draft and their gameplay to make sure they never fall too behind until that power spike comes.
Yeah, when you look at the first two lords, despite Barracuda getting the lord, Todak is the one that has the goal advantage, right? It's not a big goal advantage, as not after the first one, but the second one is where they started getting all the kills onto Barracuda. They took care of the lord, and that is also, I think, a big factor of why Barracuda's goal lead never really got increased, because Todak was just stopping them, was just throwing a wrench in their plans, even though the plan sort of worked out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see even in the highlights, right? The general idea is to play around these neutral objectives and get these either a pick or a really, really big fight. And that's the biggest problem, because there's so many ults that disrupt the entire composition from the side of Barracuda, especially that King's Call. It's obnoxious to deal with. And if not, you still have to worry about the Mystic Gush at the very end as a big nuclear option.
This one was kind of what really started the comeback for Todak, at least keeping them in the game, right? Barracuda got the dive and just ended up in a what do you call it, in a kill box.
And Todak never fully invests either in these team fights, right? You can see that they're not really going for these team fights with the purpose of taking the objective. They're going in with the purpose of picking off members of Barracuda who go too far, because they know with Shizo around and Zyme Senpai, Lord defense is not going to be much of an issue for them.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough to see because there's so many annoying things to deal with. And I think it's something to keep in mind that maybe Mincetar might be coming up back in popularity here in your public games for Malaysian solo queue. Todak, they shoot right back up. It's not a 2-0, but at least a 2-1, sitting underneath both Team Hawk and as well as Langor Red Giants.
I think that's good enough of a start for Todak. I don't expect them to shoot to the top at least in the first 2 to 3 weeks, and this is a team that needs time to adjust. We saw that with the transfer window last season where Zyme Senpai joined in. They had some adjustment. Rough at that point, at one point, was playing in the marksman role, and then Ciku went to jungle. We even saw Rival in the jungle at one point. But both of them are right now, at least for Rival, he's back. He's down in MAL with Todak Legion. So I think you know, Todak, these adjustments are good. This is not the explosive start, but it's a good enough start.
Yep, and for Barracuda Esports as well, because they were able to put up such a tight fight here, they're not going to be joining Bounty and Homeboys at the bottom of the table. They're going to be sitting comfortably around the middle right now as we wait for the remaining MPL teams to play their first matches of the season.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that here, but a very good way to kind of start today on Saru Saturdays, especially getting a good look at both Barracuda and as well as Todak. We can kind of roughly tell the potential power that they could be having when they reach their peak later down the line.
The best part has just begun, right? We had the Ocean Derby, or as our friend Renma likes to call it, the fish fight.
The fish fight.
The fish fight. Now we have Monster Vicious against RGMY coming up.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. We have a team that was one of the favorites to become champion last season against a team that has been dominating the Tier 2 scene before coming into MPL MY with some familiar faces as well. I'm so excited to see Nova and Fakers playing with their original lineup.
Yeah, not being loaned out to anybody this time round. It's like, finally, we got the OGs in the OG squad playing for the MPL.
Yeah, Subway, Ames, you know, so this is kind of like a throwback, right? A run it back to a lot of these players coming together. I mean, you can say the same about Bounty Esports, but I think MV hits closer to home.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, RSGMY, this is a team that, again, a very disappointing run last season, even after dominating everybody else. With a couple of tweaks and changes to the roster, could this be now the perfect concoction?
Without Demon Kai, and now Ripple might be taking the backseat as well. We see Kaiser being brought back in. That this man has raised a lot of questions in the community. And this, I think, would be a very good litmus test to see how they fare up against MV. And I'm expecting, if you're an RSG fan, you're expecting a clean 2-0. But if MV makes a dent, ooh, there'll be more questions to be asked.
Ooh, it's gonna be such an exciting match to watch here. Just like every other squad here in Season 13 of MPL MY, both these teams have a lot to prove in their very first match. So once again, we're gonna remind you guys of what is coming up next for Day 2 of the first week of Season 13. We just watched Todak's secure victory against Barracuda Esports. We're already talking about it. Monster Vicious versus RSGMY is going to be next. And we'll top off the day with Niners versus King Empire.
Yeah, another matchup that's going to be interesting to see. People want to kind of judge where King Empire is going to be amongst the power rankings of everybody else. And the Niners keeping a majority of their roster, a couple of tweaks here and there. But so far, kind of looking good.
I mean, the return of Moon. He has been there for quite a while, right? The legacy of Todak, the one that even back in the M1 days, he was a crucial player to bring Todak to stardom, the one who popularized zero cooldown for meteor shower Chang'e, wind talker Chang'e, and all of that good stuff. And now finally, after a break, he joins the Niners, finally kind of leaving Todak. Perhaps a new start.
Well, I mean, the Moonatics are definitely going to be happy here for him. At least we're getting to see his style of play all over again. I don't know whether it's going to force him to adapt to the team or whether he's going to stay true to himself with the way that he plays the game. Hopefully he comes back to that form. Hey man, guerrilla tactics. You never know when he's going to start showing up from a bush, blow you up with a Kadena or stealing away your buffs with a on-hit Chang'e.
It does seem like we're seeing a lot of returns of legacy mid laners, right? We got Moon coming in, we had Dominus already with Bounty, Zion Sempoi showing up today with Todak. A lot of old players wanting to regain their place in the MPL, even with all the new talent coming in. I'm very excited to see what happens in the next game, but we're going to go on a short break before that. Any final thoughts on this first series of the day?
I have a quick conspiracy. The reason we're seeing so many legacy plays is because this year M Series is in Malaysia, so gotta come out of retirement. Time to bring the trophy back home.
Maybe.
I don't know. MSC is like 3 million prize pool. Oh, 3 million sounds like a lot of money. Not a big deal. Not a big deal.
Not a big deal at all.
It's always about the M Series. Every international is going to be important, but I am excited to see Kaiser play all over again.
We're excited to see so many players play all over again. Lots of surprises this season. Lots of unexpected situations have already occurred. And we're not even halfway through the second day of the first week. We still have 6 weeks of the regular season here. I have no idea who's going to be representing us once we head on into MSC. But we're going to take a short break before we go on into the next series of the day. Before we go, we'll leave you guys with a bit of a mic check so that you guys have something to entertain yourselves with. Until then, we'll see you.
Oh, take it out. I'm good.
Okay, Hiroshi,
Ya.
Eh, no,
Gerak.
Fedrin.
I got Fedrin. Nice.
Nice, more.
Back up.
I don't have mana. Nice. Back.
Back. Just back. Cikgu betul. Nice.
Just go.
Nice. Targeting. Nice. Just
Go,
Fedrin.
more.
I think we can end.
Boleh.
Just me.
Boleh.
Nice.
Oi! Tower.
Tower.
Nice.
Aku lock.
Carry. Nice guys.
Aku hidup.
Boleh, track free hit. Nice guys.
Nice.
Nice.
Tiga, aku tak join.
Nice.
Tiga tak join.
Alot guys, alot.
Okay.
Targeting, alot. Just
Bye. Balik.
No barang.
Mid guys, mid.
No barang.
Low mid. We can. Aku tutup tiga.
Tigrel.
Dek.
Nice. Ni.
Kiri lu.
Momo.
Ni.
Boleh tak Momo? Nice
Nice.
guys.
Santai guys.
Tahu je. Santai.
Go Nana.
Nice.
Kan.
Hero ya. I just hati here.
Baran ulti.
Baran ulti. Just fight. We win. She's so pretty.
Nice, Momo.
Anjing kena.
One moment, Momo.
Let's go. Bawah. Tower lock.
I got it.
Nice.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Logan gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
Kita akan ada satu warrior manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, and right where I wanna be. We've got time to take. And I'm all that I wanna be.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G
5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
Welcome to All-Star 2024. Hey, superstars.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage.
Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen!
Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat. ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Oh, take it out. I'm good.
Okay, hero Shizo.
Yeah.
Hey, no,
Gerak. I got Vedrin. Nice.
Nice, more.
Back up.
I don't have mana. Nice. Back.
Back. Just back. It's okay. Immortal. Nice.
Just go.
Nice. Targeting. Nice. Just wait. I think we can end. Boleh.
Just me.
Boleh. Nice.
Oi! Tower! Nice!
Tengah aku guys. Aku lock. Gary. Nice guys.
Aku hidup.
Boleh, track free hit. Nice guys.
Nice.
Nice.
Aku tak Tigra. Nice. Tigra tak join.
Alot guys, alot. Targeting, alot. Just
Die. Bye. Balik.
No barang.
Mid. Low emit. We can. Aku tutup Tigra. Tigra seorang.
Tigrel.
Dead.
Nice. Ni. Momo.
Ni.
Boleh tak Momo? Nice
Nice.
guys. Santai guys.
Tahu je.
Santai.
Go Nana, tahu Nana.
Santai.
Hati. Hero ya. I just hati here.
Baran ulti.
I got three.
Baran ulti.
Just fight. We win. She's so pretty.
Nice, Momo.
Anjing kena.
One moment.
Let's go! Bawah! Pause, bawah.
Tower lock.
I got it.
Nice.
Masih lagi mencuba.
Walaupun Jesus terpaksa dijatuhkan, tapi mereka masih lagi sempat untuk mendapatkan lot yang seterusnya. Tengok bagaimana trap yang telah pun di-shutdown kau oleh Gary. Gary cuba untuk bertahan, mencari ruang. Mungkin Emal yang akan dicari referee. Syah, tenang cukup kemas. Emal mungkin akan dikejar, nyawa semakin rendah tapi Emal. Agak bahaya Emal, nyawa yang semakin rendah tapi referee Syah daripada belakang. Cuba untuk melakukan implosion tapi referee Syah ini dijatuhkan oleh Jesus. Emal sempat lagi untuk dijatuhkan daripada Zamzam Boy. Kali ini mereka cuba untuk masuk, memaksa keadaan tapi Gary hilang. Untuk mencari pasukan lawan, tapi kali ini tengokkan bagaimana Emal masih lagi berjaya untuk belakang lot yang ada. Tapi kali ini mangsa yang pertama telah pun digugurkan oleh Chris daripada tangan Zamzam Boy. Mungkin cuba untuk mencari mangsa seterusnya, tapi Shizo tak boleh dapatkan trap. Hazel juga tak jadikan Gary, tapi Shizo berjaya untuk mendapatkan double kill.
Dalam keadaan yang sangat mudah. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy!
I'm sorry. Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke Seru Saturday MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan tadi, kita dapat saksikan perlawanan di antara dua pasukan ikan yang agak sengit sebab korang kena ingat, perlawanan tadi habis dengan 2 berbalas 1. RSG untuk season ni, untuk game ni pula, match ni kita akan saksikan perlawanan Monster Vicious yang akan menentang RSGMY. Now, I rasa match up ni agak interesting sebab for the side of Monster Vicious kan, dorang adalah satu team dalam MPL Malaysia musim ini yang menggunakan full local lineup. And of course, for the side of RSG pula, dorang kata season ni ialah season prime dorang. So like, you know, agak-agak siapa akan top regular season ni? Fans RSG dah cakap RSG dah. But you know, we'll only find out later. Tapi, sebelum kita mulakan match kedua kita actually ada satu award khas nak sampaikan, iaitu Anugerah Fan Club of the Season. Kepada para peminat dan penyokong, ketahuilah bahawa pasukan anda amat menghargai dan bangga melihat sokongan yang diberikan. Di sebalik jeritan, kegembiraan dan tangisan yang anda berikan, anda telah memberi satu semangat kepada pemain untuk bangkit tak kala mereka kecewa, sedih dan ingin berputus asa. Bagi menyampaikan anugerah fans ini, saya ingin menjemput Encik Fikri Rizal Mahrudin, Marketing and Business Development Lead of MPL Malaysia, untuk menyampaikan anugerah ini kepada wakil pasukan RSG Malaysia, the one and only Ripo dan juga representative community RSG. Entrance RSG untuk musim ini, guys. Wow. Hi, guys. Okay, actually, can we have a mic for Ripo, please? Mic for Ripo. Yes. There we go. Jangan nak tutup muka, Ripo. Ripo, mic. Alright, Ripo. On behalf of RSGMY, apa yang Ripo nak sampaikan kepada peminat-peminat RSG?
So, untuk peminat-peminat RSG, terima kasih sebab dah support RSG season lepas. So, inilah korang dapatkan award daripada MPL. Fans award. Terima kasih.
Alright, congratulations once again to RSG. And terima kasih Encik Fikri di atas penyampaian anugerah dan tahniah diucapkan kepada pasukan RSGMY. Alright guys, so inilah match yang kita ditunggu-tunggu. Tapi sebelum kita nak start match, I nampak ramai orang datang, so mestilah ada suara sikit. Betul? Betul. Okay, so I nak tanya. Dah ready ke guys? Kenapa macam tak ada orang? Dah ready ke guys? Side ni pula. RSG. Nampaknya dah ready. Tapi side ni tak cukup ready. Okay ya? Sekali lagi ya. Sekali je. Alright, sekali je bagi Monster Vicious, are you guys ready? RSG. Diorang dah kalahkan dah. Sekali bagi sekali. RSGMY, are you ready? Wow. Tengok, patutlah diorang dapat Fan Club of the Season. Tengok, semangat lain macam. Okay, I nak tanya semua pula. Okay? Okay Make the drums go roar, okay? MBSJ, are you ready? Alright, tanpa membuang masa, marilah kita menjemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Dibarisi beberapa pemain berpengalaman di pentas MPL. Selamat datang diucapkan kepada pasukan baru yang berjaya mendominasi Tier 2. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, Monster Vicious! RSGMY menambah baik pasukan dengan memasuk Benogo, Kaiser dan juga Sora Payung bagi membantu percaturan Coach Ring. Ladies and gentlemen, the regular season monster RSGMY.
Sekarang marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops, Cedric, yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Alright guys, the team dah nampak ready. Semua fans dah nampak ready. Are you all ready to start the second match of the day? Very good. Untuk semua orang dekat rumah, you guys boleh check the code kat bawah untuk dapat gift for you guys at home. And of course, for those watching here, you guys are always in a treat. So, jom datang ke MBS Day. And with that, I think sekarang dah masa untuk start our second match, Game 1. With that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The regular season of Season 12 versus the monsters that trampled Tier 2 underfoot to make it to MPL MY. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the second match of Week 1, Day 2. And of course, it is Saru Saturday, so you guys are in for a treat. My name is Stafa, along with Gideon and Husky once again. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling great. Yesterday we saw Bounty make their debut, and now we get to see the second team, which is Monster Vicious, a collection of a lot of veterans, a lot of old guards now coming together to realize one single vision to bring that Tier 2 ferocity to Tier 1.
Look, the crazy part about it all is a lot of the players from MV get loaned out to MPL teams time and time again, whether it be one of them, whether it be two of them, sometimes from different teams as well. But they're going to be facing off against potential giants here. RSG absolutely crushed the regular season in Season 12. Hopefully, they're going to repeat this overall incredible performance now with Venogod and the coming of Kaiser.
Venogo, not Venogod. Venogod
Man,
he's not Venogod yet.
Not Venogod yet.
I can't take away his name, man. It's too good. It was such a good IGN.
I get you, but before we move on into the game itself, we gotta tell you about the devices these players are playing on to reach their maximum potential. None other than the ROG Phone 8. You guys can dominate with spectacular gameplay with the king of performance itself, your ultimate gaming phone right here. ROG Phone 8, our official phone partner here for MPL MY.
I would say, since we're already talking about the jungler of RSGMY, he has some big shoes to fill. Demon Kite left a void when he went back to MPL Philippines and proceeded to win tournaments with them. And right now, and I think he got the best jungler of Season 12.
Yep.
Venogo stepping in. There's not only a big shoe to fill, but also a lot of expectations to be made.
Hopefully, it's going to be a repeat of that process itself, right? We saw the debut of Demon Kite, and it was outstanding, right? Nobody stood a chance against the man when he is on form. Venogo, on the other hand, the question still remains, does he really jive with this team, or is it one of those situations where you get a Filipino jungler, you kind of do the regular team stuff, let the jungler do his thing, don't need too much communication, he'll naturally find those kills.
Well, a little while ago, that would have been enough just from the sheer performance of a lot of Filipino players, but gameplay really has leveled up here in MPL Malaysia, where coordination, communication, team synergy has become that much more important. In the meta where team fighting and being able to use your resources and timings correctly makes all the difference. So we'll find out whether or not that difference is going to be made here for RSGMY. I'm sure they're eager to make up for their poor performance in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's definitely kind of an objective that RSGMY is looking for. The coach Rain said that he feels like the team is at its prime now. He sort of said that last season, but I hope now he has kind of surpassed that. Right now, they're truly in their prime, but not without certain changes, right? Venogo is one of them. I know we brought this up a couple of times already. Kaiser is now back. Used to play with, I think, Karakao back in Season 9, and now taking over kind of the state that Ripple left behind.
And I don't know whether or not it's going to be the correct decision or not. It's been a while since Kaiser has actually played him. When he did play, he was very much a pillar style of EXP laner. He gets the job done, he does it very efficiently, and if you decide to invest even just a little bit of time and gold into his lane, he can really stretch that lead.
Yeah, compared to Rippo, not just in-game but outside of game, Kaiser is a much more reserved player. He prefers those tanky, bulky, utility EXP laners rather than going for flashy dive plays. So we'll see whether or not that is sufficient for the meta, or maybe his hero pool, you never know, could have undergone some evolution since the last time we saw him. It has been a long time since he's come back onto the stage, but I believe Coach Sora already mentioned to us that his mechanics are still there.
Still got the moves to go with it, right? I mean, even Coach Sora Payong last season was with Red Esports and now taking over the role that Skadaga left behind. Skadaga, you know, led RSG MY to a championship trophy back in season 7, and now Sora Payong coming in, filling in that role, but he has Coach Rain beside him, so this is going to be an interesting dynamic behind the scenes.
To be fair, we did have a bit of a conversation, or at least seen his overall personality in the talent room itself, and for the first time I haven't seen this man falling asleep. It looks like he's got plenty of sleep. He doesn't look as stressed out compared to when he was with Red Esports, constant eye bags, and now he looks like he's energized and honestly very motivated this season.
I mean, you would get eye bags if you're like losing almost every game.
Yeah, that would definitely affect his sleep quite a bit, but it's good to see that he's back in action. He's energized once again. Of course, we do expect everyone to be energized at the start of the season. We'll see what happens by the end of the season, depending on how RSG MY performs, but this is a team with a lot of promise and a team that a lot of people are going to be watching because of how dominating they were last season.
Yeah, speaking about a team that has a lot of promise, MV, right, Monster Vicious, a team with players that have finally found a home. Ruff now also a part of that team, and last season when he was brought in to play with Todak as sort of like not the replacement in that goal lane, he had certain moments of brilliance and he was put in one of the toughest series of all time against SRG, and he didn't win that series, but he definitely cemented himself as a rising star. And right now with Monster Vicious, at least in the tier 2 scene through the MPL qualifiers, he looked flawless.
It was a rough spot for Ruff, but hopefully things will go smoother now that he is with Monster Vicious. Like, we do have to pay attention to these players, right? Let's start things off. We got the ultimate loyalist duo here. Lalil and Izanami are now both in their 8th season with RSG MY. I still remember all the way back to their debut, the impact that these players made.
Yeah, season 5 onwards, right? Won a trophy in season 7, and ever since then have been chasing for a second. Came as close as they could be last season, finishing 4th, unfortunately. Actually, no, finishing 4th. Very unfortunate.
It is unfortunate indeed, especially considering the track record that they both have. Considered to be the Prince of Mage, Izanami, and obviously Loliel's very volatile in his lane. It's either he wins the lane unbelievably hard and dominates the entire game afterwards, or loses his lane and still doesn't make an impact in team fights. It really is a 50-50 on what we usually get from Loliel's.
I mean, Loliel also had some big moments last season, right? And up against the biggest teams like SMG, for example. When they took SMG down in the group stage, it was Loliel's heroic play with the Beatrix that enabled that to happen. And we want to see that kind of get replayed again, but in a new season.
All right, here we go. Looks like the draft has already begun, starting off with RSG on the blue side, up against MV on the red side. We are seeing the Rubian as well as the Angela immediately banned out. Not to forget, the Matilda straight away from MV.
Now, last season, part of what made RSG MY such a dominating team was their effectiveness towards the early stages of the game. They were easily the masters of the early game phase, being able to invade, being able to pressure, gank, get kills, and snowball very easily against almost every team they came across. The question now is, will they retain that same sort of gameplay now that they've switched up their roster a little bit?
That is where we need to look at the dynamic between the roamer and the jungle plus XP lane, right? Back then it was Storm and Demon Kite, you just leave them to do what they like to do. Objectives, Demon Kite will secure it, and Storm is always setting things up for the team. But that is because you have someone who can play as fast as Demon Kite. He's always following up, he's always on the ball. But in this case, if Vanguard can't keep up with it, we might see a change in that rhythm. Same for Kaiser. Does he have the guts that Ripple has to go in and just start a fight without thinking too much about whether he goes down or not? If he does not, then I think Storm's role might change a bit.
Well, I do think that Kaiser is the type of player, the last time we saw him, he's willing to sacrifice a lot for his lane, right? Especially for his team, for neutral objectives. He's willing to miss 2 waves, even sacrifice his entire gold plating just to make sure that they secure a turtle or even a lord in these cases. But jumping back over to Venogo in this position, sorry, he hasn't proven himself to be a god just yet. Soon it will happen. I will call him by his moniker when the time comes, but he used to be the shot caller.
Yeah.
And that's kind of interesting here, because how does that kind of apply to the rest of the team? Who is that main shot caller to keep everyone in check? I would imagine that Stoem was similar to last season, but that could be a 50-50 distribution between the two of them.
Yeah, the shot caller for RSGNY has switched around from here to there. Previously, it was Storm. Izanami has taken up the mantle at times when necessary. We'll see how Venogo will perform, especially now that RSGNY has decided to go for that Nolan being left open by Monster Vicious. We've been talking about RSGNY this whole time. Let's give Monster Vicious some love. These are faces we recognize, and there is a reason why MPL teams would loan them out sometimes.
I mean, you look at Nova Escobar, right? Last season, Supernova, the season before that, Nova Escobar. Whatever name you know him as, he has proven himself to be a very, very proficient roamer. He's always looking for openings, and he's also not afraid to take initiative for the team. And with a team like Monster Vicious, I think Nova Escobar now has a lot more space to kind of move around. I would imagine similar to what Grace is doing currently for his team in Barracuda. But the opening picks that Valentina, a very stable opener.
Yeah, the Valentina to make sure that Izanami won't be able to grab one of his signature hero picks. I am a little surprised they wouldn't go for Barat at this point as an easy answer flex pick into the Nolan, and also to deny it from Kaiser. I still remember back then when Kaiser was active, Barat was one of his favorite heroes, so I feel like RSG may want to home in on that.
Well, we'll see in a little bit whether or not that's going to be the case, right? RSG needs to finish up the first half of the drafting phase. They're going to get the Minotaur. It looks like it's going to be team fight oriented, paired up with the Harith, very much within the style that Loliels likes to play in lane.
Yeah, and just in the era of Harith gold lane being a thing again, right? So now there's even more incentive to pick it up. This Nolan pick, very telegraphed. You see that Phobia's ban, you know it's going to come. I think Monster Vicious, they are definitely ready for this. They can still go for the Barras if they want to. This is the last pick of the first phase. I imagine Barras will probably be banned out by RSG if MV doesn't take it.
Yeah, this is going to be very solid right now for RSG. So one thing I do worry about is the fact that both Nolan and Harith are very speedy, multi-dashing, magic-type DPSs. Obviously, Phobius is already gone, but if you were to lock in something like the Kufra or the Minstar, which we saw earlier today, that could really deny a lot of RSG's damage potential. So we'll see whether Monster Vicious does go for that, but to finish off their first phase, Subway's signature Fredrin will be locked in.
It doesn't matter what team he has given Fredrin, he's going to be able to make things actually happen in the game, but now we go move into the second phase of the picks and bans, and this is where it gets a little bit curious, right? Where does MV really want to lean into? Do they really want to abuse the fact that they have the Arla in that flex pick position and start targeting down EXP laners to kind of ease up that matchup to potentially throw in there? Or do they not mind, right? Do they focus straight away on these mid laners, like Nana, for an example?
I imagine they would first focus on the mid lane bans, and the fourth pick is going to be that gold laner. You already saw the Harith, and you want to keep this Arla a secret, right? So you want to see what RSG is going to pick up to complete their composition first. Though an opening like what MV has shown us is what I personally consider a safer opening. You're not revealing big hitting heroes yet, but you're telling your opponents that I'm going to play a very, very stable game. We have multiple conditions to work with. We have a rock solid foundation.
I just mainly want to make sure that Monster Vicious, their draft right now, is going to be lacking a little bit of that early game damage. Valentina needs time to scale up, and then Arlet and Fredrin will not do too much consistent DPS, so they need either their gold lane or their EXP lane, depending on whether Arlet will be flexed as such, to actually be able to put up a fight in the first few minutes of the game.
Well, I mean, considering that RSG has already revealed their linchpins, like, yes, we can play around our gold lane. We expect this Harith to actually dominate in whatever matchup that gets shown, and it's going to to be very centric around team fighting because of the Minotaur. I think at least with MV's side, they need to start making decisions now about, hey, it's not about the matchup in the gold lane. I think we could split up. We could split up into one mage in that Nana as well as one EXP laner and to still keep things up in the air, or really double down on those mages.
And knowing Izanami, he can be a more supportive mid laner. I'm looking at the Faramis being a potential option, but then there's a Valentina on the other side, right? That could be a direct answer to that potential Faramis pick. This glue ban from MV is very interesting, but I can understand where they're coming from. You do have bulky frontliners that just don't want to be stuck, don't want to have something sticking on them.
Yeah, back when Kaiser was active, his signature heroes were basically Baratz, Glue, and then sometimes Esme and Uranus, right? So this is a very focused sort of ban phase towards Kaiser there. It's interesting that they would go for Glue compared to like Baratz, who is much more popular right now, but I suppose that having a hero that could very easily pull the Fredrin away from the turtle pit is what they want to avoid.
Or they could just first pick it for themselves, am I right? You know, pick up the Baratz on the side of MV
that's true.
and say, hey, you got to figure it out yourself now.
Yeah, he made it through to the second pick phase, and there's still an opportunity. But if you pick the Baratz right now, you are essentially revealing this Arla to be in the roam, right? And now it's just up to either Baratz or Fredrin, but knowing Subway, this is a Baratz XP. I think by process of elimination, I prefer if they go for the gold laner right now. You don't really have anything that you need to worry too much about, or at least you're already seen the Harith and the Nolan, so carry is going to be the option.
Want to make sure that they can get rid of some of these tanks. They're expecting Kaiser to also play a tank. They know that Nolan is definitely going into the jungle, so therefore, what is the mid lane going to be for RSGMY? I think that's going to be the big question here. Nana and Vixana are already out, so Lilia doesn't seem too bad of an option overall.
Lilia, Novaria. If you want more consistent damage and zoning, there's always the Lilia. But if you want utility, then there's always the Novaria. Kaiser on that Yuzong, some dive potential.
I wonder if they want something different, because if they pick a regular mage now, most of their damage is magic. So it wouldn't be too difficult for Monster Vicious to itemize with the Athinas into the Radiant here. Yuzong does put a bit of a stop to that plan, but the Black Dragon form being stealable now for Monster Vicious could be something to worry about.
Let's see, final pick. It is a Faramis. What I say.
Nicely done, nicely done. Again, RSG just sticking very true to their core. Once the linchpins are already shown, they're just really leaning in towards their direction. Good call there. But now with the Yuzong in lane, MV, they've got plenty of options to actually try and deal with this. They could get another tanky frontliner themselves, or do they want to supplement it with some more dive damage, something that has a little bit more AoE to try and crack open and force Farmers to use his Netherrealm early on.
Lapu, Baratz. I'm still looking at the Lapu as a very good option. I think Midzita looks a bit juicy, but I feel like that's more of a Todak thing. They probably practice with it. For MV, just stick with what you're good at. I think the Lapu now feels very, very juicy. But they go for the Paquito instead, so opting to play a more side lane-oriented XP lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty volatile EXP lane because it could go either way for the Paquito or even for the Yuzong here. More importantly, both compositions definitely want to play around their gold laners as much as they can. I think MV is going to take a bit of a beating here in the earlier stages of the game. If maybe they can get a little bit of gold in EXP or a single kill for Zeno in the EXP side to have control over that side of the map, then they can start investing their time on the opposite side and make sure that carry actually gets to where she wants to be.
Yeah, I agree with you. Paquito is going to be their best bet for those first few minutes of the game, because having to deal with a Harith, Nolan, and Yuzong at the same time means team fights are not going to be easy for Monster Vicious. We're going to be jumping into game 1 of our second match of the day. Which of the monsters will be able to come out on top? RSGMY versus Monster Vicious. I'm very excited for what's about to come.
Yeah, it's going to be an explosive one nonetheless. I mean, Monster Vicious, they've proven themselves time and time again that in that tier 2 scene, they are unbeatable. But you would only go as far as your weakest performance. And in this case, if you can't get past RSG, then for Monster Vicious, it means going back to the drawing board. But I think at the end of the day, I'm not looking for MV to just 2-0 RSG. I'm looking for them to make a dent.
Make a dent, huh? It's gonna be easier said than done. It may be a different lineup, but RSG is still one of the top teams in MPL MY across its history. And having a very strong team fight frontline with the Minotaur with the Nether Realm, and then allowing Lolil and Venogo basically all the space they need is going to be key if RSGMY wants to outperform the front-to-back lineup that Monster Vicious may be running.
I mean, RSG's MY's composition is just a lot easier to execute in comparison to MV, right? Because a lot of MV's abilities, you gotta really have some precision in where you are throwing them out. The final slash or even the knockup strikes coming in from Kido. They all need to have an intense purpose, whether to push it back into your team to separate them from the rest of the group, or just to peel back and create space for Ruff. And I think even for Ruff, right? He walks up, there's a lot of things that outrange him.
Yep, you have the dive, the instant petrify Furious dive from Yuzong. The farmers can get on top of you, Minotaur, or you're within range of Minotaur Fury if he has that flicker. I would say since we kind of put that pillar onto Zeno on his Paquito, which I agree, every single ability from this man matters. And you are playing footsies with the enemy core as well. You know, both Nolan and Harry are very mobile, so one missed punch and the team fight could be decided just like that.
It's a scary position to be in here, considering that if Nolan is just able to get on top of Ruff, there's not a lot the rest of their team can do about it. Final Slash is basically the only reliable way that they can save Ruff in those situations, unless Vegas is able to steal the Nether Realm, for example. So it's gonna be a battle of wits. We're gonna be seeing the utilities and cooldowns of both these teams being tested because, like you guys have mentioned, yeah, being able to identify the right timings to use these skills properly will be the key to victory.
It's gonna be a bit of a more explosive early to mid game, I assume, especially when we get to the phase where those side lane turrets start falling, the tier 1 starts falling. That's where this Paquito is gonna spring into action, right? How do you manipulate the sideways? How do you start drawing attention from RSG? Because frankly speaking, if you want someone to deal with side waves, you're probably looking at the Yuzong, sometimes the Nolan, but only if he has the purple buff. Anyone else is threatened by the Paquito.
I think the overall game plan seems to be straightforward. And sorry guys, there is a bit of a tech pause here coming in from our side. The players are making sure that they are in tip-top shape, and once that has been settled, we'll jump straight into the game. But yeah, as we were saying, MV does have a pretty straightforward plan if it all falls into place, right? Invest time into that EXP and eventually bleed that lead over towards the purple buff side of RSG's map. And once they do so, I think they shut down a lot of RSG's overall tempo.
Shutting down tempo, will they be able to achieve so? Because it's gonna be RSGMY up against Monster Vicious. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. But we finally draw the curtain upon the land of dawn.
Two different beasts with the same objective. One on the road to redemption and the other on the road to prove themselves as worthy of the big league. This early game is going to be crucial in how far Venogo and Storm is willing to go to push that momentum. We're looking for the dynamics that we've seen in the last season. That has set up a high bar for RSGMY as a team. Early harassment onto Fakers, that's going to bring him down to last in health.
Yep. I mean, that's what we want to see, right? Instantly looking for these trades, play at a high tempo, especially since Venogo wants to get any kind of EXP lead over Subway as soon as possible and start influencing the side waves with the amount of damage he's able to provide once he hits level 4. Let's look at the emblems here, and it looks like it's pretty straightforward, right? We're seeing Bastard Assassin on both of these gold laners. They are adamant in winning this lane.
I think what is kind of interesting is the fact that Izanami has gone from Quantum Charge on the Faramis, and Kaiser actually playing the more aggressive route of trading with the Impure Rage on Yuzong.
Yeah, especially against this Paquito, you can't let him just get away with these free trades. He already has a shield with his first ability, the punch. So if you can kind of wither him down, you actually give yourself an advantage in the lane, and that's what Yuzong is good at, laying down the early pressure. Both junglers just posturing on the bottom end, and Subway knows that Venogo is in that bush.
There's nothing to fight for on the map as of right now, and Venogo, I think his purple buff is eventually going to retire here. He needs to go back. He's got 8 more seconds until it does spawn, but you can see that even Fakes and Izanami, these teams are playing and mirroring each other exactly.
They're here for the level 4. Fortunately, Izanami does kind of push them out of the brush. Venogo, without the purple buff, forced to kind of try and contest this turtle. It's not easy. 3 members from RGMY around this area. Nova Escobar does try to keep Storm at bay. Here comes Kaiser with the Black Dragon form. And unfortunately, Nova Escobar just gets absolutely blasted. Overextending, and there's the Petrify to the back. Turtle for RGMY, and they have not missed the beat. Welcome back to the big stage, and that's 2 kills and a turtle.
Kaiser, he is, His mechanics has not fallen off. Finds 2 in the Furious Dive, Petrify combo, getting the knock-up onto Fakes, and also locking down Subway enough for Finogo to get a free retry.
It was perfectly executed, and the fact that Nova Escobar was taken out so early in that fight meant that Monster Vicious did not have their setup anymore. No final slash available to them, meaning that the Minuan Fury can be very easy, along with the Nether Realm, to secure 5v5 and the first turtle of the game.
Bit of a underestimation from Nova Escobar's side, right? Just walking into Venogo, thinking that he's going to survive a full combo on top of a lethal ignition. That is not happening in this early stage.
Yeah, especially when you're in the middle of 3 here. But look at the rotation so far, right? Once again, we're seeing the mirroring on either side. They want to make sure, that, at least for RSG, they want to make sure that they can actually match the overall pressure from the side of MV, who wants to make sure that the side lanes actually do well. If they sacrifice Nova X Kobar, that's the least of their worries. If Zeno is able to get ahead, and more importantly, if Ruff is able to get his 3 items, then I think we're going to see a change of pace.
Absolutely, and that's why you can see that RSG MY are making sure to maintain a close enough distance, especially with the roam and mid combo with Venogo, because now that, that is unfortunate miss on the final slash there though.
I mean, Izanami knew that Nova Escobar was waiting and just, poking and prodding at the Arlet. Thankfully, Arlet's ultimate doesn't have too long of a cooldown, and Valentina did steal the Nether Realm. Venogo back the bottom side. And Zeno, yeah, he smells something amiss. That wave is not in his favor though, so he's gonna be missing out.
This has gotta suck for Zeno, right?
Yep.
He's stuck. It's frozen right underneath the start. It's eventually going to break, but he's already lost at least 2 minions at this point.
Yep.
When you're known for playing bulkier EXP laners, something that you're usually going to be good at is wave manipulation there. And Kaiser shows that his mechanics have not rusted at all, making sure that Zeno not able to get the EXP he wants safely. Now Turtle gonna be contested again.
Venogo Fury just to stop Subway in his tracks, and a knock-up is gonna allow Venogo to get the turtle very easily. Izanami able to run away, and unfortunately for MV, there's nothing left for them to try and go after. Storm running away. RGNY with a clean take.
MV a lot more prepared for Kaiser actually going for this engage, and Kaiser whiffing the Furious Dive into the Petrify, hitting no one this time round. I think for Monster Vicious, it's like, all right, you take the turtle. It's not like you have that much of a lead. 2,000, it's still manageable. At the end of the day, we got to make sure that the side lanes are A-okay. RSG looking for a potential punish on Nova. They know he's going to be here.
It's going to be pulled back. It's going to use the Vengeance to dash around, get some HP back. Izanami swipe to the side with the final slash. They get the Purify onto Lolia, who has to blow his own Purify. The Terrify, unfortunately, bringing him down low, and Subway also joins the fight to keep Izanami locked down. Here comes the Appraiser's Wrath, but only tickling him a little bit.
Surprisingly enough, no casualties from either team in that matchup there. Nova doing a good job of keeping himself topped up. I feel like RSG could have pursued the issue a little bit more, but they were more concerned with dealing with the pressure that Monster Vicious was responding with. The fact that they're able to keep Lolil alive because Subway didn't quite have enough damage to finish him off is very valuable, because a kill there would have really affected their early game momentum.
And Nova Escobar again, feeling the wrath of Venogo, down to just the critical HP has to reset, unfortunately. And that means RGNY, they get more map control.
Yeah, but with all this map control, however, I will say that at least for the side of RSG, it feels like they're not getting much done at this point of time. And even for MV, right, they don't mind waiting and scaling into this game. Let's look at the items to see what the priorities are. And it's first item, Necklace of Durant's coming in from Fakes, knowing that he has to deal with the motivational roar coming out from Stone to keep the team topped up. But even for Kaiser, when he procs the Shah residue.
What is interesting is that we have two... Oh, hold on, Ruff.
For Ruff, forcing the flicker out. Storm following up. Very, very straightforward. Fake is going to show up to the top lane alongside Subway. Who are going to go for? Loliao, the ideal target, is going to dash around, try to buy as much time as possible once this tier 1. But I think he's going to get it at the very end. Finished off by Monster Vicious. You see the Frederick getting the kill. But at the end of the day, that tier 1 still fell to the Catapult. And the Turtle goes over to Venogo.
Good macro coming in from RSG MY. Yes, it's unfortunate that Lolios ends up dying and Stone was the one who actually takes that kill. But at the end of the day, right, it was an off-tempo play set up by Lolios and as well as Stone. And they even committed the flicker to it as well. They do get the turtle and the trade on the top side of the map. But even Subway, he's not going to walk away letting them get this gold for free. They're trying to keep the gold as even as possible. Not letting it go beyond 3K, keeping it at 1.5.
This is a similar sort of gameplay that we did see from Todak earlier today, where they're basically playing to mitigate their losses, knowing that their early game team fighting is not going to be quite as strong as compared to RSG MY. They just want to make sure that Ruff has as much space as necessary to get to that max build as soon as possible.
Storm, he's going to catch Subway, who gets pulled back by Izanami, and with the full force of RSG MY on him, Subway retaliates with a kill on his own, but Kaiser to the back with the Furious Dive will still get him back. Monster Vicious now have a fighting chance. It's Kaiser taking the damage from Ruff. Ruff doing everything in his power to take down Storm. Kaiser next on the chopping block. Zeno with the flicker and a 1-2 punch for the kill, and Monster Vicious responds.
Oof, good play, good play. Good response coming out from Monster Vicious, and Zeno even understanding, timing it to have his champion stance up before going for the flicker play, because he could get traded back by Vinogo without the extra movement speed and left out to die. But now, with that being said, MV, Ruff, he's in a much better position in comparison to Loliels, right? He will be able to get the trade down on that bot side, and unfortunately, Loliels will not be there because of the tempo.
What RSGMY does next will determine whether or not they'll be stuck in a similar situation to Barracuda Esports earlier in the day. They've unfortunately given up a fight that they should have had advantage in, and that has allowed Monster Vicious to regain a lot of this net worth difference because they have been maintaining it this whole time. Right now, only a 500 net worth lead for RSGMY. It's unfortunate that Lolio was not in position to participate in that last fight because I feel like his presence could have made a difference.
Well, I mean, as a gold laner, you got to pick and choose your battles here. And I think so far, RSGMY kind of slowing down with their tempo now that the tier 1s are starting to have already been taken away. They're losing a lot of space. And Monster Vicious, on the other hand, are scaling quicker than they'd imagined.
Storm will have to check the bush, trying to regain some of their map control. And now they get to set up camp there. Noah Escobar tries to recheck, and he's going to get bursted. Bit of a careless error from the Romo of MV. And they have lost complete control of the Lord.
I don't know. It feels like they've committed a lot of the ults here. They might look to make something happen. No. It looks like Zeno, he's not going to move from this lane. He's more than happy to take the tier 2.
Yeah, if Subway can get a kill or two, that would be great. Forcing out the Nether Realm. Another important resources that RGMY is willing to commit to get the Lord. But Zeno has just broken that bottom tier 2.
I think considering the circumstances, it's a pretty good trade for Monster Vicious. Nova Escobar does need to be a lot more careful with his positioning here, and I do want to see his itemization because he's getting bursted so quickly here. He has to have at least an Athena shield by now, right? So if they're able to break through that, RG, pretty scary, but it's a smart choice by Zeno not to join that fight because even if he were to come, there's no way they would have come out on top anymore.
Let's have a look at damage dealt rankings here so far, right? Because we're seeing 26, 24,000 fakes as well as Subway sitting at the top 2 with Lolios and Izanami under them in 3rd and 4th place at this point of time. So it just really goes to show the sustainability from RSGMY and the way that they're actually moving around the map. Keeping MV on their feet as much as they possibly can is actually a good thing because of the raw damage being afforded by MV.
Interestingly enough, AI winning predictions still leaning quite heavily towards Monster Vicious here, despite the net worth lead that RSGMY have. Lord gonna be crashing up top, but it's only the first, so Monster Vicious should be able to get out of this, only losing 1 tier 2 maximum.
Storm just trying to zone out the rest of Monster Vicious, but you're underneath the turret, and there's the carry just pummeling you down. The stolen Netherrealm has been used. Ruff has to flicker to safety as Kaiser zones out the rest of MV. Unfortunately, the final slash would it be enough? Subway survives because of that. Nova Escobar with the rescue.
That was very well done. Zeno actually coming from the backline. He's looking for Lolil.
Almost got knocked up. That's a bit of an overtest. The star residue just enough at the end. And Loliao now with the clapback onto Ruff. Ruff forced to fight this, but he's never going to win. And as fast as we praise MV, they fall just as fast.
A little too, I don't know, that was a bit greedy coming out from the side of MV, right? And more importantly, for Zeno to actually try and go for some of the lower targets here, the squishier targets in the back line without having to commit a flicker. It's an all-in or an all-out. You can't do 50-50 here. Because Kaiser, he's going to keep you in check. He will body block. He will do what is necessary for the team. He's looking for these big engages, and so far he's been pretty successful in overall just zoning his opponents out.
Yeah, it was a very bad trade there. And that's right after they got such a perfect defense as well, keeping their members alive while getting some pickoffs on RSGMY. After an overextension now, RSG has ballooned their net worth lead to nearly 5k. And this could be a difficult amount to overcome here. Ruff is going to need a little bit more time and space.
Yeah, all that work that Zeno did earlier on down the drain. This is the most goal lead that RSGNY has gotten in this game so far. 12.5 minutes in with the second Lord spawning on the bottom end of the map.
Yeah, and this is a pretty important Lord here for the side of RSGMY, because if they do get this Lord, this will help propel them into the 42k mark, and if the Lord is delayed just long enough to hit that 42 spike, that's when MV is going to have a really rough time at defending their inhibitors. They're already missing one. Losing the rest, and more so looking for the end for the side of RSG, is very much a possibility.
Yeah, Monster Vicious's lineup is not that good at defending the base in the late game, but it looks like they don't really have much of a choice here. The Lord gonna be given over to RSG for free, and now Monster Vicious gonna need to commit a lot of resources toward this base defense. They need to keep as many inhibitors alive as possible.
They're trying to keep this game clean, right? They're doing their house chores, they're doing all the maintenance, the fundamentals are extremely strong on both sides, and more importantly, sort of the coordination from both teams, they are trying not to be caught slacking.
I would say RSGNY is a bit more in control in terms of that decision making and how they start these fights. Mid-tier 2 unfortunately has no chance of standing. RSGNY dismantling the last outer layer defense on Monster Vicious, or at least they will in just a little bit.
Ooh, I'm looking at the itemization now. Zeno actually going very greedy for full damage per kilo, even with the Blade of Despair. And Novak's Kupar actually did not go for an Athena shield against Faramis, Harry, and Nolan. I have to question this decision. There's no reason to have two antique Urasas at this stage yet.
I don't think he can isolate people in those 1v1s. He just needs to chunk and break Faramis' Netherrealm's temp HP as quickly as he can, because it's not necessarily up to everybody else to do so, and there's only so much they can really do, especially when they're waiting for cooldown Subway.
Storm, be careful, that is a lot of damage from the carry. Overstepping is welcome, Subway with a big slam, and now Nova Escobar again with the re-engage. Izanami loses the Netherrealm, but able to get away just in time. I'd say MV defended their base very well.
They did a great job. Storm wasn't even able to get his ult off. I'm surprised he even jumped forward in the first place, but I think that RSG might have missed the mark on that engage.
Yeah, I think he had a lot of faith on the Netherrealm, and it's understandable because so far, Izanami's Netherrealm timing has been on point. It has been keeping RSGNY alive in a lot of these fights when their positioning has been off. So Storm losing his life there, just a little bit of a mistake, but not too much of a dent in RSG's momentum. Monster Vision needs to find a way to overcome this Netherrealm HP.
I think they've been doing just enough to break it, but it's more like after breaking the Netherrealm, do you have enough to finish off the members of RSGNY? So far, not really. RSGNY has been able to get away under the cover of that ability.
Yeah, I think MV at this point, they've got to play 4-1, right? Because RSGNY have basically given up on going for these big split push. They want to make sure that Kaiser is a secondary follow-up to these bigger engages if Storm is unable to find the right angle to hop on him with the Minoan Fury.
Oh, we just saw the Blade of Despair purchased by Venogo. We get a bit of a pause. I believe this time called by RSG Malaysia. It could be as we have our marshals get it checked out. Make sure that these teams are playing at the tip-top ability.
It's always unfortunate when we do have to go into a pause here, but it is even more important that the players are able to actually play to their maximum capacity, as you mentioned, Husky. And if there are any issues they're having with their devices or their connection and so on, that is why we have the marshals in place to make sure competitive integrity is maintained. So for now, let's talk about how this game is currently going.
I think it's been a pretty standard game all across the board. Oh, it's a Type 2 issue. Interesting. So that means one of their headsets probably isn't going the way that it wants to. He probably can't hear a call, or he probably can't hear one of his teammates. They'll be on it to fix it. Don't worry, we have professionals already on suit to deal with it. Now, back on topic here, right? I think so far in terms of the overall game, it's pretty standard from both sides. Nobody's making they're not making too crazy of a play. The most that we've seen so far is an off-tempo play by RSG, which was immediately traded back from the side of MV with the loss of an extra turret plus 1 kill in that sense, which is not much gold to really work with considering it hasn't even broken 3,000. They brought it back over from 2,000 back to 1.5, and then from then on, it's just man-to-man defense the whole way through.
And I think if you're in a position like MV is...
he's got roll.
Wait, we gotta watch this. All right.
Head roll, let's
Head
go!
roll. What you gonna get? All right.
Can we get an aspirant on screen right now?
What is this?
All right. Ooh, that's a nice skin.
Wait. He's not done. He's not
Don't leave the man.
the first.
Oh, never mind.
He's done.
He did a 10 roll, right? Oh, nothing else.
that was the only new skin he got.
You rolled a coin or something, right? The pinball thing.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. Maybe he had like a pinball, like a three strike ready to go, or
Maybe
two
he did it.
strike.
I'm gonna assume no, which is unfortunate.
It's not bad. You still got a Eudora skin, some duplicates. I think 30 shards equals to 1 roll for the aspirant series. So if you get 30 shards from duplicates, you get to roll 1 more time.
That would be a good time. That would be a good time. I wonder who else has an aspirant skin ready to go. I'm looking around the crowd, and I can.
A lot of people are like.
There's gotta be someone. People have suddenly remembered what everyone was doing during the wild card. It's like,
dude, I'm telling you, whenever the first person does it, everybody double checks their phone. It's like, oh, do I got a 10 roll ready to go right here, right now?
like, I want to be on camera. All it costs to be on camera is 110 pull, and you get skins as well. That's the bonus. The camera is the important part.
Didn't someone like get the skin that they wanted from like was it Aspirant series or something during the wild cards?
Yes, they actually did.
Some legendary draw. Oh, that was quite a celebration.
I think one person got like a collector skin.
They did. It was like the Badang collector, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that was the one. That was a good time. That was a good time. But speaking of which, let's draw it back into this game here, because I am waiting for the tempo breaker. I'm looking for the big play that's going to make all the difference, because both teams are mimicking each other, right? And at a certain point, somebody's got to show some kind of personality. Like Loliel's like, oh, sure, he got punished for the off-tempo play. It was a good idea. Is that going to happen again, or is there too much at risk this late into the game?
I think, judging by how Nova Escobar has been responding to the moves from the side of RSGMY, you gotta be a bit more careful. But we have a Ripple with his opinion on MV, and he's like, yeah, they might be good in tier 2, but remember, this is MPL, so I don't think they can go that far.
I like how we're looking at his face and then you realize, wait, did they record that?
This is, for viewers out there who didn't like catch this yesterday, it's all raw, like mess. There's no edits. There's no edits.
There's no.
That's what Ripple said, all right?
And for our international audience who didn't quite understand what was said there, they basically asked Ripple his thoughts about Monster Vicious, and his answer was like, oh yeah, they're strong in tier 2, but remember, this is MPL.
I'm worried they can't go far.
Oh,
Ripple being concerned for other teams.
The question is, I'm curious to see what Zeno had to say about it, right? Because usually it's like, oh, they do the EXP laner, therefore it's the opposing EXP laner who gets to say something back. It'd be curious to see what Zeno had to say about that. But first, let's finish up game 1.
We can hear what they have to say about it in game.
Okay. Right onto Subway, actually catching Zeno also. Zeno still hiding, but now has to show himself, misses the jab, and this is not good for Zeno. Subway already lost the immortality, following with his life. Nova Escobar trying to keep it together with the final slash, but RSGMY found the jugular in the blink of an eye to take down 3 from Monster Vicious. And they might have just broken the game wide open.
What a call coming in from RSGMY. I'm pretty sure they had a rough idea where the Paquita was going to be in that bush, but now they're going straight for the end.
And I don't think there's anything Zeno can do. KO punch to push them away, but the minion waves still not clear. Loliel, he knows his duty. It's RSGMY to take game 1.
Good, clean fight coming in from RSG. Honestly, a decisive swing for the neck, instantly closing out the game.
Man. Getting caught out like that, you would not expect this to be the result, right? Stoem or whoever it was on the side of RSG to make that call to instantly go on Subway, genius.
Yeah, I don't think we've given enough praise to Stoem for this game because we've been focusing on a lot of the other players, but there's a reason why this man has stuck around since last season. He was part of the winning recipe that brought RSG all the way to regular season dominance. His roam is scary, and although we've praised Nova Escobar a lot, it seems like Stoem still comes out a little bit on top.
Yeah, no, I think, Nova Escobar, unfortunately, in this particular game, had a much more difficult job, and so far, Arlet has not been doing very well here at MPL MY.
No, definitely not.
Still 0.
You are correct, still 0. Even Minotaur got his first win.
I mean, that's not as surprising as Mincetar, though.
That is completely different. I would say Roger still has a 100% win rate, so that is something to take note of as well. And then you look back at the draft of MV. Now that I think about it, they actually only have one consistent damage source, which is Ruff's carry, right? Everyone else, you are either dealing burst like the Paquito, or you are Valentina, who is more of a utility hero. Of course, Game 1 MVP is not Rough, it's his opponent, it's Loliel.
Loliel definitely did a good job there. It's nice to see that he is able to bring Harif in once again, because remember, Harif and Alice were the heroes that got him regular season MVP all the way back in Season 7. And since then, Harif has just kind of fallen off the map. But now, he's back, and he is a terror in the right hands.
Yep, just dominant all across the board, right? He wants to be able to trade out aggressively in his lane, give him enough time, and he'll eventually carry as well. That's what you want to have as a dependable gold laner, and I think he played it very well, especially with the amount of blitzkrieg tactics we've seen from the side of RSG instantly. As soon as we engage, we're looking to pick somebody off straight away. Let's not hesitate on it.
Yeah, it's a playstyle that enables Loliel to play confidently and aggressively, right? If he wants to be in your face, he will do that with whatever hero you give him. And of course, not long ago, we had the changes to concentrated energy, right? Now it gives you hybrid lifesteal.
Yes.
So for Harif, it makes it even better. He gets the best of both worlds.
I do slightly disagree with the MVP rank. I feel like Izanami deserves a little bit more of a shout out because his NetherRealm timings were really what allowed RSGMY to just run at Monster Vicious. Even though Vegas, who is known for being a good Vermis, stole the NetherRealm a lot of the time, he just couldn't quite match up. And I do think, again, the itemization plays into it a little bit because I thought you have 3 sources of magic damage, build some Matinas, build some Radiance, you should be fine. Why did Novak Skubar not build any magic defense?
Well, I guess he was being very confident in terms of the way he wants to manage the team. He thinks that he's able to kind of like regenerate enough health off of the Vengeances more times. And he's also running the Brave Smite as well. So I would have imagined that eventually he would have gotten the MR. I'm surprised it just took him this long to get to that point.
Yeah, I think also because for Monster Vicious, we talked about this a little bit where Izanami, every time he uses the NetherRealm, it is more than enough to bail everyone out because there's not enough follow-up damage from MV. It's always Rough. Sure, I mean, Zeno comes in, drops his full combo, breaks the NetherRealm, and now he has to wait for cooldowns, right? No one else on the side of MV have enough damage to finish off the stragglers aside from Rough, and he cannot be in the fight all the time, especially when his team is not ready to respond.
Well, let's also not forget that from the side of RSG, their lineup and their 2 magic damage dealers both have AoE. It's not just the Chrono Dash you have to worry about, it's the Synchro Fissure as well. If you're right in the middle of it, you lose pretty much 80% of the temp HP almost instantaneously, and once you have full build, for some of the squishies, you instantly break it.
And you have to worry about both Loliel and Venoku at the same time. And Kaiser, gotta give him the shout out once again. It's been so long since he's been on the MPL stage, but the way that he split up these team fights and caused complete chaos by making sure that his tempo to enter the fight was a little bit slower than Storm, so that Monster Vicious would already have full committed and be grouping together.
Yeah.
It feels like he never really left.
No, it kind of you also see how RSG they stretched out their abilities, right? Your crowd control, and like Sadapa pointed out, Storm starts the fight first, and then Kaiser shows up. So MV, you thought that you've gone through everything? No, there is still Kaiser disrupting your backline. And at one point, if you are forcing MV to fight 5v5, Zeno does not get to unleash this Paquito.
And the way that Monster Vicious's lineup works is that their heroes just generally have similar ranges of attack, right? You don't really have anyone that's able to stand far in the backline. And Zeno, unfortunately, building full damage, still wasn't able to execute RSGMY's backline because of the NetherRealm constantly. So MV just ends up looking like a bit of a ball most of the time, which is exactly how RSG wants to fight.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being in that ball formation in the first place, right? It was going well from early to mid. They were trading pretty much equally throughout the map, and eventually RSG just really took it away once they got that, once they got the Lord in place and also an inhibitor on the top side of the map. So it really came down to very few fights in the overall matchup. It's not as chaotic as we expected it to be. It was pretty cool, calm, and collected, and more so precision in the fight was more important than the timing.
And some off-tempo plays led by Storm as well, right? This random gang onto the top side that completely caught Rough off guard. And sure, you're giving up your support, but while that was happening, they also got the turtle. Fenogo just soloed the turtle without any contest, and that's these incremental things that RSG was able to get for themselves that eventually allowed them to just outskill MV. Certain mistakes, I mean, again, Nova Escobar just seeing 4 members of RG enter a brush and still decides to face check it, that one was a bit of an error.
Without magic resist, mind you.
Yeah.
Just deciding, I'm gonna tank through this by sheer force of will alone.
Belief.
Believe.
He manifested it all together. I mean, there's nothing much I can really say more than that at this point, right? We're looking at these stats and it continues telling us the exact same thing. The fact that, well, actually, let's have a look at the rich. Oh, rich guy this time going to be in Vinogo. Rather surprising. I would have thought that this time it would have been Loliel's, but he's going to be the carry.
In Vinogo, he is the Nolan after all. Uncontested 3-0, I think, at the end of the game. So he's farming everything from heroes to turrets to objectives. A sandbag is Storm on this Minotaur, 124,000 total damage tanked. And of course, Loliel is his own best wingman.
he is his own best wingman. Why do you need a wingman when you can be the best one there for yourself? Have some self-confidence, everyone.
This is one of your high-five yourself kind of moments.
Basically.
Oh boy. This is, I mean, I think that we didn't really get to see enough of MV in terms of just overall playmaking capabilities just yet, right? We didn't get to see the crazy Nova X Kobar moment, but I definitely think it's something that MV needs to start considering for the next upcoming draft, because it feels like RSG has clearly practiced the composition of this sort multiple times. They're very clean with it. They're very together with their decisions.
I'd say that the draft that MV picked in Game 1 isn't really vicious enough. You're not playing at a fast enough tempo to match up with RSG MY. And again, I don't think the draft itself is inherently poor. It's more like when you start losing tempo, your win conditions shrink. But if you kind of broaden those aspects, you have the Paquito on one side, and perhaps your mid laner is a Lilia or Nana that is dealing damage, then perhaps you have more ways to kind of play around your composition, even though you might be behind.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a very similar situation to what we saw from match 1 today as well. Making sure that your lineup has a good balance of damage, bulkiness, and crowd control is important. Not to mention keeping track of what phases of the game your team composition is going to be the strongest here. And RGMY clearly had a better idea of this. There were times when they were able to trade somewhat during these team fights, but it's clear that they held most of the advantage throughout the game. A lot of that attributing to Stone being very willing to use his Minwen Fury even on individual targets because he knows the value they represent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, it's those decisions that really make the difference here. Unfortunate for Monster Vicious, we need to see them be a little bit more to their namesake, a little bit more vicious in the way that they actually play. Because if you are going to go for a full damage Paquito, I would have expected at least some struggle for lane priority, right? Try to wrestle it away from Kaiser, even if he does have to take a bad trade, just to escape the lane first and then try to make a play somewhere mid-rotation or even push into enemy jungle.
And I think this is what separates a good team and a great team, right? Perhaps at Tier 2, you can get away with making certain mistakes, sometimes major errors like, you know, overheating, chasing for kills and losing more members than you should have. But like Ripple said, this is the MPL stage. It's a different playing field. These minor mistakes can cost you the game, and that's kind of what happened to MV.
Yeah, one mistake can cost you everything, but one pull only costs you some currency, and you could get a chance for the Vexana Zenith skin Twisted Fairy Tale, currently available from the 25th of March to the 30th of April. You guys can participate in the draw event to enjoy 30% off on your first 10 times draw and 50% off on your daily first one-time draw. Not to mention, you have a chance to win emotes like I'm the Queen, we have elimination effects, we have even other amazing skins that you guys can get as well, so make sure to jump on that if you've been missing out.
I got the emote already.
Ooh, it's a cute emote.
I like the emote.
Man, you already got the emote. I haven't hit any of these things, and I've been abusing the 50% off the daily first draws, man. Overall, I think that during this duration of time, I hope people really take into account the discount, because those who can throw money at this skin, it's a diamond sink.
It's a one of a kind Zenith. Have you ever heard anything that's of Zenith quality? I don't think so.
No. It is the first. I must admit, when I heard about the new quality, I was like, how much better could it be? But when I looked at the model, I was like,
Dang.
Oh! I was telling Gideon, I was like, this could be a Farsa skin and it would still look good.
Yeah, it's got the bird, it's got the color. Oh man, I could talk about it for days, especially the splash art for it when you're loading it.
I know, right?
Oh, there is such a difference here. But now, coming in towards game number 2, MV, with Haru at the helm and AIM as their analyst, they have to recalculate things, right? It looks like their gameplay so far in terms of dragging it out to the late stages seems all right, but what can they do to go above and beyond?
I think we really do need to revisit the draft, because even if it does sound like it would work on paper, like we've already explained, a lot of their tools didn't quite work out against what RSG MY brought to the table. So I do think that play a lineup that allows them to respond a little bit more effectively towards that early to mid game. We've already seen how teams can struggle if they're relying on 1 or 2 late game damage sources. Rather than that, just go all in from the beginning, right? There's a reason you're here. Let's just test that metal. Let's just go for big team fights. It's not because I want to see big team fights or anything. No, that's not the reason, but yeah.
I actually want to kind of bring us back to the past a little bit. We want to talk about Haru as the coach for MV, because you look at when during Haru's time with Team SMG is your staple, by the book, sometimes boring but very stable team. And now you're looking at a team like Monster Vicious, who generally plays a bit faster, sometimes a bit more ruthless and erratic. I wonder how this dynamic is going to work out, right? Between a coach that has been with a team that is by the book and right now a team that generally wants to go a bit more often.
Well, I definitely think you can see his teachings in the game itself. Oh, whoa, I didn't realize Coach Rain is coming in with a full-on blazer and matching pants as well. Looking clean standing up there, but I think
Sora too, actually.
I mean, so of course, Sora that goes without saying. He was on the BM broadcast just now with Lefel. They all having a bit of a chat about the team, but I definitely think in Haru in these cases is probably looking at Zeno and was like, man, I wish you played Benedetta.
Doesn't he? I feel like I remember seeing Zeno play Benedetta at some point in the past. Maybe not the best Benedetta, but I imagine that enough time has passed that it could be the case. And yeah, that's actually a hero I was eyeing during last game as well, before the Paquito came out, because being able to split these team fights and match in terms of mobility would have been really valuable.
I think not even matching mobility, just outpacing him entirely, clearing away faster and like, oh no, I lost a little bit of health. Doesn't really matter. I'm going to be at the fight like 3-4 seconds ahead of time.
And actually you have a fallback plan that makes it easier for you to put yourself in a line of fire, right? It's not like Paquito, you miss a punch or two, you're dead. Benedetta, you have the eye for an eye. There are certain ways for you to get in and out of fights. And in this case, I think with RSG on the blue side, I wonder what the priority is going to be. It could be the Nolan again.
It doesn't look like anything is...
Yeah,
oh, wait.
They did ban it this time.
They did ban it, all right.
So they did ban it. They also got rid of the Matilda like they did previously. Does that... The Joy is going to be open unless they ban that too, or if they're even considering to ban out the Vexana instead to follow along their same draft pattern. But RSG, they changed things up. They get rid of the Boxia this time round.
They're basically telling Monster Vicious that if you don't ban Joy, we're going to pick it. And if they do ban Joy, there's a good chance they might want to go for like the Barats in this situation.
Or they just pick Fredrin and be like, Subway.
That's also true.
Subway. Have you learned anything
but
else yet?
I think Barats is a better matchup into Fredrin comparatively, so I guess we'll see.
It kind of depends, because keep in mind, if it goes exactly the way of the previous draft, right? It's like, oh, I take the Fredrin. If you take the Valentina this time round or the Faramis, doesn't really matter. It's a give and take. You know, it's a handshake on the mid lanes.
In fact, if you take Faramis, I'm fine with it. If you take Valentina, I'm going to take Faramis. I got everything, at least I got kind of the foundation set with this Fredrin pick.
Unless they change it up, because Vexana is open. And I mean, if MV thinks that Vexana deserves to be banned, it might be worth picking up.
I think you go for it in this first pick. You could go for that or your classic carry Minotaur, right? That has always been a prominent duo pick when you're on that red side.
But showing the carry so early on is so many teams have been punished by it. So very many teams. No matter how good a hero pick is going to be, there's still plenty of counters or even an entire composition that forces you to play very awkwardly. But it's cool. Ooh, Cece as well as Minotaur?
Cece has gone missing for a while. We did talk about how Cece, as good as you can make her out to be, she has very glaring weaknesses, especially when she plays from behind.
Yeah, she's very clearly designed to be best at 1v1 duel sort of situations where she has more mobility than her opponent. In a big team fight, she can't really contribute very much unless she's already quite far ahead. Then she can actually do quite a bit of damage with her ultimate on 2 people. But otherwise, it can be kind of a risky hero to show this early on, especially considering how volatile EXP lane matchups can be.
Export. I'm looking at export like right now. You have a CC, you have a Minotaur. If Barras can be a consideration, I think export is not too bad of a response, but carry also does the job.
Yeah, I think so far so good. Doesn't really change too much here, and I think that RSG is going to take the safer route of I'm not 100% sure what you want your comp to be, other than the fact that you want a team fight, which is totally fine. So I'm going to take the the onus on Valentina on myself in case you want to double down on that Farmist, but instead MV are going to take the Vexana, which I think is great because now it's going to be a little scary for, well, at the very least, Izanami to walk out of his lane. He might have to take a more safe route because Vexana is always going to be able to clear faster if it's just both the mid laners.
I'm surprised that Vexana hasn't won a single game. I thought it was just an Arlet syndrome, but Vexana also has been kind of taking a beating.
I think she hasn't, from what I can remember seeing, is she's only actually been picked once this season, so 0%.
4 times actually.
4 times? Was that the ban or the pick?
Picked.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
No wins in 4 games. Okay, that is surprising.
I mean, look at Arlet, right? And no wins in I don't know how many games. About to reach his 10th
feels bad.
I mean, you can't have them all right? Now, MV, they're going to be banning out the Yuzong this time round to make sure that Kaiser doesn't exactly get his more comfortable picks. And if we're following based on previous draft patterns, they're probably also going to get rid of Glue as well.
You still get rid of Glue in this scenario?
Well, I mean, it's not like CC can do much against Glue, to be fair.
That is true.
Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to me? Oh no, CC, please stop! I'm just gonna regenerate underneath my turret if I have to.
I think if you are CC, you generally don't really like smash your lane. You at best you keep them away, but you will never really dominate them.
Ooh, they banned the Tigreal instead. So that's going to be interesting. They're basically trying to deny RSG MY easy ways to set up big teamfight ultimates in the similar way that Minnow and Fury would be able to bring to the table. Though, I will say right now, if there's anyone who is going to make Rome Arlet work, it is going to be Stome. He was one of the pioneers here last season in MPL MY. So, considering that the hero is still left open, I think it's not a bad idea for RSG.
I don't know about that. I feel like any hero that is looking to try to go for an all-in here is going to get punished very heavily by this Vexana, right? Or anything that kind of pairs up with the Vexana, whether it be Minotaur. We might even see another tank jungler for the side of Envy to kind of supplement that as well.
Yeah, we see no more Guinevere, no more Ruby. The tank pool is definitely dwindling a little bit. I mean, we still have the Kufra in play. I'm not sure if you want to revisit Edith, so maybe Kufra and Arlott could be the best option. Xeno given a second chance to play the Paquito.
Jungle Paquito.
No, Jungle Paquito. Wait, yeah. You're correct. Subway Paquito.
Interesting. This might be a really difficult. Yes, the early game is much better for Paquito nowadays, but he eventually falls off pretty hard. So again, it's pretty dependent for MV to have a dominating gold lane in this type of situation now. I mean, they've gotten rid of that. They've gotten rid of so many picks already. Harith is still generally available here, and now they have a much better distribution of overall damage. Let's see how RSG responds.
If you pick Harry for Monster Vicious, you essentially only have one true front line, which is the Minotaur, right?
Yeah.
CC is more like a disruption. If this was like CC on release, I would just say that maybe it's a CC jungle. But, oh, here we go. Stoem, the Arlott, and the Kaja. So this is an Arlott exchange. And
hold on.
Range, okay. All right.
What? Wait.
Hey, man.
What?
Tier 2 technology.
CC gold lane.
This is the CC, no, the tier 2 technology. So it's a Granger jungle. Yo, Gideon.
What?
I mean, I'm happy with a Granger jungle. Like that sounds like
what
a fun
year is it?
Hey, going back to the hyper marksman. That's what I'm talking about.
Dude, what is this comp
What
right
is
now?
going on?
What is this comp right now? I would have been happy with the Roger, but I think that RSG has replied very, very well in this sense. Yes, they have the Valentina to make sure that team fights is going to fall in their favor by stealing the Minoan Fury. But keep in mind, if you have a hard engage and it's a really good engage, Kaja, go for the Divine Judgment to kick things off, right? And they even have the final slash as a double insurance policy.
Yeah, but that's going to be very interesting here. Kaja as well is a hero that hasn't seen a lot of play recently, but Storm also very confident with it. The Divine Judgment could catch members of Monster Vicious off guard, but now that they are fielding the double fighter side lane marksman jungle combination that we have not seen in years, I'm very curious and excited about what kind of game is in store for us.
That's why we're the most entertaining region to watch. We got all these picks. I mean, Roger completely understand. Mincetat, all right, we're doing something different. But Granger is like, ho, back to what, years ago, I believe.
I don't know. What are we, Latam right now? It's
crazy,
dude.
Whoa.
It's crazy.
If Granger jungle wins before Arlet does.
I'm telling you, if Granger jungle wins, that means Vexana also gets her first win.
Hey, that's
true, yes.
true. Oh, that's the trade-off now. But look at the way that this game is going to be played, right? This early game especially. Because prior to these level 4s, it's going to be interesting to see how this actually plays out. Ruff, especially on this CC, up against Loliels. Like, Loliels, yeah, he get a couple of good trades, but Ruff is going to generally have a slight advantage here every single time.
Yeah, at the very least, until Loliel gets like a second or third item, Ruff is going to be ahead of him every time. One of the few EXP laners that can match up in terms of consistent damage and durability. Meanwhile, we could see that things are going to be slowing down here overall. The worry for RSG MY this game is that they are now playing the composition that's quite reliant on the late game scaling of Loliel and Izanami, while Monster Vicious, they want to play for early.
Right, Loliel, there's no getting out from this. Only gotta purify. No first blood, you kidding me? Never mind, Subway. Of course with the snipe.
That's what we want to see. Gotta trust in the Granger, right? If you don't go down to the burn from the oh wait, hold on, Zeno playing a dangerous game, but Kaiser spots out Face walking into the lane by doing so.
Turtle now going to be contested. Venogo, the only person here, but Subway will join very, very soon. Comparatively, Nova going to have a lot more setup potential, but if it's a 1v1, 2v2 situation, Divine Judgment could make a difference if they can find Subway.
Oh! Didn't even need to try. You know what? It's like, well, I blew my ultimate, and now I'm left out to dry. Face trying to save him, and actually does. Kaiser tried to flicker, but can't even get in range for the ult, and well, a bit of a blunder from RSG.
Ah, nicely done. I mean, Nova forces out Vinogo's retribution pretty early on. As soon as he saw that jump, Vinogo was like, I got a retry here, right? I don't have much of a choice. If I don't, it's pretty much gone, so I have to risk the 50-50. Just well-timed by MV.
This does seem to be a composition that Monster Vicious is much more comfortable with playing. Knowing the tier 2 scene, a lot more builds are viable. And looks like this one right now working pretty well for Monster Vicious in that early game. They will need to be careful once the mid game comes about and the front line for RSG becomes a little tankier. But if they can keep the snowball going, it's going to be hard for RSG to catch up.
Yeah, snowball Granger nonetheless. And now Storm forced back. Vinogo shows up. Izanami to supplement the damage. Face has to flicker away, but he's probably going to die. As the final slash coming out as well. Actually, it's the Appraisal's Wrath of Vinogo. Face goes down, Monster Vicious on the retreat.
Yeah, it's too difficult. Once you've lost formation here and Face having to flicker in an awkward spot, everybody's just going to pounce on you, and that's exactly what we saw from the side of RSG. As long as Vinogo is able to maintain that front line, it's going to be a good time. Loliels, on the other hand, not having the most fun time against this CC. You know, it's a little awkward to fight against because you are so short range. You're always going to be within the range of the yo-yos. There's just not much you can really do about that until you have your items.
It's a very smart play coming out from Monster Vicious here, and now that I've seen it for myself, I wouldn't be surprised if other teams were to decide to try it out for themselves later on in the regular season, but that will also depend on the success of it in this game. As of right now, 10 seconds until the turtle comes up, and that's going to be a very important timing because now RSG MY have all their utility ready for an actual team fight.
This is where it might just give us the first glimpse of who is going to be in the lead. Nova Escobar the target. But Fakes just saves him. Eternal Guardian has to be used though in that situation.
Okay, let's see whether or not this turtle is going to fall into the hands of MV, right? Because the last time this happened, it was just, you know, Vinogo being forced to use his retreat just slightly earlier than he needed to be. But now that Fakes doesn't actually have the Eternal Guardian, this is a significant disadvantage in a full 5v5.
Yeah, Nova Escobar just walking up first, posturing, threatening a potential steal. Subway in position already.
This is a 4v5 situation. Kaiser is here. Zeno
Oh, just Vinogo quicker on the trigger finger, but the AoE damage from Monster Vicious proving to be a threat. Nova Escobar first to go down, and Fakes is going to get dragged back by Storm, and that's 2 for RSG.
Dang, Kaiser nearly trolled there for a second, but Subway going to get chased down. Retribution has been used to slow down Vinogo so he can't keep up with it, but man, that was close. Kaiser nearly throwing it.
The extra healing from that last Vengeance was just enough to keep him alive against that Death Sonata here. Ruff starting to reach the point where it's actually quite difficult for him to trade against Lolil, and now Vinogo is here to finish things off potentially.
Nova Escobar is going to be that motivational raw to keep him topped up just enough to prevent a potential dive.
Take their time now. Back to square one here. But look, Veno, he is not going to leave that lane anytime soon. Focusing purely on getting this push, knowing that Kaiser is willing to sacrifice for the team.
I do feel like in game 1, Zeno did end up making a mistake when he left his lane to try and get a backline gank up top, and then resulted in losing his team a pretty notable team fight. So looks like he's going to be focusing more on macro this game, but ooh.
Wow.
Nice flicker from Fakers.
Yeah, he got nervous. He got nervous that Storm might have actually gone for the Divine Judgment on him. But now, back to the stalemates, back to just hovering around No Man's Land for as much as they can.
Subway trying to take some space, Izanami. Actually, don't have to be worried about too much. Monster Vicious trying to get some push going, but bottom lane handled by Kaiser, top side. CC not the best hero in terms of pushing. Monster Vicious posturing towards this top side of the map.
Playing it slow. Looks like they're going to focus on getting this top tier 1. Lolil actually dashing forward.
Eternal Guardian even used as well. Storm though. Don't think he can continue this pursuit. Vinogo gets the energy eruption. Nova Escobar forced back, terrified. The stolen Eternal Guardian dropped by Izanami. And this is not a good place for Ruff. He's so far forward. Had to pop the Vengeance and Subway with the long range snipe to get rid of Storm.
Man, I'm surprised that Ruff actually survives there. Couldn't sneak in another auto attack. Couldn't sneak in another ability. And Storm ends up dying, still holding on to his Divine Judgment. But now it's going to be a quick rush from the side of RSG.
Yeah, Subway has arrived, and he does have the 2-level advantage, but in terms of numbers, he doesn't have it. Kaiser just flicker Vengeance, okay, no follow-up, didn't need to. And Zeno is going to take that bot here too.
We do see this as the reason why tank junglers are so prevalent nowadays. If a single member of the opposite team is able to zone you out from the objective, it's usually not ideal. But Monster Vicious is still in a very comfortable position, and a lot of the fights they've taken have been at a disadvantage since Zeno has been focusing on pushing down that tier 2, which he did successfully take earlier now. We do see a lane swap here from RSG, allowing Lolil some space to maybe farm now that their bottom tier 2 is gone.
Subway just lost his purple, had to use the ultimate to back off from Storm as well. Bringing Nova Escobar to the mid lane, the Retribution used, and unfortunately they get the pull. Zeno again, just found out by RSG.
Positioning there. Zeno again getting caught out the moment he decides to leave his lane. RSG definitely putting a fear in him to not leave his house.
I mean, for as long as he can, I think it's totally fine. Ruff, on the other hand, I don't know how long this is going to start working for, right? Like, how does he really scale into the rest of his game? I mean, yes, they're going to have a lot of ways to actually deal with that front line, especially with Subway, but eventually even he's going to start falling off.
Lolil being given a lot of space. He'll be able to get his own tier 2 now, being finished off by the minion wave, which means that all the effort Zeno has been putting into that bottom lane has just been rendered nil by a very effective catch by Storm in the mid lane.
Speaking of that, they are setting up shop in this brush again. Zeno finally going to the top side, which I feel like should have been done quite a while ago. Would have prevented his death earlier on, but you look at the net worth of both teams, it's dead even.
Pretty low kill count game as well, 4-2. I would have expected them to fight more often than not, but it feels like, you know, the teachings from Coach Haru on MV, you gotta fight with some kind of purpose, some way to kind of convert that advantage into something more tangible rather than just gold from kills.
But I do wonder if advice like that maybe... Oh, hold on.
Okay, another pull. Nova Escobar again as a backup. Storm this time is punting Zeno. Finishes his Loliao with the flicker, and that is what you want to see from Monster Vicious.
Very nice response there. Now understanding that they gotta keep an eye out for that divine judgment and being able to so quickly respond there, Nova Escobar, this is much more akin to the usual player we expect there. Getting 2 kills and now a free Lord means that Monster Vicious will regain control over this game.
And now, more importantly, a successful way to force a lead. If this tier 1 falls, yep, now they're in so much trouble. Oh,
Ooh, rough. Might have overstepped. No final slash. The RCNY not going to commit to it. And I mean, it's good enough. Monster Vicious finally getting a bit of a lead for themselves. It's 2.3k. And that looking to balloon it very, very soon as we check out the hand cam for Subway Jungler for Monster Vicious, brought to you by our official gaming phone, ROG Phone 8.
It's very interesting to see this side of Subway as well, since we're very used to him playing these tanky junglers. We've seen him try assassins in the past to not the best track record, but a marksman jungle, that's a new one here. 3-0-1, very strong debut for Granger in MPL Season 13.
Might just get his first win before Arlet at this point.
Oh boy.
The Lord will be taken care of. I mean, there is a carry on the other side after all, so Monster Vicious not able to crack any inhibitors. That's good news number 1. Good news number 2, RGMY should be able to defend this mid-tier 2. As Izanami will steal the Eternal Guardian from Fix again. Monster Vicious will try to push though. In fact, might even attempt to get it. In fact, they will. RCMY losing their last outer tier defense.
I do wonder if the choice to steal Eternal Guard instead of something like Minwen Fury is the right choice here, because I'm not too sure how much that really contributes in the grand scheme of things. Looking at the item builds overall, Olil is going for Trinity. He did start with Thunderbelt, so at the very least the carry is a little bit on the tankier side. But the Sea Halberd coming out from Ruff gonna make that quite difficult for him.
I mean, I was thinking whether or not he wanted to consider building into Dominance Ice instead of going for something like the Sea Halberd in these types of situations. But, I mean, he's already got the Vengeance, I suppose, so you might as well apply and get the extra damage. Actually, having the extra attack speed might actually keep you alive a little bit longer or finish off those kills. But at the end of it all, right, majority of the gold is coming from both Zeno as well as Subway on this Granger. The question is, RSGMY, at this point in time with no out-of-tier turrets to really work with and only with these inhibitors, right? They probably just want to drag out this game, which is why you're seeing this position of MV just freezing as many of these lanes as possible to try and get some information on whether RSGMY is going to walk out. And if they do, they might actually forcefully start a fight.
And also to minimize as much resources as possible for RSGMY, right? Like, if they can't enter the lane, they're getting less. And that actually helps Monster Vicious not only get control of the map, but also allow them to set up shop in the jungle if they need to kind of get a lot more resources into their own pockets. I like how Nova Escobar is constantly walking together with Ruff. If they see RCMY, at least there's someone there to respond.
Yeah, RSG's movements across the map right now are very risky because Zeno is still going for full damage Paquito, but now without the Nether Realm to protect them, the backline for RSG is much more vulnerable, especially when Subway is also going full DPS. Both just finished their Blade of Despairs a moment ago. So the DPS potential from Monster Vicious is massive, and RSGMY needs a very good pickoff if they want any hope of winning these teamfights.
No, Kaiser kind of taste the rainbow from Ruff. Did force the ultimate out of the CC, but brings Kaiser down 60% HP. Lord gets resetted as RCMY takes that opportunity to break that mid-tier 1.
Whether or not they're going to get is a different story, though. RC now have full position over this Lord. I'm not seeing a split push being done by Zeno just yet. He wants to be nearby enough to actually commit to this fight, but I don't know. It's 15-14. I would have expected MV to try and get something done here, but they're nervous. And so far, they haven't spotted out where this Kaja is going to be just yet. They see him out mid. They see that Lolios is going to take a tier 2 for free if MV does nothing.
Nova Escobar, here we go. Flicker, Izanami dashes away. They still want to chase. The Flicker terrifies enough to get rid of Izanami. Final slash from Kaiser from the back. But RCMY, can they keep up? Ruff, isolated, finished off by Kaiser. So 1-for-1 so far. Monster Vicious still keeping that health bar. Now, Divine Judgment is actually still available on Storm.
Yeah, they weren't able to quite use it that last fight, but trading 1-for-1 right now for RSGMY is pretty valuable. It's a bit hard to determine what the exact trade... Oh, hold on!
Yep. And that's a flicker divine adjustment. Zeno is going to go for his own flicker, but no cooldowns. Can't get away. And that could just be enough for RSGMY to step on forward to contest this Lord. Kaiser will do that, knocked out by the Lord. And the damage just enough. The Lord taking the side of Monster Vicious. And now Subway just needs to press retribution. And his fakers to secure the objective. Monster Vicious getting away.
Nicely done coming out from MV here. I was questioning whether or not Zeno really needed to actually utilize that flicker, but noticing the rest of MV actually coordinating well to rush down this Lord, having Subway a level ahead of a no-go, they've taken full advantage of the situation, right? Zeno can die 100 more times just like that as long as they secure that Luminous Lord.
A very good eye for opportunity there from Monster Vicious, understanding that, hey, Storm and Lolil are not here. There's no way RSG can actually contest. Let's blitz the Lord here. You're going to be able to use it to start pushing down the top lane. Subway 4-0-1. Full build on the Granger. He is scary.
Now Subway is going to unleash the Death Sonata first. Chip away the health bars of RCMY. RCMY trying to hold this Lord at their gates. Kaiser with the final slash to bring Ruff back down underneath the inhibitor, but it's not enough. Nova Escobar with them in no inferior to keep RCMY away, but at the end of the day, they defended that top inhibitor.
What a game we're having right here as Monster Vicious flipping everything on its head despite a strong performance from RGMY that made it seem like they clearly outclassed this new team to the MPL stage. Monster Vicious says, nope, we still got some pocket strats down there and we are ready to show them to you. This is an incredible performance right now. In a very unexpected way, RGMY, while they do still have some late game scaling here, their team fight definitely does not quite match up to what Monster Vicious has. So the approach to how they get kills and extend their influence across the map needs to be very meticulous.
I don't know. It's a low kill count game. We're pushing in towards the 17th minute as well. I feel like Monster Vicious is going to start hitting a brick wall sooner rather than later against RSGMY, who are eventually getting their level 15s pretty soon as well. So with no inhibitors missing, it really comes down to how do you actually play this Lord dance. And let's look at the in-game equipment to see whether or not there's anything out of the ordinary. Looks like pretty standard builds all across the board. And it looks like, oh, we're also not seeing any no winds of nature coming up from the carry at all. It's just brute force breastplate. I just want a kite.
Yeah, and also, and in place of that, she also has a thunder belt, right? So a bit more durability.
Yeah, this is a much more popular carry build nowadays where you do build the hero a bit of a semi-tank because she already has inbuilt true a max HP damage in her passive. So if you're able to make sure that she's able to stay alive a little bit longer in team fights, it's actually very good for them. RGMY doing a good job of matching rotations across the map, but Lolil and Storm here, they're waiting for someone to walk into their trap.
Oh, good game sense here. Good game sense from the side of MV. If you're going to move, you got to move together.
No, Escobar is going to check this. And that means that no pull yet. I mean, Monster Vicious, they haven't been handling this top wave for quite a while, and that eventually allowed RGMY to get the tier 1. Now they're going to be on the Lord.
I mean, they're okay with that, right? It's better than sending Subway up and being like, hey, could you clear...
Oh, they're looking for Zeno!
Oh?
Did they find it? Yep, Zeno, he's going to go down. Unfortunately, Monster Vicious a bit late to respond. That's what, 40 plus seconds?
Yeah, caught with his pants down there. I mean, I don't know. Probably should have communicated with the rest of the team, and now RCMY, I mean, they can force this.
They definitely can. Look at Kaiser's position. This could be deadly. Monster Vicious, they do not know this. Izanami happy to put himself in the line of fire. Subway can't get the snipe. Ruff wants to follow up, but also cannot get that done. Nova Escobar pushed away by Loliel. And Ruff also not in a healthy state. They have to give this up.
Yep, they have to give this up. Nothing they can really do about this. They have to wait for the full 5v5 rather than just try to man fight it 4v5 and almost guaranteed to lose the game off of that one push.
Yep, an incredibly clean sequence of events coming out from RGMY here, slowly picking off the members of Monster Vicious one by one because they understand that they're not going to be able to win these big 5v5 team fights. Unfortunately, Zeno very much experiencing the reason why a lot of Paquito players do not go for that full damage build. You just end up melting so quickly, especially in situations like this. And Monster Vicious, without their full lineup, it does not offer enough of a protective shell for Figs and Subway to do damage, which is why they're forced to retreat and mount a defense here against this Lord.
Still crazy that the AI winning prediction brought to you by Nescafe still predicts 68% in favor of Monster Vicious despite the circumstances. But we might finally see the first inhibitor drop in this game. The bottom one for Monster Vicious. Lore still fairly healthy and needs immediate attention. And look at Stone's position. Flicker, Divine Judgment, ready at the helm. Eternal Guardian drop, Nova Escobar tries to cover a lot more ground. Zeno doing the same thing in the top side of the map.
What we're seeing here is akin to a very quick reversal. We are seeing this a lot more often in recent late game matches where a single mistake costs you the entirety of your control over the map. There's still another 100 seconds or so until the next Lord. So until then, Monster Vicious can play just a little bit more aggressively, but they gotta avoid being picked off here. This Divine Judgment now having a lot of utility to Monster Vicious, who wants to split up to try and macro the map.
I don't know. I just think it's a little obnoxious here, right? Like RSG MY has been losing from early to mid off of small interactions against MV, and now that we're coming to this point with this overall even scored game, the fact is it's difficult to get in on their composition because if they make that first move, Nova Escobar has an easy way to counter engage, and the same can be said even for Zeno. If he has to give up his life, that's totally fine. He just needs to combo with fakes.
It's the Twilight Armor for Venogo already. He's going for the Immortality next.
The thing is, I feel like if Zeno was on a slightly more defensive build, if he had things like Dominance Ice and Bloodlust Axe, it would be a lot easier for him to actually like push out and try and set up slow pushes. Instead, he's gonna be forced to wait with his team because he technically acts as another source of DPS, and they cannot afford to lose him before RSG fully commits to the fight.
Oh man, this is a painful 21-minute game. Both sides really don't want to lose, especially when they're so deep in there. But look at that damage.
Ooh, this is rough.
Both junglers still have perfect KD so far. I mean, talk about not wanting to die in this game and understanding their importance, right? The objectives are getting more and more important by every single passing minute. And Zeno, I feel like he was thinking about it, but realizes he can't one-shot Lo Liao. Not at this point.
What is the play right now for Monster Vicious? RSG and Y, they can basically just keep doing what they're doing. Eventually, they're going to catch a straggler because the way that they've been pushing out the lanes has been very clean. But for Monster Vicious, is there any clear example of something they need to make happen in the next couple of minutes?
Well, I think number one, they need to find a pick on either Loliels or Izanami. I feel like Venogo, Storm, and even Kaiser probably isn't going to find as much value without their big if they're trying to enable someone without damage, right? And all three of them at this point have pretty much are just giant meat shields with CC.
Look at where Zeno has been waiting in the top brush for a long time and now decides to reset. I thought at least he would try to get some map control and maybe get a flank, or at least push out the wave on the top side. He's not getting anything done. That means RSGMY, they might just get a free Lord. Get the pull onto Nova Escobar, Subway, trying to support his support as much as he can. Nova Escobar gets knocked out by the stolen Eternal Guardian. Immortality is going to pop. Flickers to safety with the heal. And that's crucial resources expended from the side of Monster Vicious.
But the same can be said for RSGMY. They actually committed quite a lot there, and the only thing they got was the Immortality from the Minotaur here. So I actually think that Monster Vicious is in a pretty solid position here to contest this Lord, especially now that Divine Judgment is gone for a while.
Yes, it is, but the Lord Dance is going to be difficult to play, right? 2 flickers are already gone. Fakes, though, doesn't have his flicker. Same goes for Nova Escobar. And RSG, considering how they like to actually play these Lord Dances, just drag it out until you have your resources back, right? It wouldn't take too long. Yep, Stone already with the Divine Judgment ready to go.
Kaiser, he is fine standing in that position. Seems like it's towards RSGMY. Another pull this time. It's rough of all people. I mean, if you're only onto one person, it might not be enough. Venogo, he's going to slam that giant blade down, and Nova Escobar removed from the fight.
And RSGMY not overstepping their boundaries as well. Kaiser does lose Immortality here, drops low.
Subway couldn't finish him off, but is it enough to push RSGMY back? Storm. This pop did conceal just in case. It might just come down to a miraculous steal from Subway.
Minion wave up top, actually nearly taking the inhibitor here. I think Kaiser will be just in time to stop it, but that could have been a free tower for Monster Vicious.
Oh, again, this time the Terrify fakes. He was ready to respond. Subway with the Death Sonata. They get the pick onto Izanami. And Venogo Immortality shattered as Zeno shows back up with the combo. And the patience paying off for Monster Vicious. Lord claimed. And RSGMY on the run. Venogo, can you get out of this predicament? Fakes. Just accurate with the Terrify. Monster Vicious with 3.
Oh man, the idea was good, but Fake said no. He was not gonna let him get away with that. And now with 3 dead, this is only a potential closeout for the side of MB. These death timers are so very, very long, and the Lord is only going to spawn in 3 seconds.
RGMY repeated the same engage a few too many times, and it was clear that Monster Vicious positioned in such a way so that the Terrify would be able to stop him right when he went in for that Divine Judgment. So now, RSGMY, we could be looking at another tie game here. Will Monster Vicious bring another game 3?
Well, beasts of different origins. Monster Vicious bringing some new technology to the big stage. And we are gifted with a game 3 in this series, gentlemen.
Yep, and Granger as well as Vexana have now a better win rate than having someone like an Arlen.
And
pretty
the
crazy.
CC as well. CC got her first
That's
win.
true.
Woo!
A lot of first times here, and it's good to see that they're making this competitive. They're bringing it to all 3 of these games. Congratulations to MV for taking the second one, but they still have a long journey ahead of them, especially since RSG is really matching them in their aggression as well as their team fights.
But Monster Vicious has proved to the world one thing here. Tier 2 metas can be brought to the MPL stage as long as you have the experience and the confidence to be able to pull it off. Being able to adjust at that final moment to catch out Storm and take advantage of RSGMY's own habits. Excellently done.
Combo breaker, right? Fakes the Vexana Terrify. That was all that it took. And Zeno, with kind of criticized him here and there, game 1 and game 2, and finally when the most important moment, that man showed up, took out Lo Liao, and that was all that was needed.
Daddy came back with milk now. Finally came back after so long. Don't worry, I'm just gonna split push. I'll be back soon. 15 years later. I'm back, son. Welcome home.
Training in the mountains, you know?
Yeah, sitting under waterfalls.
Comes back in a full damage build.
Yeah, full damage build as well. I don't know. It is pretty painstaking. Like, each moment of that game was very painstaking, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears was going into both sides. But let's have a go look backstage to see our MVP of this game. Give it up for Subway here, our MVP on a Granger nonetheless.
I think it's an excellent showing here from Subway, demonstrating to all MPL MY fans that he is not just a one-trick pony, he's not just a Fredrin bot, he's not just a Barat bot. He can have other pocket picks to bring to the table as well. And who would have thought that the double fighter side lane marksman jungle meta would work against a team like RSGMY?
Well, blast to the past nonetheless. This Granger, deadly accurate, 4-0 and 3 nonetheless. This entire game he has been deathless and accurate on the trigger finger. Every time, just being able to not only take important objectives, but that ultimate snipe has always been a crucial tool to whittle down the members of RSG.
I mean, the Death Sonata has been a great tool, not only to kind of slow down engages, but to look for those big executes for the low targets and squishier targets in the composition. I think, you know, pair that with the fact that you have other tools at your disposal as well. As long as you position well, you're generally going to be okay. And Venogod, he didn't get punished too often in this matchup, but at the very least, he did have to always keep that into consideration. What angle do I have to stand in front to block these shots?
Yeah, you look at kind of the KD, especially for Venogo and Kaiser, the one death was the only death that kind of ended the game for RSGMY. So this painfully slow tug-of-war sort of game, I think at the end of the day, it was MV's patience that really paid off at the end. And just, again, taking advantage of RSG's force habits.
Is this an indication that a team that is very reliant on a singular source of DPS doesn't quite match up in today's meta?
Depends on how you execute it. You can see a lot of times that when RSG does find the actual good engage, it really didn't matter how much quote-unquote damage you actually had. It's just very quick, clean, and when you execute it well, you never stood a chance to begin with. And I think that goes for both teams here, whether it be MV or even RSG. One clean engage, that's all you need, and basically you win the fight before it even starts.
I think the numbers here can kind of reinforce that, right? Lolio and Izanami, they both deal the most damage on their team, and honestly on the side of MV, it was Fake's majority of the time because he's a Vexana. But then you look at Subway as this Gradient jungler, didn't do as much as the carry nor the Valentina, but it's the fight that matters for MV. Every time these damage are being pumped up, they're getting something in return.
It goes to show, right? Execution is extremely key. Having some strong fundamentals, and more importantly, just the macro here has been setting the difference and has been the overall theme for these past 2 best-of-3s.
And it does feel bad for RSGMY. They were doing such a good job of keeping the lanes pushed up and separating Monster Vicious so that they could take advantage of catches with the Divine Judgment. But it turns out that their gameplay, all it took was that one push for the House of Cards to just come toppling down when there's so much DPS coming out of Monster Vicious. And Subway positioning excellently behind all of the bulk of his team. It's very difficult for RSG to actually jump in and dive that backline. Kaiser, that's kind of his job, but Arlet just not having a good time this season.
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out to Nova Escobar. His response on Minotaur towards every RSG move has been impeccable. His counter engages, his awareness to identify which targets to protect, and the craziest thing was, prior to that last team fight, he was ganged out by multiple RSG members. Not for a second he thought of unleashing that ultimate as a means of escape. He let the Immortality tank that revive, and afterwards he had the tool to respond to RSG.
Hey man, suppressions are difficult to get rid of, and I think that, yes, he could have preemptively forced it out, but at the end of it, I think it's all about finding those right moments. And for RSG, it felt like they got into a pattern towards the end, especially once you've dragged it on for at least 20 minutes into these games, where each and every one of these kills is going to be very valuable with, what, 40 to 50 second death timers here. That's when it becomes very punishing, and that's when Storm can really say, hey, I pick one person, that person needs to die.
That's kind of what like you guys pointed out early on, where it's actually very smart move for MV to move together as a unit. He also understood what RSG was thinking.
I mean, to a certain extent, it's 2 sides of the exact same coin. They play very, very similarly, and I think the only real difference is the EXP laners and how they manage their waves and how they actually have the outlook on the game of, oh, do I want to scrape up gold, or do I want to kind of group up together to make sure we win every single neutral?
And a direct comparison, Paquito is definitely always going to be better at split pushing as compared to Arlet. And I think that's one of the weaknesses that you see in Arlet as a hero, as an EXP laner. It's a very important job, especially in these really back-to-forth situations, to be able to force someone away by pushing the other side of the map. Instead, that job had to be relegated to other members of RSGMY, and although they did do a good job of that, not having as many tools to split up the fight and having very orchestrated styles of engagement depending on their Divine Judgment allowed Monster Vicious all the time they needed to fine-tune their strategy.
This is probably the first and the last time we'd see a gold laner taking the most damage in a single game.
Oh boy, I don't know. I still don't know how to feel about this CC in the gold lane just yet. Obviously, it does have its own benefits, and I think, you know, having the Vengeance as an insurance policy that you don't actually die in that 1v1 is kind of nice to have. But is this going to be the direction of where the meta is going to lean to? Hey, you want to play a more dominant gold laner? Sure, I'm just going to play a fighter to kind of find the counter.
Well, it's always been a valid option, but CC would normally not be the hero you go for in that situation because you'd want something that pressures more heavily, like Paquito or Yuuzong, right? CC just so happens to match very well into the carry, so whether or not more teams will pick up this hero in the gold lane, well, we'll just have to see.
Okay, we're late enough into the day.
I've silenced the desk.
It's a 20-minute game, man.
Come on. We just got out of... We're not even done with the series, man.
That one deserves a death timer. That one deserves a death timer. I'm calling it for 50 seconds. I'm out of here.
I mean, if I can take a break from casting for a while, I don't mind.
Oh, boy. I think it's rough, but overall, I do think that both of these teams seem to be like... I wish they wouldn't play as defensively as we see them so far, right? It feels like they're very macro-heavy, and they understand what it's like to get consistently punished. But when you get punished, you are obviously looking for trades and timings, both of which aren't abused as often as I would like it as often. Oh, even my words are coming all together and repeating themselves.
As often as you would like it.
Exactly, because we keep seeing the exact same patterns happen over and over again, not in just team fights, but even off-tempo plays from both sides. The target priorities at the same time is still the same. Nothing much has changed from game 1 to game number 2.
You would think game 2 was scripted by how they moved in the last like 8 to 10 minutes.
Exactly.
But it's also pretty rare to see RC Malaysia be so passive. It feels a bit odd, considering that they generally like to play a bit, aggressive, right? They like to push the tempo. But perhaps it's a sign of respect towards MV, considering that MV has been putting up a pretty good fight with a unconventional lineup.
I mean, I would blame MV in a matter of fact, because why do you have such strong counter engage? And maybe that's something that you should consider getting rid of. Like, I don't know. This Minotaur has been a big nuance here at MPL MY of whoever has a Minotaur, I guess we just have to wait for them to engage first, right? It forces you to play defensively because the counter engage is just that devastating.
I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that it's a new season where you have a lot of new lineups, a lot of familiar and new players kind of mixing together. So they also are not only trying to figure out their own synergies on the MPL stage, but also figuring out how well other teams are performing. So they're trying to play it a little bit slower, a little bit safer, but I imagine we'll get to see something a little bit different as the season progresses. For now, though, let's talk about RSG Prime.
Hey man, I know we are following like the M Series Prime edition, but I'm not convinced just yet. This is definitely not RSG at their prime. If it is RSG Prime, then fans have to be very worried.
They are. They would be. I mean, especially with the hashtag, right? No, sorry, not the hashtag, but after the quote down at the bottom. Second trophy after 3 years. That's a long time. That's a long time since they haven't reached that stage just yet.
Yeah. So if it is their prime, if it is prime time, please tell me it's not now, right? Like, let it be the playoffs. Let it be the playoffs, and then I think we can settle in a bit more comfortably.
Well, we can't exactly just afford to wait until the playoffs to bring out prime time anymore, though. Considering the new format of the playoffs this season, only 6 teams will actually get to make it into the next stage. And not only that, the bottom team just immediately loses their slot and falls to MAL. So competition is fierce.
Only one of them will directly fall to MAL.
Yeah, one of them.
The 9th place will fight with the 2nd place MAL team after the regular season from the Challenger Conference. Ooh, that's a mouthful. But
a literal...
It's a best of 5 that's going to be happening during the MAL playoffs, I believe. So that's going to be very interesting as well.
Very much a literal death sentence.
A literal death sentence. One of them has a fighting chance, the other one sent to the gulag instantly.
It's one way of putting it here, but now that Coach Rain is going to have a conversation with the rest of the players, definitely you can see that there is a lack of confidence in the way that they're maintaining these team fights and why it was dragged for so long, when honestly, they should be consistently making proactive plays whenever Storm has his ultimate. Something which wasn't abused as often as I would like to have seen, and I think that's what Coach Rain is going to be addressing here. Build that confidence back up, keep communications sound and clear, and more importantly, really take advantage of the heroes that are given to you.
Yeah, a natural-born charismatic leader, right? Coach Rain is not like your militaristic style coach or analyst. He's a more calm person. You know, he kind of talks you out of your
delusions.
Delusions. Talks you out of a bad time. I think that's a better way to put it.
He washes away all your doubts like the rain itself. He is a calming presence that is omnipresent, especially in the humid season.
I can imagine his conversations with Loliel's just like, it's not your fault. CC is just an annoying hero, man. And then Loliel's just like, give me CC! Lock me in, coach!
No, Loliel, we can't do that.
Please, coach, lock me in!
We have Harif, you know, we have...
No, Lolil, you haven't finished your yo-yo training yet.
Yeah, look, you just lost to CC and you think CC is gonna win the game. That's not how it works.
It's a meta pick. I lost on carry, sir.
I can't imagine Lolio fighting back, so I think it's all good.
It probably is all good here, but let's see whether they're gonna come back to form so far. Because right now, the fact that it dragged on for 20 minutes and the fact that, like, it's understandable that MV has to wait for the engagement from the side of RSG, but it doesn't excuse the fact that RSG were playing very passively despite having a divine judgment.
Speaking of that, I remember. So last season we also talked about how Izanami actually since his debut he has always been more of a utility type mid laner, right? So your Valentina, Faramis, Novaria once in a while. I wonder if kind of this new era is going to see a shift in him and how he plays as well. Like maybe Lilia, something that maybe has a lot more offensive capabilities. I know it's not Izanami style, but that's also one thing that has held RSG back during certain times.
Well, actually, to be honest, the fact that Izanami plays utility mid laners is more of a personal choice rather than a hero pool issue, because there have been many examples in history where RSGMY has been behind or having some trouble and Izanami just decides, okay boys, I'm the carry now. He's fully capable of that. He just chooses not to.
I agree with the statement, and I think that sometimes the draft isn't going to be designed around him sometimes, and I think that's totally fine. We've seen a lot of these similar examples in other MPLs across the world, right? We're seeing people like, oh no, I guess you have to play Angela in the mid lane and not a Lilia Novaria, even though you've been hitting every single skill shot since the beginning of time.
He doesn't pick on he doesn't like kind of dust off the rust, you know, put on some gloves until the team really needs it.
Possibly.
Playoff seasons, I guess. It's the only time we might be able to see it.
He takes off the training weights during playoffs. It's like, finally, guys.
Rock Lee moment.
The Rock Lee moment, actually.
Let's see what they're going to go for this time. And it looks like Ruby, Angela for the side of RSG on the blue side. MV get rid of the Vixana and as well as the Matilda on red side.
Like, my biggest question right now, is going to be, do you still contest the Arlet?
I
say no.
I say you just
say
let
no,
it
right?
through. Just let it through, you know, let nature take its course. I feel like it's like a cursed gift, you know, like, you take Arlet, good luck. But the Phobius ban means that we might be going back to the Nolan for RSG.
I think MV, it's going to be a bit of a problem, right?
Wow, Joy.
They're just going to open up everything.
Right, let's do it. Let's do that matchup again.
Yeah,
we saw that yesterday.
They're forcing the matchup between Nolan and Joy in this situation. They can't afford to ban either one. Looks like RSG does prefer the Nolan in this particular situation. So Joy should be the obvious pickup here, but they could also lean towards the Barats just to have someone that just never dies to the Nolan.
I suppose, but come on, let's make it interesting here.
Okay, now they got the Arlet.
Oh, I guess that's one way of making it interesting here. Still 0% win rate.
I don't
total
know about
picks,
this,
total game.
man. I really don't like when teams open as safely as this. And I don't even consider Arlet a safe pick anymore.
That's why Guinevere is not prioritized as much. That could be one of the examples in terms of how these flex picks are shifting. And maybe Ruby is the only viable one in the forefront of the draft. It's Minotaur picked up by Storm again. We've seen him in game 1. This guy's lethal.
Pretty deadly overall.
You would think a Minotaur would be a little more heavily contested considering he's been on the winning team both times this game. The carry gonna be locked in as well. So clearly neither coach cares too much about statistics.
They're gonna be playing true to their identity here.
I'm telling you, if Joy makes it through until the very end, I would be surprised.
I doubt so.
There's no
you
way,
pick it
right?
now, right?
It's either you pick it now
Okay,
or
never mind.
you say, I'm going to pick CC, right? Oh, no.
We're not seeing
No.
Joy this game, I guess.
Okay.
Where's the joy? Now I'm
that's fine.
sad.
Have you seen Marie Kondo? She's not doing it anymore. No more. No joy. Does not spark joy.
Just let it go.
Just let it go.
Throw it away. But at least MV is making a bit of an adjustment here compared to their previous match. I mean, this is relatively similar to their Game 1 draft, right? We are seeing a lot of similar elements into it, and I think, MV have taken into account, hey, Yuzong, bit of an issue, let's get rid of it now.
Yeah, the Yuzong was banned out in game 2 as well, and it worked out pretty well for them, so they're getting rid of it once again. But this exact trio, right, the Fredrin, Arlet, Valentina, hasn't been having a very good success rate today because, again, it's a situation where you leave a lot of the consistent DPS to your marksman. And that has not been working for a lot of teams.
Like, your XP laner and your marksman better be some big damage.
Yes.
And I think the XP laner has to be able to push the tempo. I think that's the most important part for the last two picks. I'm looking at a Claude. If you want to play that late game, Claude is probably the only choice. If not, maybe the...
I mean, don't say that.
Nah, you're just making it worse then at that point.
They lock in CC 2 for 2. 2 for 2 against this carry. It's just like, you haven't learned your lesson, have you, Loyals?
I think actually there is a genuine possibility that this is like maybe a Fredrin EXP and then they just pull out like the Joy after they confirm that there's no way they can counterpick it.
I mean, or
the Fanny, right? If Subway can play Fanny.
I feel like it's a grief if you CC go lane and then just pick... And no jungler can save you at that point. You just don't have damage.
Oh boy, we'll see. We'll see what this is going to be here,
You just go all in. CC
Ranger.
Export jungle, no damage anywhere.
Ranger gold.
I would so much rather take an export jungle. If that's how you're going to play it, right? But I mean, it's banned out.
That's true. We don't know what MV is going to go for. They had some crazy ideas in the second matchup, so I wouldn't be too surprised if they have some more crazy ideas for this third one.
All right, Granger.
Come on, 4 seconds.
Do it.
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Oh, it's Claude. All right. We're going back to Claude. You can't. I mean, they've won with CC Gold Lane once. No, you can't show the same tricks twice.
Why?
What do you mean, why? They had match point.
Yeah,
serious
why
point, that's
did you
why.
go Claude in this situation? You have no early game presence at all.
I mean, why does that matter? As long as RSG
What do you
plays
mean, why does that matter?
I saw a 20-minute game where RSG basically got punished for everything that they did after the 15-minute mark. If that happens again, MV played that late game stage a lot better, and I think that it does kind of apply. They don't have any early game pressure, so sure, give them all the turtles that they want to, but at the end of the day, right, if RSG doesn't push the tempo fast enough and they still only maintain a 3,000 gold lead throughout the entire game 20 minutes past prior, then it's not going to matter anyways.
I wonder what the last pick is going to be. I don't feel good about another pick.
It better be something good.
Please.
Or all my bets are on RSG right now.
I feel like Paquito doesn't... It doesn't do
Paquito,
well enough to RSG. Oh, if he goes damage Paquito, it's like lights out.
I mean,
okay, yeah, finally. I've been waiting for the Lapu to show up.
It's something at least.
Oh, it's way better than Paquito in the situation.
Yeah.
Way better.
Is it gonna be full damage, Lapu?
Yo, don't give him ideas.
Hey man, let's calm down here for a second.
Like, Hunter Strike, Bloodlust, and straight out like, what's it? BOD.
I mean, he could actually. I mean, it's still a viable build. Don't get me wrong here, but I think overall, it's still looking like a pretty similar composition at the end of the day, right? Like MV still want to have some sort of side lane pressure, but they do want to contest for turtles pretty hard with the Lapu because it is going to be the EXP who makes that difference during these first 3 turtle fights.
RCMY, if they're able to split up the fight efficiently, it's going to be difficult for Lapu to really place pressure on more than one person. So there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Xeno this game. It is the decider game between RSGMY and Monster Vicious. Our second match of the day. How will it conclude?
Monster Vicious already made a dent in RSGMY, and now it's to deal the finishing blow through that vulnerability. I agree with you, Sadafa. Honestly, I looked at RG draft and I do like it a bit more, but this Lapu, Zeno again, has a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders. This time it's not like being a Paquito split pushing side lanes. This time you gotta reach the back, and sandbag by a Baraz is kind of the first obstacle you need to overcome.
I mean, that's not the only obstacle that you need to overcome. You still have to deal with specifically Nana. It's like, yes, you deal all the damage. She has her passive. I've already used my anti-CC, so there's nothing I can do about it but accept the damage and my fate.
Yeah. I'm the bravest fighter. Turns into a plushie.
I'm the bravest fighter. Oh boy. But I think for the most part here, it's going to be important for Claude to also access the backline alongside Zeno, right? I think that is the only way I can see if this game does stretch out to 20 minutes for them to have a legitimate win condition.
Whoa, rough.
Not
really
quite
the best of
aggressive.
trades.
But I guess he understands that neither of them are really going to be killing each other yet at this point, so why not go for a slightly aggressive trade, especially since his team is nearby. Ooh.
Oh, wow. So smart, just purposely taking the damage for that ult.
Well done, well done. That's what you want to see here. And now all these moves start to make sense. The team is moving together. And they're even calling up Kaiser down towards that mid lane to see whether or not, if things do escalate out of control, they need the extra bit of backup.
Yeah, I had no idea that Subway served the minced beef. So that's just a really rough situation for Stone here. He's going to be very late to hit that level 4 timing, which means that Monster Vicious actually have a good spot to try and contest this turtle, but they still have to be wary of Venogo.
Uh-oh, speaking of that, Zeno losing majority of his health. Subway, the only man alone on this turtle. He has no Escobar with him. As we look at the hand cam from the side of Venogo, here comes Kaiser with the gobble up. It's Venogo with the turtle. Izanami forced away by the Lapu Lapu, but unfortunately for the side of RCMY, they're going to lose a lot more. It's Kaiser to go down.
I think Kaiser did a really good job though, being able to identify the perfect timing to go for the flicker Daytona's welcome so that Subway could not contest.
That's going to be the Minoan Fury this time. Oh, Subway getting away.
Oh, so very close, so very close. And now they're even going to find the trade? No, Izanami doesn't even lose out too much there. Okay, so considering how things are going, 2 kills falling into the hands of Monster Vicious so far, with RSG still being able to trade over the turtle here.
Oh, he resets it.
Yeah. And even get some health back, so
dude,
calculated.
He's still going back.
He's like, wait, one more time. This time it'll be different.
And Venogo has no purple buff, so this is not going to be easy. You know, Escobar, either Cyclone,
Oh,
maybe
he's
might not
dropping
need
low.
it. Zeno's
Dude.
going up.
Oh!
Venogo! Watch out, Zeno! With the collection at the bottom lane.
Well played here for the side of MV. Really abusing the micro here.
Arlet has had enough.
Yeah.
I will not have a 0% win rate.
And not this time.
Not this time.
Finally showing what he's capable of with the hero. I'm actually very interested to see what his build is there, because that was quite a bit of damage. So
Probably just full tank build, just Arlot things.
Well, let's find out. Okay, doesn't seem like anything too out of the ordinary. We do see an Enchanted Talisman being purchased by Fakes at this point of time, but he does take the adaptive damage here, instead of going for just raw penetration and also the tenacity to ensure that he doesn't die in these low moments that maybe and try and clutch it out. Doesn't change the fact that we don't know his items thus far, but let's see what RSG has to say about this, right? We are yet to see a response from them, considering the amount of punishment we've seen from MV.
We've moved away from Life Drain, that's for sure. Back to the emblems that a lot of us are more familiar with.
Okay, looking at the items now. Ooh, an eat here from Kaiser.
Zeno spat into the wall. Combo is enough. Venogo, alongside Kaiser, picks up that kill. Monster Vicious knows that there's no Daytona's welcome. There might be an angle to contest this. Stolen Minoan Fury by Fakes. Uh-oh, Kaiser stuck on by Subway.
Things are getting quite close here. No Xeno to zone out the backline, so this is a 50-50.
Counter Minoan Fury from Fakes. It is enough for Subway to get the turtle. Kaiser now is going to pull Subway back. Subway still gets away. And look who is here. It's Nova Escobar. Can't catch up to Izanami. It's now mid lane. Oh, Zeno with the land shaker. And Nova Escobar doesn't have the vengeance. But, I mean, Monster Vicious. The turtle and the kill on Lowly Yao of all people.
I don't know. It feels like, you know, MV have definitely ego-checked RSG to a point where they're playing hyper-passively. There's a lot of, like, weird moves. For example, Venogo just in the middle of the pit there when he didn't really need to be, which only begs the question, somebody was making a call to actually initiate on this fight, and that costed Venogo his life.
I think they were a little bit too confident once Kaiser was in and like buying a lot of space by basically throwing his life away. But then they weren't quite able to get the retry timing either. And Monster Vicious really running away with this early game.
Oh yes.
Nova!
Nova is online. Storm taking the slam in the face. Fakes will force that flicker out of him.
No flicker from Storm as well. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but it definitely feels like MV have are playing off of significant momentum. Nova X Kobar especially, but they've really emasculated RSGMY.
Oh, yeah.
Emasculated is
Emasculated.
actually the correct word here. If anything, they've emasculated me as well, because I literally said I didn't like this draft, and now Monster Vicious are just showing how it's played.
It feels like I'm going to be walking away with one less testicle by the end of this game. It's
Yeah, probably.
It's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous how much momentum MV has generated. Like, the confidence on Nova X Kobar in particular, from what used to be like, what are you doing there, to now, whoa, this guy is so confident.
And actually, he doesn't have damage
Like,
either.
look at this.
Oh my god.
The ultimate. There is a purple bomb on Venogo this time. Nova X Kobar. It's a means for Ruff to show up. Venogo can't really stay there any longer. That means this turtle open for business for Monster Vicious.
I don't know, RSGMY honestly cannot let Nova X Kobar disrespect them like that. Like, at the very least, where is the support system?
Kaiser gets stunned up again. Ruff, he's not afraid of this. What you gonna do, Dino Boy? Nothing much.
Yeah, this is quite oppressive coming out from Monster Vicious right now. And like you say, Gideon, where is the support system for RSGMY? It's not as if they're trying to take fights on the other side of the map. In fact, it's
man.
Xeno that's actually matching in terms of macro.
What?
He's dead.
Oh.
He's dead.
Like, what?
I feel like he shouldn't have eaten Nova there, because at least he may have died to the tower.
No, he would have
No.
died regardless.
Yeah.
He flickers out of there, and Nova just like final slashes him back underneath the tower. It really doesn't matter. He's dead, and he's dead no matter what. I don't know. Like, the way that RSGMY is moving across the map, they are leaving a lot of vulnerabilities, right? They don't want to clump up too close together to really lose out on map pressure, but at the same time, it's not like they're doing much on the map anyways. Loliel, Stolman, as well as Izanami are just walking as 3 sometimes for a majority of this game. Nothing is really happening, and MV is taking advantage of that fact.
Yeah, it seems like MV with their draft. Storm.
Okay, Storm. Looking for an opening. That's the flicker onto the back. Catching Fakes. Fakes. Counter into a 3. Gets it off in time. Fakes with the reply. And Monster Vicious pounces on the opportunity. Kaiser, you got a meal for yourself, but they will make a meal out of you instead. Monster Vicious with 3 in the mid lane.
That was disgusting.
That is actually gross.
That was so disgusting. How do you get away with that? Figs especially, he should have died before that third hit touches the ground, but no, he makes it away with literally 1% of his HP.
And not only does he not die, he gets the counter set up, gets out alive, and Monster Vicious gets a free tower, balloons their net worth to 5k. Vegas has had enough of us complimenting Nova. He wants to show us why he has also been borrowed by many MPL teams in the past.
Oh my goodness, they are building up this momentum fast, and Ruff is just like, guys, you gotta let me in on this a little bit more often. 3 kills just ain't enough for me anymore. Look at Zeno, he's got 3 kills and 2 assists too.
Look at this, 5k goal lead for MV. And an uncontested Lord on top of that. RSGMY now really feeling the heat. Nova X Kobar, his mere presence is a threat.
I gotta say, I did not see this coming, especially with how against this draft I was at the beginning. Monster Vicious, they definitely seem to have baited RSGMY into a similar mindset to...
Whoa, Ruff! Wow! Okay, Trace is live, but now Lo Liao is in the fray. Subway is taking his mark. Nova X Kobar again! Oh, the final slash into the Appraisal's grab. Nova X Kobar just doing everything correct. They will lose Fakes. Monster Vicious with their own respawn to even it up.
Apparently, this man can get away with the cruelest of sins ever. It's what is this? What is this? Why is Ruff thinking trading 1 for 1 against our marksman? This is going to be worth it for us, especially with Lord on our side, and it hasn't even spawned, by the way. And then Fakes is like, wait! You're not the only person who can do that. I can do it too.
I feel like Ruff definitely got a little bit overconfident, thinking that he would be able to trade Izanami and get out alive. So that's kind of underestimating RSGMY. And then Fakis just comes in to follow up and ends up losing his life as a result of the fight. At least that's how I would interpret things overall. Monster Vicious definitely gave up a bit more net worth lead than they should have, but they still are 3k ahead, and we can see that Ruff is doing a lot of damage right now.
Even baited out the Molina Blitz from RSGMY. Bottom tier 2 down. One more outer tier turret to go.
Not going to be able to get any inhibitors at all. they're really taking their time with this one. They've got so much momentum on their hands, but how long is this going to drag on, right? Like RSGMY, they have correctly. Oh,
Nova again to bait out Storm's ultimate. Nova happily giving his life away, but they're fighting underneath the turret. Not sure if that's the good idea. Fakes this time, doesn't get a counter engage, and Zeno is all alone in the back. Ruff needs to run. This is not the fight for them to take. Monster Vicious overstepping their boundaries, and RSGMY will take it a step further, take it a mile to find 4 on the side of Monster Vicious.
I think that is what
I think that's what emasculation does to you.
I don't know about you guys, but it feels like the MPL MY brand still stands. We are the most entertaining region for a reason.
Well, I guess that's one way to throw away a 5k gold lead to make sure Arlet does not win the game.
They're sticking to the script. They're like, oh man, guys, we can't actually win on this Arlet. Guys, they're gonna find us.
Monster Vicious really wanting to make sure that their picture is next to the definition of troll in the dictionary.
It's getting closer and closer each and every time. But honestly, it really comes down to just these hard ego challenges. I think they definitely let it get to their head a little bit more than they should. Things were working out. Like, I understand being disrespectful to your opponent, especially when you have a lead. But to the point where you're throwing a 5k lead, ooh, that's when you've taken it too far. And it doesn't help that the AI prediction is just like, keep it up, keep it up. 12 minutes, we're just going to adjust the win rate to 74%. Aha!
Seriously, Monster Vicious know that the way they've been winning team fights is by splitting up RSG and getting pickoffs. RSG is so good at counter engage with Minotaur and Barats and Nana, and they decide, how about we be the ones to start a 5v5 team fight? In their own jungle, mind you.
Let's mess up the stocks a little bit. You see the stocks for MV plummet after that play.
Okay, maybe they've learned their lesson, right? Maybe the momentum has finally not gone to their head. So Nova, just go for it. Final slash Minotaur back underneath the turret, back into your team or something crazy, you know? Try really ego challenge this one. Really push the limits because they have got a flank angle.
Well, there's no chance to steal this for sure. The
Flank
Novo
angle.
gonna get it. Here comes the flank. Nova Escobar only getting stolen. Stolen unleashes the ultimate to get the knockup. Maybe it's enough though for Monster Vicious. This rough to unleash the blazing duet 2 for them. RSGMY might have walked away with the Lord, but Monster Vicious this time will walk away with a couple of kills. Kaiser all by his lonesome. This Dino boy is about to send back to the prehistoric era. Monster Vicious with 3.
Oh, okay. Looks like they did learn, Gideon. Like, I know you were being sarcastic, but they actually did learn. The flank angle was correct. They caught the cow out. They were able to pressure and push back RSGMY. They actually were willing to trade the Lord there. Obviously not the ideal, because Subway was caught out by the Daytona's welcome, but now they've regained a little bit more control. Honestly, I have no idea how this is going to go now, because both these teams are just making mistakes.
Well, I will say that one was on MV just playing overall better here, right? Because the simple logic of it is, if they manage to get a double flank with both, with either Zeno with Ruff, or Ruff plus Nova X Kobar, and Izanami has already wasted his ult, they can push whoever they want to and get into that backline free of charge, and that's when they can go for these hard ego challenges. The theory is simple. It's just that the way they do it is really strange.
Well, if the way that you do it is strange, then the opponent is not prepared to counterplay.
And if you don't know what you're doing, you know,
neither will they.
Neither will they. It's an ancient art of war.
Sun Tzu.
Sun Tzu once said.
I'm pretty sure that's how Sun Tzu won.
Yes.
Sun Tzu, what is your advice on this next battle tactic? I don't know, dude.
Kaiser though, isolated. Nova Escobar, that is the pick. Kaiser can't respond. Subway, more than safe. Nova Escobar, another stun, this time from Storm. Are you going to use that ultimate? Zeno, he's going to use his. And Rob pushing forward. Monster Vicious with a singular pick.
Scary stuff. Very scary stuff here. They've already taken out Kaiser, but the death timer is relatively low. 20 seconds until he's back up and running this 15-minute game. It looks like we're going to go the full 20 minutes here.
Yeah, we're going to the distance.
Yeah, that is unless Monster Vicious is able to just completely clear out RSG and wipe in the next Lord take. Otherwise, yeah, RSG is still in an okay spot. A 2k net worth difference at this stage of the game is not going to be a complete game ender, but Lolil has not been having the best time. 0 and 4, still taking a little while before he is full on items. And meanwhile, Ruff has already replaced his shoes.
Yeah, with the Wind Talker. Man is decked out. Now the rest of the money is just to swap items. get that power potion. He is in a unique spot on the map. RGMI, I don't think they'll check this.
He's trying to 1v1 trade for Izanami.
Yeah, like he
No, don't
canceled
do
the
it.
recall.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do
You know that
it.
you know they sit in a squad of 3. As soon as you show up, Izanami's just gonna blow you up instantaneously, man.
But mom.
But
mom, I like my suicidal thoughts.
Okay, Kaiser grabbing Subway. Nova Escobar isn't here. Subway bursted. Immortality gone in an instant. Subway can't survive this. Zeno also can't. Fake goes in. 3-man knockup. Here comes Ruff. He has to put the entire team on his shoulders right now as Fakes also goes down. There's only 2 more left for Monster Vicious. And not enough firepower to go to RSG.
Very nice timing by RGMY to decide to do that. Finding Kaiser by himself. Looks like Monster Vicious a little bit too confident that the Fredrin would survive basically anything thrown at him. And this Lord will now go into the hands of RSGMY. We are seeing back and forth mistakes here. Both teams making some disrespectful plays.
I don't know why they would face check the bush in the first place. Why would you even walk up in that type of position? Your main win conditions are just halfway across the map, man.
Nova Escobar was with the claws.
At that point, they may as well just leave Nova and Ruff there to split push, right?
I mean, I suppose, but like, considering like Fakes was even going for the big play with the Minoan Fury, with his stolen Minoan Fury, and then flickers in to hit as many people as possible, like there is an unbelievable amount of trust in his teammates.
He has faith, but that ain't enough. Lord will take care of this mid inhibitor. Storm to the back, catches Fakes again, and he is gone. Nova Escobar. What do you have left in the tank? Lord will be taken care of. That's one thing for RGMY. Cracking open the base of MV. Could be one fell swoop against Subway. Can't afford to go back and heal back up. The Molina polymorphing Ruff. Last inhibitor falling. Nova Escobar might have to go big.
That's
Ruff.
painful.
Oh boy. One final push. Here we go. Ruff to the back with the Wisdom Nature. The Nicholas Dragon does miss. Ruff, unfortunately, does not do enough damage. Has to reset again, but has done enough to keep the base.
RGMY are able to take every last inhibitor from the base of Monster Vicious, but some good timings allow Monster Vicious to keep themselves in this game. Although the net worth advantage has completely shifted into RGMY's favor, we are at a stage of the game where that no longer matters. It's all about positioning, it's all about that catch. We can no longer afford from either of these teams to disrespect the potential damage of their opponents.
I mean, we say that now, but they're like, death timer's 40 to 50 seconds long. That's just the incentive to put my enemies in the dirt, you know? I feel like at this stage of the game, right, we're looking at the damage dealt numbers overall. RSGMY have a very clear condition, right? Find a single pickoff, find a front line. It doesn't even matter at this point who they find. Get the initial 1v1 and make sure that they win it out. They can burst anybody down with Bolios alone. They don't even need to start considering Izanami. They can even save his ultimate for later on.
I have no idea
I
what
mean,
the play is here.
We're reaching that point in the game again. Surely with all inhibitors down on MV, RGMY have a clearer road taking the game away.
Yes, normally that would be the case, but I feel like neither of these teams are performing quite normally. If you know what I mean.
I mean, that's a bit of an understatement.
we've been through worse, people. We've been through worse.
We have been through worse, but I was hoping we wouldn't have to, you know.
At least not with the names
It's
on
a
the
new
screen.
season.
I mean, more so, it's only the second day. It's the second day of the MPL MY. I thought this was like kind of like week 5, week 6 shenanigans, you know? Not week 1.
Well, at least we can be sure that this is definitely not RC at their prime yet.
Oh, wait.
Nova on Kaiser. Okay, isolate him. Kaiser, he's gonna go down. Nope. Cinder Red. Gonna immediately reset. The Minion is pushing towards MV's base. It's only so long they can stay here.
And this is the type of gameplay I was expecting in game number 1, right? Proactively using your abilities to make plays happen across the map and then look to recall once it doesn't work out. Wait for the cooldowns to come back up and rinse and repeat, because now especially for MV. Nova, he's got the ult back.
Okay, they want to look for Izanami. Stole him. Just instantly use a Minoan Fury, and now all the combos are gonna layer from RCMY. Monster Vicious at the 11th hour to come out on top with a double for Ruff.
That was disgusting. Nova X Kobar just pushing all of RSGMY into one tiny spot. And then the Blazing Duet comes out and the damage is all popped out. I actually thought that RSGMY had the good response. Storm got such a nice min-win. Fury.
He did. He did. It's just unfortunate, right? There's just so many things that could have happened to really turn that around, but it just didn't happen. Nova honestly standing up really big in this game. Like Zeno even jumping into that fight was able to tank a good amount of the damage and making sure that the polymorph is not on primary targets like Ruff or even Fakes in those types of situations. It's shocking, really.
Now the question comes, we have another Lord pushing down the top lane. In comparison, RGMY still has all of their inhibitors standing. Monster Vicious doing their best to try and sync up the waves, but I don't think it's going to quite match up. Are they able to end the game with this?
It would be crazy for Monster Vicious. They can kind of see the light, but closing it up is not going to be easy when all of your inhibitors are down. And you only have Zeno to escort that Lord on the top side.
We have to remember, even in this position, if Monster Vicious loses too many bodies, RSGMY can instantly just turn around, walk into their base, and end the game.
See the final push. Nova Escobar again with the conceal. Not finding any targets. Not but Ruff taking in just so much damage. The Lord will take out the top inhibitor, middle one. Also destroyed. RSGMY managing to keep the bottom inhibitor at least.
We got a long one here, folks.
Wait for the second wave here. Wait for the second wave, because right now Ruff, he's gonna top himself up, right? And maybe MV is going to get a little bit more, arrogant here once that bot wave starts to push in, right? Because it's the last inhibitor. Might as well try and contest for it, right?
Maybe.
Nova's got Flicker. I'm just saying. They've done it once before.
There it is, Izanami! The passive instantly goes off. Storm manages to unleash his ult, but it's Ruff in the back. Kaiser shows up with the Daytona's welcome. Only stalling up Fredrin. Fakes is gone. Subway healing up with the ultimate, but Zeno, can he get out in time? Yes, he can.
What did I tell you, boys? What did I tell you?
You did tell us, all right.
I mean, Izanami had the cheat code, man. Got a passive.
He had the passive. He still at least has his Flicker up and available, right? At the very least, that's what we are trying to play around. And I think the RSGMY are starting to figure out very slowly and unfortunately not fast enough that Nova X Kobar off a cooldown, he is just going to force these plays every single time.
That way, I think you got to run.
Don't do it, boy.
Don't
do it.
25 seconds. Can they hold on?
I was just watching Nova X Kobar play the Arlet here, and I'm thinking, like, what was everyone else on the Arlet doing up until now? It's as if the hero hasn't been played correctly this entire time.
They didn't have Nova X Kobar's charisma.
But Nova played him in game 1.
He needed a bit of a warm-up.
Maybe if you play like 2 games, then something changes, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the Arlet game we've seen is like one Arlet game, and then the next game they don't pick it anymore. Nova Escobar, he had faith.
He had raw faith, and he has a lot of momentum coming off of game 2.
So basically what you need is a lot of faith.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you play...
A lot of faith.
In any god out there.
I hate you.
We're 24 minutes into this game. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to start whipping some of these out.
They're eyeing any opportunity they can find here. Monster Vicious is split up right now. They were hoping to see if they could get a pick off while that was happening, but unfortunately, they did get scouted out. So Monster Vicious will be given a little bit more time to regroup and deal with the waves that RSG have set up to push. Oh, they're looking for Nova.
Nova, can they get this? This is a fight set. I think they have just found him. Managing to get out in time. No immortality.
No Flicker at the very least as well from Nova X Kobar to get out of there. So this might just be an honest fight for the side of RSGMY unless we see another flank through the mid lane with the conceal, with Ruff. This should be predictable for the side of RSGMY because they've done it so many times, right? They wouldn't do it on an honest front to back, right?
Izanami just tossed out that ultimate. Watch out this bush. Ruff. It's not where you want to be. Stone shows out to the back is Zeno. throwing every single one of his abilities. Immortality is gonna pop. Kaiser, he stays alive. Winter Truncheon, actually enough to get Zeno out. Now the re-engage! Fakes! To allow the opening for Monster Vicious, and Nova Escobar replies with the follow-up. But is it enough though? They still lose Subway. Ruff needs to go off. Ruff onto Vinogo, but Vinogo survives. Kaiser, Storm, they're all low, but Ruff just cannot follow up.
Yep, Ruff is just too far away. It's very difficult to get into these types of fights, and unfortunately, they weren't able to kill off the key targets. Everybody survives from the side of RSGMY, and with huge death timers from the side of Monster Vicious, this should be a free Lord.
I just can't believe that RSGMY actually comes out on top in that situation. That was a beautiful stolen Minuan Fury into the Blazing Duet, but maybe Ruff just a little bit too far back here. RGMY, they'll get the Lord, and now Monster Vicious don't have any inhibitors to be able to try and delay this. Could this finally be the end for RSG?
Might just be. I mean, RSGMY, they are locked in right now. They are not missing a beat anymore.
Well, we officially have the longest game of the season for now.
For now. It's only week 1.
Guys, please don't manifest it. 27 minutes. I've already had enough of 27 minutes here between both of these teams. We don't need a 40-minute game.
I mean, we at least will get a 28 if the Lord ends the game.
Well, okay, let's see. Let's see whether or not MV can actually defend this, right? Because Nova is coming back, Subway's coming back. It's going to be a full-on fight. These minions are really, really tanky, by the way. And I don't think they have enough wave clear to deal with 3 simultaneous pushing waves, right?
Definitely not the
Blazing
Lord.
Duet is a lot, but yeah, I do agree with you. It's going to be a really tough defense here for Monster Vicious. They've done it before, but these are the biggest odds that have been stacked against them all day.
Yeah, with the weight of the world is on your shoulders. Uh-oh! Ruff
Purify.
forced to use the Purify. No Daytona's welcome. No Escobar also flickers away. And now this is the final stage. Subway, Winter Truncheon, D-aggro, invulnerability. Turns around with the ultimate. Actually, Kaiser brought underneath the crystal. They're trying to keep the Lord at bay. Zeno, he's losing health. And now face form and knocked up, but there's no follow-up from the side of Monster Vicious. This is the best possible chance that they have. Ruff throwing everything. The kitchen sink. Trying to keep this all away, but the crystal is still going to go down. RSGMY surpass the odds and the test of time to win this 2-1.
Oh my goodness, the relief on Stone's face, just like, thank God that was over. We did it, we broke him. 2-1, RSG take the series down. GG, well played for RSG.
I am so absolutely exhausted right now, and so you can only imagine how the players up on stage must feel. Smiles all around. Even Monster Vicious doesn't seem too disappointed by their loss here. They know that they put up an excellent fight against one of the MPL MY's strongest teams in the past. And now, I feel like the rankings for this season have really been shaken up.
It really has been. I don't know. There's a lot of work that RSG needs to do. We'll see how they feel about it.
Well, we will see how they feel about it as we're going to be jumping into an interview here. So let's just go ahead and throw it over to Rose.
Kemenangan pertama untuk RSGMY di musim 13 MPL Malaysia 2-1 against Monster Vicious. First of all, guys, a round of applause. A really long third game, this one. All right. Hi, guys. How are you guys? Okay ke tak? Alah, Kaiser malu. Alright lah. Baru nak tanya, apa perasaan Kaiser? Berapa season dia? Tak boleh? Okay, dia tak nak. Okay, tak apa. Okay, since Sora tengah pegang mic sekarang, Coach, how does it feel like to be a part of RSGMY untuk musim ini?
This is my new experience with new team. So yeah, I love working together with player and especially my new head coach Rain. This is my first time to be analyst in MPL. So I need to keep learning, need to keep improve. Yeah.
Okay tak RSGMY?
Okay lah.
Dia macam mana?
Ni environment ya. Ikut cakap budak baik.
Oh, budak baik. Okay, cakap pasal budak baik. I nak tanya Coach Rain actually something. Coach? Coach, nak tanya Coach. What made you say that season ini adalah season prime RSGMY? Apa beza dengan last season?
When I'm saying that it's our prime, it's not about we are being boastful or overconfident. It's just show that I really trust my players right now, especially for this season. Yeah.
Wow. Alright, really nice words from the coach. Tapi guys, korang rasa sepatutnya siapa yang akan menjadi MVP untuk perlawanan ini? Alright, MVP in 3, 2, 1. Stone! Hi Stone! Kamusta ka?
Ayos lang.
You're good? Okay,
Tama.
so, kamusta ang RSG MY this season? Anong pinagkaiba compared to last season?
Mas gigil English. I
sige.
think right now we are very determined to win because I was really we all of us were really disappointed in our playoffs performance last season, and I think this will be our redemption season.
Wow, you guys heard it from the man himself. This will be the redemption season. Okay guys, before we end the interview, just a quick one. Can you please pass the mic to Vinogo? Vinogo. Because I heard from someone that the reason kenapa RSGMY sangat-sangat nak menang sebab Vinogo cakap dekat mic check, nak menang sebab nak kena interview dengan Rose. So, Vinogo, what do you want to say? Why do you want to win so badly?
That was not me.
That was not you. We have the photo. We have the clip too. What do you want to say? Are you a fan or what's going on?
No, I'm just impressed by your what's it called? Bilingual.
Wow, thank you so much. All right, maraming salamat.
Also, all my girlfriend's crush on.
Oh, your girlfriend likes me. Now that's cute. Hi to Vinogo's girlfriend. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations on your win. You guys may now head over to the media room for your interview. All right, guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations to RSGMY for that 2-1 win. Guys, sekali lagi, a round of applause. Alright, now untuk mendapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game 2-1 ini, mari let's throw it back to the casters for them to dissect this game. Casters, dipersilakan.
Congratulations to Stone for earning the title of MVP of the match. It was a very messy match, I will say, to the degree where I don't really know if anyone deserves MVP in this situation. But hey, Stone was the one that was able to bring back a lot of these team fights for RSGMY despite everything. So we'll give it to him.
I mean, the mad cow of RSGMY, right? And as much as Game 3, he also had his moments, but you know, you gotta give it to him. During the important times, he's making those shot calls. Even though he's not the one engaging, his ultimates have always been able to kind of slow down the tempo of MV.
I think he's been consistent at the very least, and I think that's more important than anything else, with everybody making some awkward mistakes or just a little bit, or just don't have the tools to get in on the fight. The only person who can is going to be Stone to try and create and open up an opportunity to do so, right? That was what this whole game was about. The supports battling amongst each other, trying to create that big opening for their team to actually start flooding through and winning the fight before it even starts.
We reached a point where a lot more heroes have no shoes than those who do.
Yep. You know, when you get to that point, it's going to be a rough time because everyone's just running around the land of Dawn barefoot. And it's a very long game.
And it's slow. Look at that.
So it's slow.
Subway even bought Queen's Wings. When was the last time you saw that item?
Oh, man. Man. A while, quite a while. And I mean, he has been consistently switching out his items to make sure that he's on top of everything else. Overall, I would say at least the kill count starts to reflect what we were expecting, but the 28 game duration, oh, dude. So many things could have been done better, like small adjustments in a matter of fact. And I think that RSG, yes, a lot of trust is being given to the players here, but also a lot of their confidence were taken away throughout this match and slowly built up from the ground.
And some of them are based off of errors from Monster Vicious, right? Some glaring one. I mean, I know you have a decent lead, but that tier 2 mid dive, I think that's kind of what really caused their snowball to hit a dead end and gave RSG the confidence to slowly take back control.
Yeah, that was crazy. I don't know who thought of
that. Was mad.
That was actually legit crazy. Like, I don't know who made that call, who thought that was a good idea, but hey, I respect them for making the effort and trying to get away with. I think that even shocked RSG for a moment.
Keeping
respect the effort, not the result.
Keeping Arlo at 0 wins.
Oh yeah.
By the way, Claude also has not won a game.
Oh my god. You know, maybe I was proven right after all. I didn't like the draft when the draft finished, and I'm proven right.
I don't know if I don't like the draft or more like I don't like what the player did at that moment. I think I'll go with the latter. I think the draft was okay.
I think that overall, personally for me, I would agree with that statement. I think that the draft is generally okay, and it is a very clear win condition when it happens. When you see Nova Escobar get a good final slash on that backline of Izanami, Lolios, and as well as Stoem. Most of the time, if Stoem isn't there and Izanami and Lolios gets caught anyways by Ruff in the Blazing Duet, it's basically over.
I think what we can tell from this is that it's very clear that both these teams have a lot of refining to do. This is unfortunately not quite the peak RSG that we witnessed last season. Monster Vision is still a very promising team. They've done some very interesting things, bringing in the Granger meta, and Nova Escobar finally showing us how Arlet is supposed to be played, even though unfortunately it wasn't able to get that victory the hero so desperately wants. But still, yeah, I have no more words to say. This has been this has been exhausting.
I think it's good to see RSG start on a lower note compared to last season. I know their first series was against Homeboys, and that was kind of a crazy one. Homeboys won 2-1, but RSG felt like they start at the very top. Now we get to kind of witness RSG's refinement journey and the whole process throughout the entire regular season. Perhaps it's for the better, right? It's for a prime RSG.
Yeah, I think I could agree with that sentiment, right? Because again, this is going to be a build-up from a team that dominated the regular season to dropping off in the playoffs compared to now where it's like, man, that was a pretty rough game against MV. They can only go up from here and maybe even get a qualification spot for MSC.
Yeah,
that is true.
Props to MV for even taking a game off of RSG and almost taking the entire series, right? We talk about tier 2 Slayers, how will they fare on the big stage? I think MV did very well.
Very well with quotes.
Yeah,
I think that's the best we can represent it. In the end, though, from the highlights, we could tell here that Monster Vicious felt very confident going into this. The way that they split up the fight, the way that Xeno was able to threaten the backline, and the bombastic ways that the Arlet was being utilized to bully in the jungle, to set up kills, to really get some clean final slashes. Probably some of the best we have seen all day today. But many minute mistakes, positioning errors, and trying to prolong and take fights that they're not in positions to continue really did cost Monster Vicious all the advantage that they were able to build up for themselves.
I mean, it's just continuous fights after fights, right? And the shape of it never really changes all the time. We could see that MV figured out what they wanted to do early on, and RSG-NY just needed to catch up on the agenda. And I think that's something that they're going to have to work on throughout the rest of this week and even for the upcoming, for the rest of the weeks of the season. At the end of the day, I think that at least for MV, I like to see that sort of confidence, right? Obviously, there are a couple of like a little trolly, a little throwable plays, of course, but the fact that they are willing to pull it off at this level of competition, especially when each one of these points matter, it's only 6 weeks worth of a league. It's not exactly the longest in the world and definitely short of the MPL ID and even PH as well. So again, there's a lot of potential for MV to actually be a top tier team with a lot of refinement.
That starts with the intention and then you put that into action. And unfortunately, even though they don't get a rematch against RSG-NY until we see them in playoffs, the rest of the leagues, this has set a standard for the rest of the league stage, right? Now MV can only go up from here as well to secure the top 6 slots, hopefully at the end of the regular season.
It is only the first week, so it's understandable that there'd be a little bit of rust on these teams to shake off, and especially for Monster Vicious, they're new to the stage as well. So they got a lot of proving to do, and they've already done a pretty good job so far. With the results of that game, RSG-NY will be taking that 3rd spot right under the Selangor Red Giants and Team Huck, with Monster Vicious positioning themselves at the bottom of the top. I don't really know how to describe it. It's basically the bottom of the middle section.
They're tied with Barracuda. I believe that's what you're getting at.
Yep. they are both currently in that fourth and fifth spot, and that's definitely going to change throughout these weeks. And I don't know. I think that at the very least, we haven't really found a team that feels like they are at the bottom of the barrel just yet. There's definitely a lot of refinement that needs to be done for these teams. Even in their 2-0 losses yesterday, I do think there is quite the potential for this season, especially from week 3 onwards, if everybody kind of like power spikes at the same time. This could be an exciting year from MLBB in Malaysia.
Well, when we look at the standings just now, 2 teams still have not played their game, but that's going to change because coming up is King Empire versus Niners, the return of Moon, and of course, we're going to see them play against a new entry into the competitive scene.
A new entry, but some old faces, Sasa and Smooth, after the disbandment, I got tongue-tied there, of Team SMG, now going to be joining some new faces to see what kind of path they can pave in the land of Dawn. And, well, Niners did really well last season against all odds, so I'm interested to see how much they've grown.
I mean, I'm curious to see how much they've grown too, but the question is how far can they actually go? Because it felt like they hit a ceiling the last time. Have they broken the ceiling? Have they hit a new plateau? That's what I'm curious about.
And I think King Empire is here to test that, right? They have a star-studded lineup, a Sutsujin, X-Win, names that you wouldn't fathom be in the same roster in the alternate universe, and yet here they are to make a name for themselves.
Making a name for themselves is going to be what everyone has on their minds here. We're gonna drop into a break for a short moment. When we come back, it's going to be Niners versus King Empire. Right before that, we'll give you guys a mic check as well, just to see what these teams were up to during that game. And we'll see you right after this.
I can go. No, please. Go. Come on, L. Come on. Nice one. Click. I'm alive.
Carry out of position. Carry out of position.
Yeah, go. Carry. Dead. Nice. Double dash.
Fight up behind.
I still have
Ingen stop. Two catapults.
AV mo.
Nice.
Nice.
Go.
Nice team.
Nice. Boleh lah.
Flaring.
Mati.
Panas.
Bosnya.
Let's go. Depan.
Nice one.
Nice. Menang. Kasih tahu Tam. Nice.
Mati.
Go. Menang. Nice.
Mampus.
Flaring. Kejar Tam.
Boleh embawa. Go.
Nice.
Macam tu lah.
Balik. Dah. Lapu. Push. Go lapu.
Heal. I have.
Yeah, we have flash. Fredrin can chase.
Chase.
I still have ulti.
I go mid.
Black is jump. Nice one.
Nice.
Lord still full HP. Cloud no behind.
Cloud low. Tower.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, Bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy!
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
Don't let me know where to go. Don't let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata Arsia.
Ledge fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, meron na sipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 41!
here, running for the lines, gunning it. Gary trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just
kita kata ada satu buah reward point Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, tuntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious. Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami. Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
I'm me, and there's no one I'd rather be. You can sit around and wait and see. For a moment I'll be standing free. So hurry up and wait for me. Got a bag of chips by the sea. The sun is blazing down. I've got my smile now. Here's the thing, your chips will really make me sing. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back, I'm right where I wanna be. We've got time to take it easy. You always tell me to speed up, but slow down. I've been kicking my feet up and just going to town. A bag of chips in hand, I got nothing planned, yeah. Good treats by the sand, you know I wanna chow down. Oh yeah. So when you ask me if I'm gonna stay, I'm promising you I will. 'Cause there's one thing we gotta do. Come on, relax and have some chips with me. Chill out, lay back and right where I wanna be.
prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
Welcome to All-Star 2024. Hey, superstars.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Look alive, ladies and gentlemen. We got one more match here for Seru Saturdays, and we welcome you all back to MPL MY Season 13, Week 1, Day 2. And we are welcomed back by a chorus of fan chants and loud drumming right behind us, because the last match is going to be the Niners versus King Empire. My name's Stafa, along with Gideon and Husky once again.
Niners brought their usual tour band. It's just week number 1. And I can feel the ground vibrating. My soul is being affected, and I'm already a Niner before the game even starts.
Yeah, no, honestly, every single time this happens, even from last season, it feels like the English broadcast always has to have the biggest fan club right behind us. You can even see some of the Niners back here, and they're preparing to cheer their team on for the upcoming bout.
And we always gotta love when the fans are here to provide all the support that their team needs, and maybe a little bit more as well. Because we have been through quite a long day of matches here. Some very interesting results and some very chaotic results as well, where we were able to witness 2 matches come to their conclusion, both times going to Game 3. What'll happen for our last series of the day?
You know, if this goes to Game 3, which I have a feeling it will, I want it to be at least a high quality game. None of the, RSG Monster Vicious, push and pull that someone is trolling the game every now and then. I want some high quality game because we have some high quality players on both teams.
I have to agree here, and especially from King Empire, where, looking at some of the names in that roster alone is going to send shivers down a lot of people's spines here. But even for the Niners, right? Again, the big question, have they beaten their plateau from before? And having a couple of additional players, as well as coaches' analysis to really supplement this team, it looks very promising that the Niners might end up in the top 4 by the end of the season.
I think a player that a lot of fans are going to have their eyes on as well is going to be none other than Moon. Now, Moon G, who just joined Niners not too long ago. Hopefully, he'll be back and ready and energized to take on a new season of MPL MY. Just like you guys can get energized if you recharge yourself with superior taste and quality Arabica beans by grinding on with Nescafe.
If there's one thing that I've learned from Moonji streams, is the fact that, hey man, you're going to have to keep grinding on, and if you want to get that next level of competitive spirit, consider going for Nescafe.
Plenty of flavors. I like Mocha the best. Mocha keeps me awake.
That's the go-to one. That's the go-to one, right? Latte is always like that. That is similar to how much I would chug water. And then if I want to feel fancy, I go for mocha.
Yeah, I just like it because I like chocolate.
Ah, fair enough.
Chocolate is very good. We're all fans of chocolate here. Just like we have a lot of fans of both these teams in the stadium right now. Like we mentioned, Moon gonna be attracting a lot of eyes, but King Empire as well. Don't let the new name fool you. This is full of some familiar faces. We got the triple S tier lineup from Team SMG. Previously, Sasa's move, they were with Stormy and Subway, but now they're gonna be combined with Sutsujin. What do you think about this?
This is an interesting prospect, right? Sutsujin from the Indonesian region, a very aggressive assassin type, intuitive jungler, and everyone's wondering how is he gonna gel with the rest of King Empire? Are they going to be able to match up to his pace?
I guess it's going to be interesting to keep an eye out, but without further ado, it's time for us to jump on into the match. But the match can't begin until the players are up on stage. So let's go ahead and welcome JP Niners and King Empire.
Sutsujin akan berjaya meluaskan jajahan Empire. Ladies and gentlemen, penjajahan Empire baru telah pun bermula. King Empire! Sekarang marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops, Cedric, yang akan menggalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Terima kasih atas kerja keras anda.
I mean, a team that has just been rebranded and a team trying to establish the brand of its own, King Empire against JP9, or formerly known as MPXNC. I mean, both teams have some sort of adjustment to their roster. King Empire building it from scratch, sort of, while for JP9ers, they brought back the King of Mages. We talk about the Prince of Mage Izanami, and now it's time to meet his forefather, is Moonji.
It's pretty crazy because initially I thought the Niners had a pretty huge fan club sitting right behind us because they're closest, but they were blocking the overall roaring crowd from the side of the King's Empire right behind the BM broadcast. They were loud.
I honestly only heard the Niners.
You only heard the Niners? Dude, I'm wearing noise-canceling headphones, and even then I could still hear the roar coming out from the Empire.
I can feel it in
suppose
my
you
bones.
can't beat this, you know?
Yeah, now not anymore.
Yeah, with the reverberations of the fan chants and the drumming here to give the players all the support they need, let's talk about the dynamics of these two teams. We have the Niners in the process of rebranding as a squad, but largely with a similar lineup with some new additions to clean up their performance. Whereas on the opposite end, King Empire has been able to pull players from multiple different lineups to create a brand new composition here to face MPL MY Season 13.
I can't wait to look at the Niners lineup because this team, when we look at them, they actually have Barbosa and Antagonist previously of Homeboys, right? I believe they are on loan, and Antagonist at one point, he wanted to take out a bigger role in Homeboys, but he's now exploring options, and Niner is kind of his breeding ground for his skills, and maybe he is the recipe that can bring the Niners to surpass that plateau that they already have. They brought back Moonji, they have Maldif, they have Zav, Yetri, and then they have Barbosa.
I mean, the story coming in for the Niners is pretty interesting, right? Especially coming in for Zav specifically because he has played this game for a long time and competitive is his breathing life. But now with the shot calling of Moonji and Barbosa, he might just hit the next level, especially when you're up against a triple S tier lineup in King Empire Esports.
We already know them, Sasa and Smooth, previously part of the second place team SMG that recently disbanded, now joining the new roster of King Empire Esports. They're joined by Sutsujin and Xwin, along with Detto, a familiar face here in MPL MY.
It's going to be a very interesting bout, I would say. If you want a more classic, traditional, a more familiar feeling, you're going to go with the Niners, but if you would like to be adventurous, I think King Empire Esports is the safe bet for a lot of fans out there.
It's a pretty well, I mean, safe bet is one thing mainly because of the namesake names, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are a full-on team just yet, and that's what they're here to prove today, right?
Yeah.
Do they have that chemistry amongst their players? Do they have the communications down? And more importantly, the draft.
The draft.
The draft has been a point of contention the entire day today. With teams, we've definitely had our disagreements here about whether or not it's a good idea to have lineups that rely on maybe like one DPS source in the marksman. We've been debating about Arlet, like...
I think we have come to a conclusion that Arlet is just not winning games.
Arlet sucks. The win rate is abysmal. It's terrible, apparently. I don't know. If there is, I mean, eventually we are going to be able to have access to the overall database of the competitive scene. And once we do have access to that, we're probably going to see a huge delta dip for Arlet overall.
I think currently we are bringing down the overall CGPA of Arlet win rates. Because we are just not finding success. I gotta say, Nova Escobar came close, but you know, it kind of gave it away at the end as well.
Also true, and that's why I'm curious to see what both of these teams are willing to bring, right? Barbosa in particular, with the help of Moonji, obviously with them, as I would assume they're the ones making the shot calling here. And previously, Barbosa used to work with Warlord when during his time during the Homeboys, and they found major success. Not finding the championship, of course, that comes later down the line, but at the end of the day, he was part of that.
Absolutely, and I think he really did make an impact in. Of course, since then, he did get replaced by Zorn for basically having that major impact overall, but Barbosa is still a very powerful and strong roam player, and we've seen the impact that a good roamer can have in these team fights, especially in a meta as aggressive as this. So without further ado, we got the Niners on the blue side, King Empire on the red side. Two teams with brands that want to prove themselves in the land of Dawn.
Thank you, Antagonist, for banning out that dang Arlott. Don't want to see that. But we also have the Angela taken out from the side of KG. I would say last season, I think Barbosa only played like one game, right? He was paired with Anip, and that game didn't go well. And since then, didn't really get to see Barbosa on the big stage. So I think for him, it's also sort of a second chance after a forced break in season 12. And in this case, when you look at the Niners in overall, there's another individual that I think a lot of questions will be raised at, and that's Malvis, right? Not much info on this man. We know he comes from the Indonesian region, so expectations itself has already been set to a pretty high standard.
I mean, knowing the players coming in from Indonesia, you expect a certain level of mechanical prowess coming in from him, right? And I think that is to be expected, but anything more than that, how does he drive well with the team? Is he going to be making calls for the team as well on top of it as well? Is he going to be able to create these openings for the team overall? But more importantly so, how much is he going to ego challenge King Empire here? I mean, this is the debut game, right? So it's either you come out swinging, like we've seen a lot of these imports actually show off in the first week of MPL, and he might just follow in suit.
Yeah, Sasa delayed his retirement for another season for this. All right, him and Zorn. A pretty interesting story.
I think these players are also identifying that this is an interesting season. Let's put the fact that it's a chance to go to MSC for a pretty notable prize pool on the back burner here. These players do want to experiment with a lot of new lineups, with a lot of new faces coming into the MPL stage. Ever since a couple seasons ago, more and more imports have been making their names known among the community here. And let's talk about what's going to be happening on the other side as well, right? Sutsujin definitely has a bit more of a legacy as compared to Malvis, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, he's known for his killer instincts with assassin junglers. That's why you see Niners paying him so much respect. This Fanny first phase ban is very, very rare at this point of the meta. But then you look at KGE's ban, they already have banned the Joy, and Nolan is kind of a red side must ban unless you're ready to deal with it. So we have the 3 prime assassin junglers already removed from the equation.
But that begs the question, right? A lot of the utility and more importantly, so some of the other priority picks are left out in the open here. Let's see what the Niners are going to go for their first pick. And it looks like instantly Matilda, that comes to mind, right? 100% win rate, 9 total bans. So many teams respect the fact that Matilda is just good in every type of composition.
Yeah, we've seen that example. Yesterday, Matilda was left open once and never again.
Yeah, absolutely. Besides that as well, heroes like Ruby have actually been led through the draft, so I wouldn't be surprised if King Empire were to lock it in here. Both these teams definitely opening up the draft a little bit more to these common meta bans because they are focusing a bit more on taking out comfort picks. So compared to what we've seen today, where teams play it very safe to try and suss out their opponents, Niners and King Empire are already coming out swinging.
Oh,
yeah.
Boy, I like where King Empire is going in on this. They're going to get the Barats. They want to deny the combination with the Matilda, but also having a sustainable and, more importantly, a very stable gold lane in Claude.
And speaking about gold lane, the Sasa, he has a lot of accolades under his belt. He won MPL Dream Team, MPL Legend Award, and the M5 Day 3 Star last year back in 2023. So this man, he's a Kage for a reason, but kind of to carry on that legacy, he's no longer the only Kage in this region, right? Udil has just joined the ranks of Homeboys, and how far can you keep that to your namesake? I think that is also something that Sasa, to a certain extent, will have to prove once again.
True. And more importantly, so we're waiting for the rest of the Kages to reunite here in Malaysia. Hey, Drayan, the invitation's open.
I feel like we've said this before.
I have.
I mean,
it never gets old.
Drayan played in like Dewa United, went for like Nuclear Marsha and won. So Come on.
At this point, you may as well keep it up, right? Every day is like day 3 of asking Drian to come until he comes.
Until he actually comes here.
Coming back into the draft, the Niners, we are seeing the Export as well as the Fredrin get locked in pretty early on here with the instant response of the Minotaur for the side of KGE. Pretty fast drafting phase here.
Yeah, Minotaur into Matilda, it's definitely Matilda favored. So I'm interested to see what's the thought process for KG, right? How are they going to execute this draft that just got a bit more technical because of the involvement of that Matilda?
Not to mention that Ruby actually just completely allowed through the first phase of the picks here. Don't know whether teams will decide that it's priority enough to finally ban it in the second phase, but that's a hero that has been seeing first phase ban ever since the start of the season. So both sides taking very interesting and innovative approaches to how they want to take this draft. King Empire gonna be banning out the carry. Makes a lot of sense since they already have the Minotaur and Barats.
The last time that Ruby was picked was actually earlier today, right, by Grace. And after that, it was permanently banned, essentially. There's another answer with true damage aside from the export, with just the Gourd. That could be an option for the side of the Niners. You do have the Matilda. You kind of function like a Matilda Ixia combo where you can relocate with the Guiding Wind. I wonder if Moon wants to go for it. I mean, mid laner still has not been picked yet by the Niners.
It kind of depends on what they want to go for here. I feel like even for KGE, they themselves don't mind actually picking the Gourd up for themselves or add on having a Lilia. It really depends on what this next upcoming ban is going to be. We see the Paquito get banned out for the side of the Niners. Kind of makes sense here. I think that Smooth overall, I think he's too flexible of a player to really pinch him for now.
There's still the Benedetta in his arsenal, and we have not seen that. If there's one player that is going to pull that hero, I think the first one is most likely going to be Smooth.
I hope he uses the Quantum Edge skin as well. It's just so flavorful.
Yeah, I got the skin myself. It's very nice. It's purple. So yeah, obviously gonna have a bias to it overall, but we will see here. The Harif going to be focused now by King Empire. Makes sense. Basically the easiest choice if you want to go for a counter to Claude in that gold lane 1v1. As for Niners, they already focused on the EXP lane by taking out the Paquito. I wonder if they'll go for more.
I wonder if we would go back to that Bruno pick in the gold lane again. We did not see Bruno at all, not touched in the bans, not picked the entire day. Yesterday was sort of a different story, but in this case, when you want to go up against the Claude and the two strongest picks have been kind of removed, I believe Bruno is the next on the list.
Yeah, it could be a little tough to say here. Well, let's see, right? Let's see what the final bank from the Niners is going to be first, and maybe give us a little bit of an indication of what they want to actually provide.
There it is. Respect.
Heavy Smooth focus in the second phase of bans for Niners. Look at that smile. He knows.
That's the most emotion you'll see out of him for a
Yeah.
long time.
He's going to be like, just like the old days, Terizla.
Nothing
we
has
got to go
changed.
older, Esmeralda.
Oh boy. I mean, it's not a bad idea. You do have Matilda, you do have
That's
Frederick,
true.
you know? It could work.
I don't know. I don't know if he wants to play the Esmeralda into the export matchup here this
Probably
time round.
not the best.
No.
idea.
If you pick Esmeralda, you're basically telling Niners that the first 15 minutes is all yours, but from that point onwards, then it's us.
Ruby actually is still open up until this point as well. They go for the Lilia. Again, makes a lot of sense. Very good against the Fredrin early on.
All right, all right. Question being, do we see the Gourd here? Do we see the Gourd from Moonji?
It might change a little bit with the Lilia on the side of KGE. But then again, you have the...
You have the Matilda.
Yeah, you have the Matilda.
I think that's the beauty of it all, right? Because now, when you have the Matilda, for most heroes who are like, oh, I'm immobile, I wish I had Flicker, you don't need that anymore. It's actually quite optimal to go for the Purify just so that you can actually have access to the Guiding Winds later on.
Common picks like the Vexana are still open as well. With enough zoning, that's a good amount of backline damage onto the side of King Empire. Seconds are ticking down. Niners, what are they going to be finishing off their draft with? It is the Gourd. Good call. Oh,
and the Natan. All right.
I like this. I like this.
I like this, yeah. Natan and the Claw is a very interesting matchup. In fact, I would argue in the ultra late game, Natan actually sort of beats Claude if you catches him first.
Well, to a certain degree, right? Because it all comes down, it all really boils down with what is the purpose of this marksman in this matchup, right? And I think for Claude, it's super safe. It's not like he has a losing matchup, but neither does he have a hard winning matchup at the same time. It's very much a skill matchup against the Natan, and more importantly, so the extra mobility is always going to be super useful. Now, the Yuzong lock-in for the side of KGE is going to make Natan's life a little bit difficult, especially if he has to use his ult really early on prior to the build-up of the neutral objective.
You do lock yourself in a certain range before the entropy eventually breaks, so that could be kind of the radius that KG can take advantage of.
We've already seen the value of Yuzong as well, especially when fighting into these sort of front-to-back lineups here. If he's able to delay his timing to enter the fight a little bit later with the Black Dragon form, it doesn't matter even if you're able to get out with the Guiding Wind. Smooth will be able to find you. I'm very excited to see. These are two interesting lineups here. Let's jump right into it. It's going to be the Niners versus King Empire in the first game of our final match of the day. Let us welcome once again the Land of Dawn.
You can already hear the crowd building up to a roar despite the game just only starting, but Niners waiting in anticipation. This is the road to redemption, and I wouldn't really say redemption, but it's more like the road to breaking the ceiling for them.
I'm just glad that this is a standard draft. This is the most standard draft we've seen all day here, right? It's very clear what they want to actually do in these lanes. It's very clear how they want to start playing these lanes and what they are trying to achieve. And I think for the most part of it, King Empire, right? They don't have to be too aggressive about it all. They just want to fight purely around neutral objectives. They don't necessarily have to get hyper aggressive unless they find a mistake in the Niners before they start pushing their leads and bleeding it into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I agree here. The fact that King Empire have the Minotaur here means that they automatically have a pretty good counter engage. If you add that onto Lilia's Peel and the Black Dragon form, it's very easy for them to wait for Niners to try and force the play onto them. But the Niners themselves are actually a pretty good team at peeling with the Fredrin, Exborg, and the Guiding Winds available. So I don't think either team will be looking to make overly aggressive plays until we see some neutral objective contests.
And I do like the emblems that Zalf has opted for. A Weakness Finder, Bargain Hunter, Rupture. It's all about oppressing you as much as possible and hit that early item spike before this Claude comes online. And that's sort of what you want to do as the Natan. Bottom side, Smooth takes the blade in the face, and first blood for Malvis.
Gets cheesed, man. A little unfortunate. Like, Smooth wasn't able to break Yethri's Faraga armor and gets punished for it. At the very least, he didn't use any of his battle spells. He will be a little late on his level 4, which is going to be unfortunate as he runs over into the lane, which Lilia Deto is going to pick up.
And they have just found another target. X-Win also denied entry to this turtle area.
The first turtle now going to be firmly in control of the Niners since they were able to take out Smooth very early on. He has not hit his level 4 just yet. King Empire, will they give this up?
Gobble up from Sutsujin. Trying to break the Faraga armor, but it's the last standing into a Princess Trap, into the Mystic Gush. As the Niners layer that true damage. They get the turtle, and now it's Barbosa with a circling Eagle for a 2-man knockup. Losing Yetri in the back. Niners, they get out with the objective.
I mean, Niners, they come up actually even bigger because now, yes, Yetri died, but that means that he's just even with Smooth when he gets back into lane. More importantly so, Malvis has now developed a full level lead against Sutsujin, and that means that Niners have a new potential out to play against King Empire.
Yeah, I think Sutsujin probably jumped the gun a little bit too much there. The fact that he used the Tona's Welcome onto Yetri doesn't really matter too much to the Exborg. And then he just turns around with the Faraga armor and gets the kill himself. King Empire Esports were clearly not in position to actually contest that yet, especially after the EXP lane gank. I feel like they should have been willing to give it up a little bit.
This does make the life of Zav so much easier on the top side. Let's move to be gone on again. Circling Eagle, the damage early is pretty deadly. Smooth needs to run away, but Malvis sticking onto him like glue. Malvis will get the kill and a quick trip out with the Guiding Wind.
Really, really unfortunate. They catch him in the middle of the jungle as well, while Exborg is actually proxying that wave. This is going to be a huge lead advantage.
Forcing out the flicker. This time Sasa actually had to purify BMI. Sutsujin will get the gobble onto Malvis, and at least that is something for KGE.
This is what we want to see. This is how we want to see opponents punish each other. Wait for these rotations. Look for opportunities to actually greed out in these lanes, and then the oppression starts to come in. It doesn't necessarily have to be the cleanest in the world, but the ideas in theory is there.
Yeah, and I'm really liking the ideas of the Niners right now. They definitely didn't need to lose Malvis there, but their aggressive play so far does make up for it, considering that Sutsujin already died once earlier as well. The fact that they've been focusing so hard on this move is clearly because they understand that King Empire is depending on this Black Dragon form as a core aspect of their team fighting potential.
Yetri just ate the whole plate. That whole energy shield in the bottom tier 1 as well. So this man is ahead in terms of economy. Second turtle is going to be up Barbosa to open up the map for the rest of his team. Sutsujin is going to hit 7, so at least in this retreat battle, it's going to be even. But they're going to go on to X-Win to try and force a reaction. Nothing yet so far.
Yeah, King Empire Esports going to wisely take a step back here. I'm not too sure if they can contest this anymore.
Barbosa is going to get gobbled up. In the meantime, Malvis gets the turtle for himself. Barbosa now needs to run away with the entry in the forefront. Smooth coming in with the Black Dragon form, but it's a clean disengage for the Niners.
Really nicely done from Barbosa, using that Purify to get on out of there, and he does bring along with him Yet3 at the same time, so nobody gets picked off here. Really nicely done.
Sasa uses the BMI, sidesteps, Mystic Projectile. Pressure from Niners on the bottom lane, and Malvis is not letting up as well. It's not going to be easy. Entropy is used preemptively. Zav taking this fight to his heart's content, chipping away at the tier 1, and at the end of the day, it's still Niners getting an advantage.
I just like how proactive the Niners are right now. They know that King Empire have been kind of like, have been ankle broken after that turtle fight, and they want to just make sure that they're continuously off balance.
Yeah, and in this game especially, we are really seeing the impact of the Matilda as a whole. Barbosa has been making full use of the utility of this support hero and basically allowing his teammates to play as aggressively as they want, because they know that there is always going to be a get out of jail free card, even using it aggressively to stick closely onto the members of King Empire.
Considering everything that has happened in the EXP lane, I'm surprised that Yetri only has a 474 gold lead against Smooth, considering that he's already died twice in coming back into lane and in lane itself.
Smooth has been doing a good job of keeping up. Of course, part of this is because we can see that Yetri has been pulled into a lot of fights overall. Again, it's a situation where if you roam around the map very often, then your lane opponent will be able to catch up in terms of gold and EXP. But I think the value of it is very much there for the Niners. They've been able to build a 1.4k net worth lead now, 6 minutes in. Another turtle going to be up in 10 seconds. We'll see whether King Empire are ready to contest this one.
Yeah, it's a small lead obtained off of minuscule decisions, minor movements from the Niners. Now they are going to congregate on this top side. Malvis to start it off against Sutsujin, barely keeping up in level, but Malvis is going to hit 10 in just a little bit. Detto is going to get stunned up, and Death Mystic Gush to force out the black shoes.
Okay, doesn't break the Firaga armor, but he does end up losing the black shoes, which might just cost him here. Smooth, a lot of work for him to do here.
Black Dragon form, Malvis just get pulled away. They even force out that Manure and Fury. Sure, King Empire, they get the turtle, and now 3-man energy eruption. Malvis, like Eagle, that knockout from Borsa is perfect. As Malvis gets the executing blow onto Detto. Sutsujin had to use the Daytona's Welcome just to escape. And X-Win chased out of the jungle. The Niners still punishes KGE.
Great decision making overall. They understand it's not that important if your opponents decide to take the turtle for themselves. Look at how many resources they expanded just to make it happen, and they are punishing them all across the map.
It's just so oppressive now from the Niners. Just look at how aggressive, how confident they feel. Barbosa is an absolute menace to King Empire Esports because of how much he is enabling his team. And now that net worth lead is growing steady, but very much in the Niners' favor.
How long can they actually hold this for? Detto, I mean, he needs to start scaling up, right? We're only going to start seeing his actual relevance in terms of like just raw power from the orbs only once he gets his Enchanted Talisman, which I'm pretty sure he's already finished. But more importantly, the Ice Queen's wand to start peeling away the Niners, and hopefully that's going to force the Niners to depend on Barbosa's guiding wind just a little bit more.
But they already are depending on it quite a lot. I don't know if the slow is going to be enough to really deter the way that the Niners have been playing. But I suppose you are right, it would be something at least. Because right now, King Empire Esports are finding themselves in a situation where they really cannot position in any way aggressively. This is a team that does want to play for a slightly later phase of the game with the Claude and the Lilia, but things are already going out of control a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, side lanes open up. Zav still continuing to get their resources in without much contention. He's a level ahead of Sasa at this point in time.
Scaling fast.
Very fast. And he has Bargain Hunter.
Yeah, and he has Bargain Hunter as well. I don't know. These neutral objectives, especially if King Empire doesn't decide to contest for it, could be a major problem, right? Because if Zavs is nearby, he just melts these neutral objectives so fast.
The Niners, decisive decision to go onto the Lord, started out first. Deto's Black Shoot forced out, and he still might go down.
Ooh.
The Entropy, Ricochet, and now a two-man taunt into a Appraiser's Wrath. Sutsujin forced the waste move, gets to the back. They need to look for Zav, but can't find it. Sutsujin, first to fall, has moved the second. KGE forced out of a battle that they decided to take, and Niners have free reign of the Lord.
Nicely played by Zav specifically, right? Furious dive into the Petrify, coming in from Smooth, lands right on the target, but Zav instantly purifies out of it into the Entropy to create some space and zones himself away, making sure that he doesn't fall into the Blazing Duet coming in from Sasa. Like, this is all predicted. Like, Niners, it felt like they've played this matchup 100 times.
And Deto, oh, Deto, he is definitely not going to make it out of this. The explosion of damage in his face. Sasa also forced to run away.
I think the way that King Empire Esports is being taken out here is very reflective of the way that Niners are playing. This is explosive MLBB coming out from the blue side of the map right now. We have to remember, this is a team that was just rookies a couple of seasons ago with a lot of potential, and now they are allowing all of that growth to bear fruit on the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, if you look at teams like SRG, Niners, they have this main character arc that's just catapulting them into better, greater heights. And I think it's a good time to talk about Zav as a player, right? If you guys have paid attention to the news, he was covered. His journey to becoming a pro player in MPL, an arduous one. I don't think most people would have made it through that, but the perseverance has brought Zav to this very moment. And what a way to kick off that debut for the new season. So far, 2-0.
People say that difficulty builds character, and we can see that here. Zavs, he has been growing slowly but ever so surely as a marksman all the way since the debut of MPX NC. And now King Empire Esports are on the receiving end of that. A 7k net worth lead, 11 minutes in. This is probably the most handy advantage we've had all day.
Yeah, it's really forcing King Empire to be shoved right into their base, and now they're probably regretting giving Barbosa this build, and it's frustrating to deal with when you're about to kill somebody. Oh no, the flash kicks into place and saves their lives. Oh, the guiding wind is going to pull them back in. Oh no, what can you really do about it, right? Even opening the map is quite a frustration.
Like how the hero is designed just changes the dynamic of how your team functions and how the enemy functions. Heroes without mobility now suddenly have mobility. One of the craziest part about this hero, in fact.
I mean, just look at Zavs, right? He's disrespecting King Empire. He can drop down the Entropy whenever he wants to, and if he procs even one time from the Weakness Finder, instantly he can 100 to 0 you if you stand too close.
Yeah, that's what we saw from X-Win. This Minotaur just getting sliced through by this Natan.
Time is running out right here for King Empire Esports. They want scaling, but they were also dependent on the Barat and the Yuzong to be able to delay that early game for them to get their itemization.
Look at the
Niners. Yeah, they're actually...
KG gets nothing.
They're controlling them so well as well.
Can't do anything about this, right? Look at Zavs. Look at Zavs. So disrespectful. Even Moonji being part of the show as well, right? Freezing the lanes as much as they can.
Oh, man.
The Lord is about to show. They can start shoving now if they wanted to, but honestly, no real reason to. But let's go. Let's see them. 12 minutes, 13 minutes now. And the Niners, they just need the jungler and as well as Zavs to handle this Lord, while the rest of them just keeps them in check.
KG feeling grateful to be even be able to get a couple of minutes, let alone walk out their base. Starvation tactics from the Niners. The encirclement outside of KG's base is a torturous for them.
the most important thing for the Niners right now is to make sure they don't fall into the same trap a lot of teams have today of being way too confident of their advantage and then making mistakes that the enemy team can capitalize on. But so far, this has been the most effective performance we have seen all day, so I doubt that is going to happen. Looking at the itemization here, yeah, it's understandable that even Sutsujin would not be tanky enough to be able to survive Zavs at this point. There's not enough magic defense on that side.
Yeah. I mean, the game plan coming in from the Niners was actually really, really good, right? They just leave Zavs by himself, make sure that they have an idea of where X-Win is going to be, and because he doesn't provide a lot of early game pressure, you can start abusing the fact that you can walk into the jungle, you can start cheesing out the EXP laner specifically because Smooth was supposed to carry them through early mid.
And he was not able to do that because from minute 1 onward, they were already suppressing him. King Empire, can they mount this defense at least to give themselves a fighting chance? Last Insanity to the back, and that means X-Win has the flicker to get away. Lord should be okay. Take care of this. Move to the back. Team and petrified by Barbosa. He's the savior. Niners are just gliding through the wind like a pack of doves. And now they're going to jump back onto Smooth. Take him down first. Moonji with the ultimate, with the flicker in front of Sutsujin's face. The absolute disrespect from the Niners. And Zav collects the first one on the X-Men. Sutsujin can't stand no more. And Niners rejoice as they open this up with a win.
Wow. The quickest and cleanest game we have had all week so far, as the Niners make their debut in Season 13 with an impact. They have heard the cheers, they have heard the support of the fans as it echoes across the entire hall, and they have responded in kind.
That's got to be frustrating for King Empire. They've got to make a couple of adjustments, and I think with a few adjustments, they should be able to even out this score against the Niners. But great showing. As you mentioned, Staffa, this has been the cleanest game we've seen all week so far.
I mean, what a blow it is to KGE. They say you take out enemies, death by 1,000 cut, but Niners, they go straight for the heart.
Just goes to show, man, Matilda, that's why it's such a hot priority pick.
You really cannot afford to let this hero through. In just the one moment you think, hey, maybe we can deal with the Matilda if we get some peel, we get some tanky options, we get some dive to follow if they run from us. But what if they don't run from you?
Yeah, letting Matilda through is like the raw definition of mess around and find out.
Yep.
I think that's why we need to see a couple of adjustments from KG. Yes, they're pushing their limits. Yes, okay, Matilda did get through, and obviously you don't want those S-tier assassin junglers to also go through, but at a certain point, it's a give and take.
It really is. Let's head back to the Niners camp.
Yep.
In this cacophony of celebration, it's Barbosa as our MVP. Oh, it's so good to see him back on the screen again after one full season.
Of course it's going to be him. Literally the presence that allows Niners to play aggressively. The presence that is always pressuring King Empire. And the tool that makes it so that his team is never caught out while applying as much domination across the map as possible. Barbosa definitely deserves MVP for Game 1.
I don't know what's giving him the power right now, the Matilda or the Dreads. Either or is really making the difference here.
Why
for
not
his
both?
team. Why not both? Oh, I mean, it's process of elimination, man. Let's say he doesn't get one or the other. He either cuts his hair or doesn't get the Matilda. Does his gameplay start dropping off, especially against the King Empire, right? Because the early game went very much in sorry, not in King Empire's, the Niners' favor. And I think if they can repeat that process again, it looks very prominent for the Niners, but it doesn't show us their full extent of their power. Can they play for the ultra late stages of the game?
Yeah, and I think the Niners definitely showed a bit of their focus in Game 1. We target Smooth, that part of it based on the draft, part of it based on their win condition, but now KG maybe have a better idea on how to handle that going into game number 2, right? Maybe for Smooth, you just have to sandbag the lane a bit more and perhaps give him a pick that doesn't require him to be as aggressive. I want to see what the adjustment from KG is for next game, but for now, you look at the post-game stats, this is so clean that it is hard to look at Niners and be like, yeah, they did something wrong.
I honestly cannot help but feel that the Niners went into this game completely planning from head to toe exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to deny key picks from both Sutsujin and Smooth to force them to play into a certain way. And then they decided that they would change the style and focus onto Smooth's lane to try and put him as far behind as possible, even though Yetri on the X4 doesn't usually need it. And then when you look at their itemization, they just ignored all physical defense because they knew the damage was already done and focused on building radiant armors to deal with Detto. It's so smart the way that they approach this.
Yep, I mean, it's purely calculated, right? And especially for a 14-minute and 53-second game. Let's look at some of the post-game stats. In terms of total damage, we are seeing, whoo! Oh my goodness. Zav's nearly doubling the damage of Sasa here. Moonji very much almost getting close to that Mark II against Detto. And even so, Malvis DR just, he is just dominating right now.
Look, this Fredrin is a different beast. This Fredrin makes you feel like it has not been nerfed at all.
Of course, having the Matilda there just to pull you in, keep you as sticky as possible to any member you decide is unlucky enough to be within your iron sights, does help the case a little bit here. Fredrin's always been weakest where he is a little bit slow, and if he wants to chase someone, it's not the best. If he wants to escape in a difficult situation, it's not the best, but Matilda just makes up for all of that.
I mean, Sutsujin didn't even get a chance to really swallow the right target, right? He's either eating steel armor from Yetri, or he's accidentally gobbling up Barbosa, who is completely fine with it. And everything just going to Nine's plan. You look at the total damage taken. Sure, X-Win, he's the main tank, but look at Malvis on this Fredrin.
Oh, I mean, there's nothing much I can really say about it, right? You can already see by the total damage taken, it already tells the story of exactly what happens. And eventually, once you get these big punishes and all the lanes are losing at this point in time, the game is basically done for. You have no pressure, no outs, no objectives you really want to sit on top of. Even if it is given to you, a lot of resources have been wasted to make it happen.
And how little damage Moonji took that game is another indication of how far behind Smooth was put. If you're playing on a Gord, you usually expect Yuzong to be your worst enemy, but Smooth just couldn't do anything. And look at this screen! 0 turret damage from King Empire, absolute control from start to finish.
With a Claude, mind you. Usually, Claude will at least get a turret or two.
Yeah.
But this one, total, this is sanguination. Completely choked out of any sort of opportunity. And that means Claude remains at 0 wins.
You can join Arlet on the show.
I don't want to play with you anymore, man.
Natan is my new friend.
I'm surprised it took us so long to see Natan. Like, he is in such a strong position right now.
I mean, we have seen it a couple of times in some other tournaments as well, but specifically for Malaysian players, I think definitely it has been lingering around more so before he ever got buffed in the first place, prior to the nerf.
I think we treat it more as an afterthought. Right? We don't actively look at Natan and be like, this could be an option. Like, look at how, when I talked about the draft just now, I was like, well, no Harith, no carry, we go straight to Bruno. I think that's how most of the Malaysian community thinks, at least on paper. So maybe this Natan being brought to light might give us a lot more flexibility to work in the future.
I suppose. Or they just needed something that has a little bit of mobility to get in and out of these fights more reliably, right? The entry, very powerful tool. Not as good as a BMI, but considering the damage output, it's a give and take.
I mean, I'm a Shadow clone, right? So,
Hayabusa Gold. Rich Guy and as well as the carry, both going to Zavs here. Coming up big time for the team. And best wingman, of course, has to be Barbosa. Sandbag, it's real sad for X-Win, but hey, somebody had to take the damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, Minotaur is not that well suited to be the primary front line. You usually need to at least pair him with one other tanky hero, and normally Barats would be able to fill in that position, but having the X-Borg around, having the Natan around makes it very difficult to itemize against the side of the Niners, and it almost felt like going into this game that they already told Yetri is like, okay, you are the dedicated Barats food. Like, go jump in his mouth, and then when he spits you out, you blow them up.
Yeah, you can't digest metal. It's just let it eat your armor or whatever. And also because with the presence of the Matilda, you can see how tough it is for X-Men to even get anything done as the Minotaur. Who are you going to catch? Are you ever going to catch them? If you do catch them, there's the guiding wind to lead, to pull these heroes out of your effective range. At the end of the day, there was this one instance, I believe we might see in the highlights, I hope it's more of a miscommunication than the nerfs for KGE, where in order to secure one turtle, X-Wing presses his ultimate even when there was no threat.
I don't quite recall that because a lot of it was a Niners show. I think this fight in particular was a really big indication that it was already lost for King Empire Esports. The way that Year 3 and Moon are moving around these maps, the threat that they pose is immense.
It was second turtle, if I remember correctly, on the top side of the map, right? Yeah, that's when they wasted a lot of their resources. But speaking of which, it's just an adjustment for the side of King Empire, right? I think that the Niners are very comfortable with this style of composition, and especially when they know, hey, you generally want to fight around your neutral objective, that being the turtle or even the Lord, and especially who's going to be the biggest threat? It's going to be Smooth. Therefore, even if we do give you the turtle, it's going to cost you so many of your resources, and if you linger around for a little too long before going back into your lanes, we're just going to keep pressing the advantage, and that's what we saw here.
Yeah, it's like, I give you the objective, I take everything else. Your side laners, your backline pressure, everything.
Honestly, if Niners truly went into this game with all of this planned out, with all of these ideas already firmly in mind, I feel like antagonist songs are really going on the rise here. Being able to bring Homeboys to champion last season and now coming here and doing this, I think the next game is going to be a very big proving ground. Because we do have to admit, Matilda played a very big role this game. No way it's getting let through again.
Yeah, I think that definitely is a big factor, right? You can say all you want about KG or the Niners, but you cannot deny the fact that Matilda was a big part of that equation. Though I would say Antagonist has already cemented himself as sort of a decorated analyst or analyst for most part, but now taking on the role as a coach, it's more of like a promotion for him. But if this game has indicated anything, is that this man's brilliance is showing and the team has the mechanics to back it up.
I mean, the execution is good, but coming in towards Game 2, the adjustments are going to be made. I'm guessing that even for King Empire, they're going to go on that blue side, right? They're not going to let these priority picks actually kind of swivel their way through. I'm interested to see whether this is going to be, well, I don't think it's going to be a similar draft, but at the very least, how does Antagonist actually deal with the red side of the map other than blue?
I'm very curious as well. Like, I cannot believe how clean the execution in Game 1 was. We went into this hoping for a fun match, hoping for a nice, clean MLBB gameplay, and we got all of that and more. So if there's more of that coming, I'm just like sitting on the edge of my seat waiting for it.
If this series is going to continue like how it is in Game 1, I don't mind 3 games, right? At least we are seeing quality games. Like, none of these random shenanigans. The teams are sticking to the objectives, they know exactly what to do, and they're pulling it off correctly.
Well, if execution is going to be put into question here, it's for King Empire, right? We didn't get to see enough of it, right? We didn't get to see... I mean, we did see 1 or 2 mechanical mistakes coming in from Deto, and that's why he had 3 deaths and 3 assists overall, but it doesn't really show the full extent of his power at this point of time. Where are they going to start leaning in towards their compositions, right? Is it still going to be, hey, let's get the safe picks in terms of the Barracuda as well as the Claude, or are they just very centralized around playing around Sasa? Considering the bans, right? Assassin bans, and then afterwards, anything that actually looks to go for those big dives, and more importantly, so counter matchups in the gold lane.
I think one of the biggest element that they need to kind of inspect is also in the roamer role, right? In Game 1, there's no way you're matching Barbosa. You cannot mirror the Matilda as a Minotaur. Perhaps if with the Matilda banned out, which I'm sure it will be, then X-Wing will have a better time matching up with Barbosa's movement to influence the side lanes and perhaps set something up for major objectives.
Yeah, it does feel bad for X-Wing. In that game, he basically was relegated to an extra large minion there because there's not a lot he can do. The Minwen Fury, not going to be very helpful in this case because there's so many members of Niners that are able to deny it in some way, and they even have the Matilda to pull them out. We have some information here from MPL MY Insider, this time with Moonji.
Yeah, and Moonji, in his Riot video, did say that, you know, he comes back after 2 years, but is it back to Todak? And he's like, no, he doesn't know where he's going to go in the future season. I believe it's for this season. That's what he's referring to. 60% was the percentage he gave, and I guess he went with the 40.
Interesting.
So basically, there's a potential chance that Moon might want to go back to Todak if given the opportunity next season. But I think a lot of that will also come down to how well Niners perform this season, how well Todak performs this season, and how Moon himself feels about his gameplay with his teammates right now. Because the synergy definitely seems to be there.
I mean, it's not often you see kind of like a Todak loyalist kind of jump ship, right? And I think Moon is perhaps the first one, or the first one that first high-profile one.
Yes. First high-profile one to actually to come outside of the Todak, ecosystem. Most of the time, we see them actually just go into the MAL for a good period of time, or just sit on the bench,
or go behind the scenes, right? Like Maze is now the manager for the MAL team, for example. So I think Moon, if there's anything, I think a new environment is what he's looking for. Proving himself, maybe winning with Todak consecutively feels really good, but if you can do it with a different team, I think that means a lot more than just sticking with the same bunch.
A different environment means that there's going to be so much more to learn, and if you're able to achieve the same results, the impact is that much bigger. As we jump into the draft for game number 2, looks like you're right here, Gideon. King Empire going to be taking the blue side this time with Niners on the red. Matilda already going to be the first hero removed from the pool.
See how this goes, right? Nolan also going to get banned out for the side of the Niners. They could kind of follow up on this, getting rid of the Joy at the same time, or they could start really showing off who they want to actually punish in the first half of this draft.
Yeah. Is it going to be a Sutsujin focus ban again? Nolan, Joy, Fanny, that is going to be your trifecta if Niners goes down that route. KGE still banning the Angela just like game 1.
Yeah, I think Niners should probably just stick to what did work for them in the previous game here. It was very effective. The fact that they were able to push Sutsujin into a slower, tankier jungler and then use the extra mobility they could get from Matilda. Now though, it is a good question of whether or not they want to allow Sutsujin to take an assassin jungler so that they can counter it with something like Red Rain or Barats.
I mean, they usually come in pairs, right? Especially if you want to punish your opponent, you don't want to just have one direct counter. You want to have multiple ways to kind of force your opponent into a corner and then have the direct counter to ensure that it is successful. Now, this drafting phase is definitely a lot slower in pace. We're seeing finally the Joy getting banned out for the Niners as priority is being held by KGE, right? We're seeing the Angela, we're seeing the Matilda, all Enchanter style of supports. And they also ban out the Arlet once more.
Same as the first game. I know first game Niners banned the Arlet first.
Yep.
Now we'll see if that Fanny ban goes through for Niners again. And if it does give KGE the priority on heroes like Vexana and Ruby, the Barras as well.
What would they go for if we do see the Fanny ban at this stage? Honestly, considering that the Niners are on the red side, I don't feel like they have to be too worried about banning Fanny from the pool as of right now, because they can at least guarantee that there will be one hero to counter it at the end of the draft.
I totally agree here, because again, keep in mind that Fanny and as well as Nolan are purple buff dependent assassin junglers, right? Without that purple buff, you can feel that their influence significantly dips all across the map here. Now, first pick, going over the side for KGE. The Fanny also got banned out from the side of the Niners. Does Sutsujin have anything else left in the tank? No, they go for a very safe, very okay pick in the Novaria for the side of KGE. Rather interesting first choice.
This is the second time that Novaria has been first picked, but again, it gives you a sort of an indicator of what the team wants to play around, right? Perhaps ultimates that benefit from the increased hitbox, but that also means that there's no consistent damage from their mid lane. It's just short bursts of output from this Novaria throughout the entire duration of the game.
Yeah, in exchange for that consistent DPS output, though, they get a lot of information across the map with that Astral Echo, and they were really being pressured by Niners, just constantly exerting map control and pressure, so maybe having that vision would be very helpful for them here. As we can see, Niners gonna lock in that front lane and the carry, so they're looking to stay pretty safe right now. But as for King Empire, do they feel that they need to pick Smooth's hero early?
I don't think so.
No.
Personally, I don't think so. Because at the end of it, right, what exactly do you want to show that is worthwhile. If you go into Benedetta, it's just the Swiss Army knife. Even if it gets banned later on, it kind of doesn't matter. There's still plenty of EXP laners that kind of do relatively the same thing. I think more importantly right now is how exactly are we going to deal with this Fredrin? It could be the Barats once more, but no, we go for the atypical Baxia, finally getting picked.
Very first time it's picked in this regular season. At least you have certain ways to... Okay, Bennett actually gets picked out. I actually wanted to bring this up. I was thinking, well, since he was targeted so hard in the second game, and Benedetta is a Swiss Army knife, we might as well pick it up, right? Give it to Smooth and leave him in this lane. He's gonna do his thing, and then we can reinforce the rest of the team.
Yeah, I do worry a little bit because the way that the Niners drafted previously, it's clear that they put a lot of emphasis onto Smooth. So King Empire may be pushed to pick Smooth's hero in the first phase this game, which is what they did. But when you show your EXP laner first, it becomes kind of a counterplay fest. Even if Benedetta is a Swiss Army knife, there are heroes that can deal with her somewhat.
With so much peel from the side of KGE, do the Niners actually want to consider locking in an EXP laner of their own here, or maybe even their support? Yep, okay. They go straight into the support. This feels more like denial against the side of KGE more than anything else.
I'm expecting a Tigro ban in one of these the slots for Niners.
Yeah.
Very common theme. You pick the Minotaur, you deny the Tigro, and vice versa.
You probably do need to consider denying the Diggy as well, because that time journey would just completely deny any min-win Fury you try to go for. There's a reason why Diggy has been recently put a lot of attention on, because not only does he deny these big teamfight ultimates, the pressure he outputs early with those auto alarm bombs is very annoying.
Going to the second phase here. Let's see what the Niners' heads are at currently. Go for their next ban. It looks like it's going to be Bruno. They're focusing down on towards the gold lane side. They don't want anything that can snowball out of control. If they're getting rid of the Brody, I wouldn't be too surprised if they get rid of the Harith or even the Brody, if for that matter.
It's interesting, which means this last ban, I wonder if they would just shift their attention to the roamer role. And if not, they might be giving KG some sort of leeway and coming up with a solution on their own in terms of the last two picks. The Valentina is banned out by KGE. There's still the Lilia in the pool, actually, if the Niners want to consider it.
I think in this particular situation, Lilia does lose a bit of value. She's still good at peeling the Baxia, but comparatively, because of the shield unity, it's not going to cause as much of an effect. Oh, Selena.
Interesting choice here. I mean, Selena naturally in combination with the Novaria, it kind of makes sense. You hit the arrow instantly, Star Shatter. You can open up the map. You can open up the map, increase the hitboxes with the Astral Echo. Look to make sure that the Abyssal Arrows land a little bit more consistently. I think that's all right. It's a fine ban, nothing too crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary. I'm just surprised to see it from the Niners side. KGE, on the other hand, I'm really curious about why they decided to ban out this Valentina. What ult are they planning to play around that is so devastating?
Diggy, potentially. I think it's not impossible that they want to play the Diggy themselves. The time journey stolen away would be dangerous. Considering that mid lane is gone, I doubt it's something like the Faramis, unless they wanted to play like Faramis roam here. So we'll keep an eye out there. Niners decide that they're not going to ban Tigreal or Diggy here. Tigreal's an option, but I feel like it's less important to ban Valentina when you have him.
I think Niners, if they want to and really steer their composition to playing around team fights, might as well lock in the Faramis right now.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Faramis as well, because you are not really... I wouldn't say you're not threatened. The Benedetta, the AoE damage can still be quite a headache to deal with, but it is something to allow you to play a team fight, and of course you take away... Well, I want to say you take away, but you pick up the Paquito so you can match the Benedetta.
It's one of Yetri's comfort heroes as well, so Niners still doing a good job of matching up to the King Empire draft. Now it's going to be the final phase here. We'll see whether or not King Empire does go for something like a Diggy support here. Considering they do have a pretty bulky front line now with the Baxia, it would give them some early game pressure. Trying to think of what else there is in the pool.
They're looking for the gold laner. It's going to be Brody and the Grok.
Oh. So the Valentina ban is to deny the wild charge steal, I assume?
Yeah, I think most likely. It does give them a bit more flexibility, right? In this Grok, we also, I think, earlier today we did see Grace play the Grok as well. And if that's taught us anything, it can be a big tempo breaker, considering so far the Niners draft, or at least their damage dealers, they are forced to be up close and personal.
Yeah. I think right now it's just really awkward for whatever mid lane pick the Niners actually want to go for, right? The Lilia, it's like, yes, I'm only going to be hitting Boxian as well as Grok, I suppose. You go for Gord, that makes a little bit more sense, but then you're very vulnerable to getting hit by Novarian as well as Benedetta. They go for the Lilia. It's just safe, it's reliable, and especially if you are able to, you know, get a couple of lockdowns from Minotaur as well as the Fredrin, you might be able to sneak away and peel away a kill.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're dealing with a Grok, right? So that's naturally a favorable matchup. I know it doesn't feel as good as you would normally want it to be, but having the Lilia guarantees as the game progresses, you become more and more effective.
Yep. Compared to the previous game, though, this definitely seems like a much more even lineup. With King Empire now having a chance to apply pressure in the early game, we can expect some invades with the Baxia and the Grok combination that the Niners will need to be able to deal with. Without the Matilda, how will the performance of this team fare? I get the feeling this is a much more realistic indication of both these lineups. Let's jump back into the land of Thought for game number 2 between JP Niners and King Empire Esports.
I mean, fans are already excited getting into this game as we head into the land of Dawn here. But I think more concerningly so, how are these team fights actually going to progress? This level 4 is going to be pretty devastating for either side who loses.
Explosive. So many ways for these two teams to either initiate or respond. You just hear the Niners flaring up.
The crowd already very excited to witness what is going to be happening in this game here. Yatri and Smooth gonna be trading blows here. Benedetta, Paquito, very classic matchup. Sasa already forced a flicker here as we do see an attempted cheese by Barbosa once again in the gold lane.
I do like that movement though. As Brody into the carry, you want to push the carry back as soon as possible, and Barbosa just taking advantage of that movement. Also getting a little wanderer for themselves.
We can see that King Empire, they're going to be choosing not to invade, even though usually that is what you want to do when you have a Baxia jungle, purely because this Lilia pick does deny it quite heavily. You really do not want to be running into this hero in the first few levels here when you don't have enough magic defense to tank it.
Oh, that's also assuming that Gloom is in a good spot and it is stacked up to full. That's when it's really starting to shred you down. But let's see, because so far, it feels like the Niners are playing completely differently from before. It's not about oppressing the EXP, it's more so to try and get their own gold lane ahead. Because Zobs, he could have gone for Master Assassin if he wanted to, but against the Brody, it can get a little bit difficult if he takes like an awful trade, right? And then the lane is basically out of his control.
Now we are at the 2-minute mark, which means the first turtle has spawned. Level 4 is what the teams are looking for.
Moonji gonna be spotted out in the bush here. We've got 3 members of King Empire. Smooth? Just
what?
Huh?
He just used Petrify on nothing.
Yeah, he whiffed. He whiffed that Petrify.
Oh, that is gonna sting a little bit. They did bring Yetri down pretty low.
Yeah, that's a mistake. I get the feeling it's a micro mistake here as well. And considering it's from Smooth of all people, that is not an ideal situation. That's going to be down for another 50 seconds, which means that King Empire cannot safely contest the turtle while that is down.
Yeah, but at the very least, both sides are going to be able to go for the big reset. I mean, X-Win, he's going to have to take a bit of damage. He's going to get chunked out, but it's not the end of the world.
They're going to go onto him. Astral Echo with the 3-man ping. Here comes the Wild Charge as a response from X-Win. First blood given over to Smooth, and Malvis can't even slam the appraisal scrap. It's Smooth that slices them up. He gets the double kill for himself, but doesn't seem over just yet. Yetri wants to chase for a kill. Can't even get X-Win. KGE gets the objective.
Very nicely done coming out from the side of King Empire Esports, right? Double kill coming over to Smooth. It sounds like a really, really good idea to be giving him these kills, especially since he's running Lethal Ignition. I can only assume he's going full damage this game.
We have to note, however, even though Smooth did get that double kill, it was actually Moonji who got the turtle for Niners. So they're able to somewhat keep the damage from going too far. But despite missing out on the Petrify earlier, this is the value of the Benedetta.
Has to take his time here. Smooth. With his ultimate, he's going to be able to clear that wave, and now the purple buff. X-Win, he is just, man, he is really just marking Malvis all over the map.
This is exactly what you should be doing when you are playing that Grok. Having the CC immunity on your skill 1 allows you to invade with impunity. He's even able to deny Barbosa from catching him out there, so able to walk out without too much issue. King Empire Esports definitely have regained this early game control as compared to game number 1. Can they keep it up?
The adjustment, Yetri, where you're gonna run. Get a stunned up control, Yetri. Throw a couple of punches to get the shield. Malvis trying to help in Yetri with the dash move. Trying to give chase Malvis to protect the Paquito.
Really good body blocks here coming in from Malvis and holding that energy eruption to ensure that Smooth does not go further. I mean, Smooth could have used his ultimate at any point of time to try and close that distance, but just not worth his time with 20 seconds left until the turtle actually spawns.
Yeah, that was excellently done there, and very good communication by Malvis as well to make sure that he's able to get there in time. You could see that Yetri too. He was saving his heavy left punch until Malvis was close enough to provide some defensive play, because if he used it earlier, he wouldn't have had enough shield to survive until the Fredrin made it.
This is turtle number 2. Again, KGE is the one starting out the leash. So Sutsujin is a level ahead of Malvis, but not for long. He's going to hit 7 in a bit. Yetri around the corner, trying to harass the Sutsujin. Now pinged up with the Astro Echo. Smooth's going to show himself. Yetri has to flicker away, dodges the Star Shatter. Again, it's the Niners to get the turtle. With the no Fury, get the knockout on the Sutsujin. This time he chases the blade. Smooth chasing over after Yetri. Won't take him out for a killing spree, but Niners gets the trade. Munji next on the menu. Barbosa might also become a casualty as he gets away, but Malvis to escort them out.
Okay, kill score 3-1 now. Niners trying to take their time with this. If they can crack open this mid-tier 1, that would be the most ideal, but Detho is not going to make it easy here. Oh no, he gets zoned away from his maxed out Gloom.
Wow.
This is excellently done here by the Niners. Even though the net worth lead is nothing at this stage, they're doing a great job of maintaining and contesting against King Empire. Honestly, the fact that Yetri was able to survive for so long against Move in that last turtle fight made such a big difference, because if the Benedetta had been unlocked, the rest of his team would have been punished hard.
Well, speaking of Yetri,
ooh,
sliced again into ribbons. Move just showing off that Benedetta.
He is 4-0 right now. He is really starting to snowball on his side of the map. I don't know whether King Empire is going to continue to play around it. Well, hold on. They're able to zone them away. They figured out where the rest of the Niners are going to be, but at least this is a less dominant side for the Niners compared to game number 1.
Well, we had a feeling that this would be a much more realistic depiction between these two teams now that Matilda is gone, and we are seeing that King Empire actually getting a chance to play the game.
Yeah, you are right about that. Purify and Black Shoes out from Munji. It's 25 seconds before the last turtle of this game spawns on the bottom side. Smooth, he's sitting in that bush. Yetri. There is the Petrify. Smooth, he's going to try. Remember, this man has lethal ignition. Yetri losing already 40% of the health.
This Benedetta scary, alright. Yetri has to be a lot more respectful. He survived well in the turtle fight against her, but now taking 1v1s is going to be very risky depending on what build he does decide to go for, as now both EXP laners want to make it to this turtle fight.
Smooth will get there first. Detto, 4-man ping. Munji loses their ultimate, and here comes Smooth with the electro final blow, and everyone just cut down by this Benedetta. Zavs can't even get the collect onto X-Win. Niners scatter into the wind.
Oh, nasty ultimate coming in from Smooth's side. He's just got so much damage on him now with the Electro final blow. And I think the Niners, they're going to have to play from behind. They have to give up these upcoming turtles and maybe even that very first Lord. It's just so hard to contest it right now, especially if Munji is getting chunked like that.
I feel like Niners may have lacked a bit of communication there, because surely Yetri would be informing them that Smooth is on his way and that they should be avoiding lining up like that. Yet, Smooth is still able to find an excellent group up with the wild charge. So now Niners definitely on the back foot.
Smooth going to try and take that orange buff, but of course, Malvis will secure it. KGE with the biggest goalie that they've had in the series. It's a mere 2K, but with how Smooth is performing so far, I think that is going to balloon very soon.
This could potentially be difficult here, right? I'm noticing that the item power spikes are starting to come in. Sasa, even getting the Winds of Nature. I think they want to make sure that they can secure this upcoming First Lord and then start developing a lead big enough so that the Niners can actually recover from it. Like, it's 2.2 right now, but we're seeing 2 items already built from their mid lane. 2 items built also coming in from Benedetta as well, looking to get a third in the meantime. But more importantly so, third item is not complete from Zav's side.
Yeah, Zavs is having some difficulty here keeping up with Sasa now. Even though he still hasn't died at all this game, he also hasn't been given the chance to really participate in any of these team fights, which means that he is kind of stuck farming when King Empire is doing a lot of damage to his team. And you can see here, already being forced back home once again.
Speaking about forced back home, Yetri, he's going to be forced back home, okay, by Smooth. Again, this gang squad of Baxia Benedetta.
Very scary. We can see that's move. He has a vengeance here. He has got a bit of a grudge considering what Niners did to him in game 1, basically denying him the ability to participate at all. Now on his signature hero, and we can see that despite Yetri's best efforts, he just does not match up at all.
I think for year 3, he has to now go for a more peely style of play, right? He cannot go for these big flanks. I don't think he really threatens Sasa that much, especially with the Winds of Nature as well. So at this point of time, I think the Niners, they are forcefully having to respect King Empire. They just cannot walk up to any of these objectives at all. The river, far too dangerous.
First Lord from KGE, 4K gold lead, Smooth still deathless, 6-0. Zavs finally takes the bot tier 1 down, freeing up the side lanes a little bit, and that's where the Lord will spawn, thankfully. But the Niners, what's the next course of action against KG?
If Niners, I think Niners have to just wait for Zavs to scale, right? Barbosa, he's not looking for these super big fights just yet. And I think the big win condition here is if they can forcefully get, wait, hold on.
Four-man
tier
ping.
1 needs to be given up.
You gotta start backing off. Munji forced to use the Purify it. I mean, Smooth. It's way too good with the engage. He does get taken down, and Sasa will trade Munji back. There's a big kill streak given away. I believe Zav was the one who got it.
He did. That might actually be a plus for Niners, in fact. Even though it was an excellent engage by X-Win, fighting under the tower is still a little bit dangerous, and now a 6-kill shutdown has been fed over to the Niners gold laner. The question is, will the game last long enough for that to come into play?
He'll try to threaten this inhibitor, but should be able to get it. Lord taken care of. Sasa, the final blow to get rid of the structure, and KGE cracks the base of Niners.
Man, Sutsujin ends up dying for that. I don't know how. Okay, at least they get an inhibitor, right? Like, off of the First Lord, that's already considered a considerable win from the majority of these teams. Considering that the kill score is currently 8-3 with a 4.4k lead for the side of King Empire, I think Niners, they're about to hit the power spike, right? They're about to hit that big turnaround moment against King Empire in the next 7 seconds.
Adepto steals the orange buff. Very well done here. Any extra impact that King Empire can apply to the Niners' mental, gonna be very good value.
Man, that's off a 1-star shadow from max range.
Yeah, Munji is continuing to fall behind, right? He's a full item behind Detto as well, and Detto has been doing a really good job providing information for the team, and more importantly, just hitting the backline with the Star Shatters.
Things are looking tough here, but Niners are not completely out of the situation. King Empire Esports, they just basically need to continue doing what they are doing. They should try to avoid diving too deep. The kills on Sutsujin and Smooth did not need to happen, but their goal lead is still notable enough that it's not going to make too much of a dent on their gameplay.
Wow, look at the damage Munji took just like that.
Ouch.
Sasa, it really is a hurting player. Have to see Winds of Nature, DHS, the Malefic Raw.
Ooh,
this is a critical
DHS.
match for KGE.
The Demon Hunter sword build means that Sasa is feeling very comfortable right now. It will allow him to get some healing and even make it easier for him to whittle down tankier heroes like Malvis and Barbosa in this situation. Niners, I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to bring this back here, because even if Zavs is able to get farmed up, there are so many targets on King Empire he has to avoid.
Yeah, we see the flicker wall charge onto Malvis. That is the target that needs to go down. What a wall from X-Wing. Malvis completely Smooth! Again at the tip of the blade to cut down Malvis, and Yetri, he wants revenge for Smooth, and eye for an eye to get away. And Moonji falls off screen. KGE looking reinvigorated in this game too.
Man, that was actually disgusting. X-Win is really nasty with these Grok walls so far. Hasn't missed a single beat at all, and King Empire will get their revenge here. With this upcoming Lord, I think Niners, they're in a lot of trouble, right? These team fights are not as clean as they need to be. Barbosa especially, right? He gets chunked out before he even gets into these fights, and by the time he does with the Minoa and Fury, a majority of their team members are too low to actually capitalize, like Moonji for an example.
Yeah, when you have the Minotaur, you typically want to use it in a way that counter-engages, especially when you are behind. But when you have to deal with Smooth here, 7-1-2 on the Benedetta, it becomes a massive issue. There is a reason why this hero was banned in the previous game. But King Empire Esports showing it off once again. This is the hero that earned Smooth his namesake a couple seasons ago.
Yep, and how long can they actually hold on here? They're synchronizing the waves really, really nicely. Clean stuff from King Empire.
This could be the last defense for Niners. The wave pushes in. Here comes the 4-man ping for Detto. Malvis forced back. Just taking body shots from this Novara. Barbosa stepping a bit too far forward and is getting punished for that. Both side lane inhibitors have fallen. KGE, they only need to worry about the mid one. That wave is going to be pushing it very slowly and intentionally synced up with the side lanes as well.
We've got a second wave coming in once again. King Empire wants this last inhibitor.
Sutsujin onto Malvis. He's taking damage himself. Smooth this time misses the mark. And it's going to be Sutsujin that goes down, but Smooth gets an assassination again with the help of Sasa to take down Yetri. But Niners successfully defends the mid inhibitor.
All right, worthwhile. The high ground defense with the help of Moon, definitely going to be extremely useful here, and King Empire have not been able to crack them open, right? And because of this, the Niners now have an opportunity to actually even the score up against King Empire, with the rest of the team actually catching up. Like 6K gold lead for the favor of King Empire, sure, that sounds great. But once the Niners, and especially once Moonji has enough items, especially when it comes down to cooldowns, to be able to spam the Black Spheres, Shadow Balls here against King Empire, it makes it difficult for people like Smooth, for people like X-Win to really take the space.
Yeah, absolutely. But King Empire Esports has been doing a very good job of just out-macroing Niners in this game. They have full map control. They obviously have much better mobility as well. So it's going to make it very difficult for Niners to actually push out and try to regain some vision over the map, even though they would be able to reach these power spikes that you mentioned. But it's not an impossible situation here, which is why it's important that King Empire Esports as well is very wary of the situation. Detto gonna be very annoying at this stage of the game.
And that one-star shatter took away half of Moon's HP. Well, the third Lord's gonna be spawning on the bottom side, and I mean, Niners, they're trapped in, just like game 1 against KGE, right? Being trapped almost inside their own base.
And Detto, he's just going to be hailing Meteor after Meteor after Meteor against Malvis here. And he doesn't mind, right? Malvis needs to get positioned. He needs to be punished for every bit of space that he does eventually start taking.
Yeah, Lord down a half already. Niners not really at the scene just yet. Coming out the mid wave, Smooth, you can see off speed, he's threatening Barbosa. And it's hard to catch up on him. Maybe that is a task for Yetri, but Malvis on the other hand receives help from Moonji. Finally, Detto, the 2-man ping. Moonji!
Ooh.
Can't even use the black shoes. And him going down means that Malvis has no way back into the pit. It's KGE with the Lord, and that's a slam for Malvis. It's only the immortality. It's Sasa to now repay some debt. Zaus sent on the run. The base already in danger.
Oh, goodness,
Niners might not even be able to defend this. The catapult at the end finally taken care of. But the Niners, wounded and battered, they need to hold on for 15 seconds.
I don't think they have enough time here. I don't know. Let's see. Moonji is coming back up in 10, and that's their main high ground defense. 20 more seconds until Fredrin comes back up, and it looks like King Empire, they're not going to force it just yet. They're keeping it clean as possible.
Okay, Moonji is back. That crystal ain't holding on for long. Can you at least keep it outside the gate? It seems like it is not possible. The pillars are falling. The foundations are crumbling. And King Empire Esports takes their flag to take it to a draw.
A total reversal from game 1. King Empire Esports really wants us to believe that Matilda was the key factor here, and that is looking to be more believable by the second. We are seeing two very well-matched squads here in the final match of the day. And we've got a game 3 every single series so far, so let's top it off and cap off the day with a final best of 1.
Two very well-oiled machines here, I have to say. You know, both sides really understand what they have to do. And you can see that Muji is communicating very well with Barbosa to understand, hey, what moves do we need to actually do to get into these types of positions? What kind of scenarios is going to be the most beneficial for us? And once again, if the lead were in the Niners' hand, maybe it could have been a little bit different, but unfortunately, that's just not the case.
I mean, the snowball was just a bit too huge. From Smooth's side alone, Game 1, he was oppressed from start to end. Didn't get to do anything. Game 2, he came online, and he was a big part of how KGE drew this to a draw.
Very much. I mean, the drafts are making the big difference here, right? Both two well-oiled machines. Only one of them can come out on top, and I don't know, it feels like the Niners, because they won the first one, it's by, you know, they're going to be choosing the blue side once more and then try to replicate what they did in game number 1.
Without the Matilda.
Ordinarily, you wouldn't feel very safe picking your EXP laner that early on, but like you mentioned, Benedetta is just so strong utility-wise, and Smooth, easily the best Benedetta player we have here in MPL MY. Obviously, he is going to be our MVP of Game 2.
There's no question about it. There's a reason why his Benedetta was first phase picked. Not many teams do that, but when you have Smooth on your side, we say that if there's a Benedetta to be picked, he's going to be the first one to receive that honor, and he did deliver on this, the MVP of the game. 8-2-3, and running the fighter emblems of all things.
Yeah, fighter emblems, he goes for the full, he wants to go for that full damage, but he still wants a little bit of sustain here. He understands that he does take a decent amount of chip damage from whatever it could be, whether it be carry, just going with the steps forward. The auto attacks could lead in towards his face, and the same can be said about getting hit by the shadow balls as well.
Yeah. In the end, the King Empire have shown us that they do have what it takes to face off against the JP Niners. And like you mentioned, draft now becoming more valuable than ever in order to eke out even the slightest advantage against these two well-matched opponents. Looking at the overall item builds, we can see that King Empire, very comfortable. Smooth, Detto, and Sasa all able to basically go full damage throughout the game because Niners just has no way of actually threatening them.
And this is where you see kind of the benefits of having that Novara, giving you info, and most importantly, every single Star Shatter forces either a black shoe or an instant recall from the Niners.
I mean, how do you regroup? How do you stand together to actually contest objectives to try and regain map control when you just get constantly sent back home like you mentioned, Husky? It's a very rough situation to be in. So Detto did a great job in that particular case. I do have to ask, we saw in the itemization, Yetri did end up going for mostly damaged Paquito. Do you think it would have been better for him to try and go semi-tank so that he could survive longer against Smooth?
I mean, it's not about surviving longer against Smooth. It's more so he needs to win out against Smooth. And better yet, if he's able to punish Smooth early on by forcing him to use an eye for an eye. If he goes for a semi build, it's just not enough. Worse yet, even if we're not talking about oppressing Smooth and forcing him to use resources, Sasa even needs to be threatened, right? And I think even if Yetri decides to go for a semi build, it's just not enough. You need to have a legitimate threat to force out good resources, whether it be a flicker, whether it would be even just using the corrosive strike, or more importantly, the winds of nature.
I think at the end of the day, it's also how Moon was not able to really participate in a lot of these team fights. The last fight, I wonder what happened, right? He pressed Purify and he ended up not being able to even use his black shoes. Perhaps stunned by the Brody Corrosion strike. There's only something that we will find out if we watch the replay. And overall, it's just so hard for the Niners to participate. I pointed this out during the draft. Most of these heroes need to be up close and personal, and who better ought to do with it? Smooth, Baxia, Grok. You walk up to us, you're going to be in a world of hurt.
I think Sutsujin had his work cut out for him, but I think X-Win played a phenomenal game here, right? Really making sure these nature's barriers, punishing Moonji for actually walking around the map, and more importantly, having a clear eye on where Malvisner is going to be every single time, allowing Sutsujin to make some creative decisions on his pathing.
We're definitely seeing a little bit of a revival in Grok here with a lot of really strong roamers that are able to make use of the hero to his full capabilities, scouting out bushes, blocking off with walls, and getting some really strong wall charges to set up for beautiful electro final blows from Smooth. Niners unfortunately ended up having to group together quite a lot to take advantage of the healing coming out from the Minotaur, and because Yetri was already too far behind, there was no way for him to split off and do his own thing on the other side of the fight.
I believe Grace also showed us this with the Grok earlier on today, where if you have a very big lead and you had control of the enemy jungle, you can just purposely aggro the buff and then set up a wall to force the buff to take a long route through the lane.
Yep.
Either through the lane or around the enclave, but around the cove. But it is just kind of a minor trick to really upset the balance.
Yeah, slow down your enemy jungler, really piss them off in these types of situations. Because what are they going to do? Take another camp in the meantime? They just have to sit there and wait until it gets back and resets fully.
That's one of the values of Grok as well. There's a reason why we are seeing a lot more heroes that have anti-CC in this current meta. With the amount of aggression, the amount of team fights that you are going to be fighting in, being able to deny these important tools from the enemy side is so valuable.
Absolutely, and of course our Hall of Famers, Sasa the rich guy, Detto the carry, Malvis, Sandbag, and Detto, of course the best wingman as well. Just a 2-in-1 package when you play the Novaria.
Very confident in the way that he plays his Novaria as well. You know, he knows his matchup extremely well. He knows what his team wants to do. He just has to supplement it with a little bit of information, and it carries the team a long way, especially if he's hitting some great shots on Munji as well. It just feels like, what can you really do?
Every time he hits Munji, Munji presses black shoes. It's like it's the rinse and repeat, and every time Munji does that, suddenly Niners can't really fight KG head on, because if Munji gets caught, he is done so.
I think there is some consideration of whether or not they want to change up the draft in terms of their supports, right? Because this Minotaur just could not find the right angles to make this work.
Yeah, I think if you want someone who is a lot more mobile, someone who can match tempos, Minotaur only gets to match tempo if he's the one that sets it. He's not really good at keeping up, but he's really good at setting the pace. In this case, if KG is already so far ahead in the from the get-go, I mean, there's only so much Barbosa can do on the cow, you know?
Yeah, it's a tough hero to play if you find yourself very behind, and if the enemy team already has a better team fight comp with you, having heroes that can dive the backline. We see this combo here around the turtle pit. We see X-Win committing insane ultimates. This was a mistake here with Smooth finally getting caught out for the first time, but when you're this far ahead already, things like that are just small roadblocks on your way to success.
This one, this looks so good. That wall from X-Win was everything.
Oh, so nasty. So nasty. I mean, there's not much the Niners could have done. I mean, they were trying to hold out for as long as possible to get Zabs in a position where he might have been able to carry that, but even then, you can see that in a lot of these fights, right? As soon as that Electro Final Blow comes out, he is in just so much trouble. Trying to peel people away, he's too short-ranged to make that work.
I was looking at the moment that Munji died in the last fight, trying to figure out if it was the Brody. I had a feeling maybe he pressed Purify a fraction of a second too early and he got hit by the Wild Charge AoE and stunned at the end. That is crazy.
You gotta be very careful with your Purify. A lot of people will think that, oh, it's just an easy get out of jail free card, but when you're against a lineup that has a lot of CC or a lot of ways to catch you, you have to be very wary about what time you decide to use it. And if you even mispress it a fraction of a second early and the enemy team is able to notice that and keep track of it, then you're just locked down regardless.
Well, with that being said, hopefully the next upcoming draft is going to be good enough to actually bring out the best of both of these teams. We've seen dominating victories on either side, and if they're really going to shake it up, I mean, if they want to whip out some of the weirder picks, because we've only seen standard compositions that have been played many times, previous seasons, and even in today's meta, this could be it in game number 3.
I think the only two picks that you don't see as often are the Natan and the Benedetta, and that's pretty much it, right? Both heroes picked for the first time in the series, and both have gotten a win.
So now that Benedetta has been shown to be a hero that King Empire is willing to pick in the first phase, and Smooth will do well with it regardless, does that mean that they are going to need to stop banning all assassins and get rid of the Benedetta?
Oh, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. What do you want to open up here? I think for Ye3's position, probably not. I think Ye3 is probably going to go with the option of maybe even going for a Zong, just to be able to say, if you're going to dive my backline, I might as well dive your backline at the very least, right?
Yeah, I think for their sake, who do you rather go up against, right? Is it Smooth or is it Sutsujin? For the first 2 games, clearly they do not want to do with Sutsujin.
Well, there's also the idea that like if you do decide to go for the ban on the Benedetta, then you let like Nolan and Joy through and you force it into a pick situation where if, for example, King Empire grabs the Nolan for themselves, we know that Ye3 actually quite enjoys playing the Joy themselves. So I don't know, it could be mind games here.
Oh, that could be that might just be a little too crazy, right? Do you want to see Joy in the EXP lane just so that you can actually make that flex pick work? I mean, naturally the matchup is going to be rather interesting, but at the end of the day, it's about who gets to the fight first, and I'm pretty sure 9 out of 10 times Joy is probably not going to be able to get there unless she gets that first blood.
Yeah, and also if you get to the fight, you are also trying to stack up your charges to get ready for your ultimate, right? So there's still this ramp-up process that you need to go through. In fact, I'm looking at the jungle. I'm looking at Malvis. He has played 2 games of Fredrin. I wonder if any adjustments will be made to that jungle pick in particular, or will antagonists just say, you know what, Malvis, I think you do fine. Continue to be that front line, and then we draft around that.
Well, Malvis has been doing a pretty good job on the Fredrin so far. It's just that in that last game, it was just a little bit too one-sided with how easily Smooth was able to win out his lane. Fredrin's still going to remain a pretty safe pick overall, but I personally would welcome seeing some new heroes in the picks and bans.
We have in the jungle. I mean, we saw the Baxia, Barats.
Lancelot? That's the thing. I've been wondering why Lancelot hasn't been picked up in some of these situations as in terms of a blind pick, right? I think, you know, it's good that we see that Smooth is still able to play the Benedetta as that potential blind pick and maybe even a priority for King Empire, but why not the Lancelot more often than not?
Yeah, Lancelot,
not a lot of other viable jungles in the current meta.
Now that I think about it, no. Not really.
I mean, Export could have been...
Export, yeah, that is a flex, yeah.
Right, looks like the Niners going to be back on the blue side here, and King Empire learning from the mistakes, getting rid of that Matilda straight away. Cannot let that go through.
So with Niners banning out the Arlet, it means that even if they don't ban the Benedetta, they're not going to be able to get rid of 3 assassins in a row. They do go for the ban onto the Joy, but I wonder if they will want to keep something open here.
You could let the Fanny go through, the Fanny and the Nolan, right? So now you got 2 choices. If the Fanny goes through, there are certain ways to play around it. I mean, you have the Kufra, the Grok is not that bad of an option. If the Nolan does go through, you always have the Phobius as a direct response, or the Franco Kaja. The Kaja we saw Stowen play earlier today as well.
I mean, whatever jungle is going to be picked, as long as it's not a tank and if it goes into towards that assassin type area, it's really going to shake up what these roaming supports are going to be.
Interestingly enough, though, King Empire will choose themselves to get rid of the Nolan. So if Niners want to keep their bans intact, they can now get rid of the Fanny themselves. But I feel like the Benedetta may require genuine consideration unless they can like steal it for themselves. Smooth was just a bit too effective on it.
Yeah, first pick Benedetta is still unheard of.
Yep.
But I don't feel like you would want to first face Benedetta, right? It always feels really bad to have to do that.
It does, but it's not the worst in the world.
I guess
right?
they have no choice in this case.
Exactly. I think it would be worse if you lose the Smooth Benedetta twice in a row.
That is true. You have a point.
Well, let's see what this picks are going to be. Angela getting banned out for the side of King Empire. That means Fanny is open this time around. Let's see what the Niners are going to go with, right? It's about lane priority, and if they want to focus on this lane priority, there could be a consideration for Ye3 to actually go for the Thamos in this match.
But I wouldn't think it would be first pick potential here. In terms of flex picks, they could steal the Novaria, they can go for Fredrin. Ruby is still open, hasn't been contested throughout this entire series here, which is very interesting. Barats may be a little less likely, but still an option if they want to go for it. We'll see what Niners does prioritize.
You can go for Barats, I suppose. Unless like, again, they put Melvis back on Frederick. Okay, they actually take the Novaria away.
Ah, all right.
Bit of a switch up.
Denying information, making sure that at least for Moon's side, he's going to be able to kind of force Neto in a position where he actually has to respond. He could take up a Vexana, but I don't think there's any reason to show it just yet, right? It could be the traditional, like, oh, I'm going to lock in the tank in as well as the Claude this time around. It could be a double flex pick for the side of King Empire. Not 100% sure how deep their pockets are.
You can't go for the Vexana opening. We haven't seen that hero in the past few games. Teams have been.
Valentina was previously banned out as well,
yeah?
so that could be a way to steal the Astral Echo for King Empire themselves.
Or you could just take the Claude, right? The Claude or the carry. So they go back for the box here, just to play a bit fast. And the X-Borg, I love this.
I like this a lot.
I like this a lot.
Okay, all right. Nothing wrong with this so far. Doesn't really give too much of a lead of how KGE is going to play. More so just finding the right opportunities. It's going to be difficult here. Niners, on the other hand, they could look for potential counter picks. I mean, we haven't seen Modest for a hot second here. That could be a potential to deal with this box here. Or, if not, at least find some forceful lane priority here in the earlier stages of the game.
Yeah, King Empire, the way they drafted has already given them a pretty good superiority here. Not only are Baxia and X-Borg difficult to whittle down with Star Shatter, they preemptively counter almost any tank jungler that Niners would want to play. Both Fredrin and the Barats would have a tough time against these two heroes.
I guess they have no choice going back to Fredrin, and they take the Claude out. Carry is still in the picture.
Oh, that's rather interesting. Okay, I mean, that just means that King Empire goes for the carry this time around, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Claude has already been shown here, and I think Claude is a much more safer pick for the Niners, because I was thinking if they do decide to take carry on their hand, there's still a very good chance that the Last Insanity goes for that big one-shot at the end, but no.
Wow.
KGE going to be locking in the Grok.
So they're just going for all of their frontliners right now. Honestly, not a bad choice in this situation to keep their DPS hero secret until the very end. I feel like in terms of gold lane, it's not just like heroes like you mentioned before. You could reprise the Brody, you could even go in the direction of Harif or Nathan again with the magic damage, would be able to whittle down the Fredrin even further. So I think Niners will need to pay attention to that.
Honestly, I think Sasa is one of the few players that still actively plays the Brody, so that is kind of like one extra pick up his sleeve. With the Yuzong banned out, you do get rid of these dive heroes. So no Bandera, no Yuzong. Lapu Lapu is probably next on the list. Lapu Lapu and Paquito. That's kind of the more popular ones that we've seen in recent times.
Yeah, I think it makes sense if they want to get rid of if they do want to decide to get rid of Yetri's comfort picks in terms of the Paquito here, but let's see where the Niners' head is at, right? Because mid lane has not been shown up for the side of KGE. Marksman's as well has not been showed up for KGE. They could ban the carry right here, right now, and then maybe force them into the Brody, maybe even force them into something a little bit more immobile. I'm thinking, they get rid of the Pharmacist instead.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to focus down Sasa's hero pool very much, because outside of the Brody and the carry, you still have, like I mentioned, the Harif and the Natan that you may have to worry about depending on what his hero pool is. So it looks like they're going to choose to focus onto the mid lane instead.
Yeah, there's also that Lapu Lapu banned out, so KGE smothering that XP lane. There's nothing much left for for Yetri. There is the Paquito. I mean, you move faster than the X-Borg, but that is something that if you cannot take advantage of fully, eventually X-Borg is going to catch up.
X-Borg is going to have relevance throughout the entire game, and unfortunately, even with the full damage Paquito, it really depends on the user. Can he find these angles to one-shot the backline before they even have time to respond?
Is it time to see Khalid?
Oh, it could be a Khalid
not bad.
It could be a Khalid game, but I don't think it's going to get revealed almost straight away here. Let's see what KGE go for, because I feel like at the end of it, they are probably going to be locking in. Do they want to show their marksman first, or do they want to show their mid laner?
I think show you mid laner here.
Yeah. Oh no. I'm trying to think, because I feel like going marksman here is not a bad idea, and to preserve the mid lane until you can be very sure what the roam combination is going to be here, because you want to make sure that that early game is even more in your favor. If you have a mid laner that can support the Baxia in invading the jungle, it would be very oppressive.
They do go for the mid lane.
Okay.
Valentina.
Interesting.
A hero that they banned out themselves when they had the Novaria in the previous game.
No real value ults the Jack from Niners, but I guess it's one of those positions where now that they've revealed that the Niners have to be just a little bit more wary about the ultimates that they're giving over to KGE. They know that the Astral Echo is most likely going to be taken because they haven't shown the other 2 picks, but let's see. Maybe it does kind of skew their perspective.
I think the Astral Echo is good enough for KGE considering the heroes that they have, right? They all benefit from big hitboxes like Grok. Oh, you have big hitboxes. That's great for me. Export, you got big hitboxes. All pure damage explosion. And this could be a Brody pick again for KGE.
Would not be.
Oh, there it is. The Selena and the Thamus.
All right. So again, with the Thamus at the very least, he'll be able to try and dominate the earlier stages of the game and kind of give pressure. Although I will say, in the natural combo between Selena as well as the Novaria all depends on one thing: can you hit those arrows?
Yeah, we haven't seen Selena in a very long time because it's just become very difficult to reliably land the Abyssal arrows, even with Astral Echo. Not to mention that she's very squishy as a jungler, even compared to other assassins. So King Empire, they already know about this potential pocket pick since it was previously banned, but it is going to be an taunt to finish things off. We're for Sasa here. What are you guys thinking about the draft?
I'm worried about the Selena in particular, because on the side of KG, there are really only 2 targets that you want to hit, and they both have means of escaping, right? They are most likely going to take a Purify. One as a dash, one as an entropy to swap places with the hologram, and as you can see on the screen, they both have Purify. So to find the timing as a Selena against this draft, oh boy, I mean, Barbosa better land some 6 shots.
I mean, it's not just about Barbosa, it's about X-Win as well. He's got to be the one who scouts it out and maybe even body blocks some of these shots for the rest of his team, right? He has the natural anti-CC. He has a means of dealing with it. But let's see if it's going to be enough. It's going to be a big support battle.
Yep. And it is going to be the final game of Week 1, Day 2 of MPL Malaysia Season 13. Both JP Niners and King Empire have not let up for a single second. Both sides eager for victory, but only one will come out on top in the Land of Dawn.
Bringing us the distance. Unfortunately, there can only be one team that walks away victorious. The next win, showing up already to force the retreat out of Malvis. I want to see the movement of Barbosa on this Selena. He's helping the spreader to clear out the jungle camp as fast as possible, and that is going to be a great help for the Fredrin. But before the objectives, and from the 4th to 6th minute point, what is Barbosa going to do? I want to see that impact.
Yeah, Selena as a hero is a big question mark. We have not seen her in ages for very good reason here.
Oh my goodness. Moonji cannot hit level 2. He is getting zoned out from the entire wave right now because Barbosa is helping the leash.
She missed a full wave. Out of this world. Deto is going to hit 3, and Moonji barely reaches 2. And barely reaches 2. And the craziest part was that as a Novaria, this is a very, very rare occurrence. I wonder what Moonji went at level 1. Is it Star Shadow?
I think he went Star Shadow level 1. We saw it just now, right?
He did, yeah. He used it to help leash.
Yeah. That is going to sting. That really does sting. You could also use the Astral Sphere, but I guess...
I don't know. It's supposed to be Astral... It should be Astral Sphere at level 1, right? And that's generally the way that it should go.
I'm pretty sure with the Selena helping already, there's no real need to want to leash further. So that really did end up costing him here. Not going to have that level 4 for the first turtle unless he gets a little bit of an EXP surplus somewhere. So this gives King Empire a pretty good start.
I mean, that just means you got to give props to Deto, right? He understands lane. He understands when he can actually start taking advantage of his opponents, especially since if they don't trade auto attacks, that's totally fine. He's just going to push out the wave just ever so slightly faster if you don't actually have, and even blocks the Star Shadow in the first place.
Sutsujin found a target. Malvis able to dash away in time, and Yetri's going to pop that ultimate and try to whittle down the Firaga armor, but not successful in doing so. And Barbosa is not even remotely close to 4.
Nah, they gotta give this up. They have to give this up. Ye3 already used this ult. There's just no point to actually walk up for this anymore.
Not to mention this move has ultimate. Okay, Moonji pings out 3 of them. Niners, they want to contest this move. Still at the last stand, he's going to let it rip, but it blows up instantly, unfortunately for them. Sutsujin gets the turtle and a wild charge from X-Win again. to open the curtains for KGE, a first blood, and it's Ye3 to fall.
X-Win continuing to show us that Grok is a comfort pick for him here. A beautiful wall charge onto 2 to get that kill and secure the turtle as if they really needed it, considering the lead that they have already been able to create for themselves. And we're definitely seeing the impact here, or should I say lack of impact. Even though Barbosa was able to land 2 Abyssal Arrows in that last fight, he had no way of jumping in to actually execute on it.
Yeah, but that's the worst part, right? As much as you can open the map, there's only so much you can really do. And looking at the first items here, it's looking pretty nice for the side of King Empire this early on into the game.
Craziest part was that this Selena pick, I believe, came out in the 4th and 5th, and after they saw the 3 bulky front lines of KGE.
Yeah, it means that they have a lot of confidence in it overall, because even with the few heroes that they were able to see already, it wouldn't have been a good matchup. So Barbosa is gonna need to do a lot of convincing here to try and convince us and the fans that this was a good idea.
X-Win is just not the target. You can see, just try to get the ping onto X-Win. But this is a Grok, so I think he really cares about getting hit by an arrow.
Yeah, he doesn't. He really doesn't. I think X-Win is doing a phenomenal job here, right? It's just really... it's really just denying impact from Barbosa. We're hoping that Barbosa is able to land like an insane Abyssal Arrow and can combo with Moonji's Star Shatter to really get some value here, but honestly, not getting much. Barbosa has just been a walking ward even.
That's basically all right, not to mention that even disregarding the tankiness of King Empire's lineup, Grok naturally counters Selena because he can be immune to the Abyssal Arrow if it hits him at the correct timing. So King Empire fully in control here, and it's clear that with a Selena, Rome Niners does not have the strongest team fight. I don't know if they can contest this.
Oh, Barbosa misses that arrow onto Detto. Should have been an easy arrow to land. Niners, do they still want to contest this? They can try, but it's moved to get the turtle. And Malvis, he has no way out of this. Fully committed to his death.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is he still walking up to this? He's a full level down against Sutsujin. There's no reason for him to be walking up here. Start influencing some of the side lanes, right? You have your entire jungle to clear out at the same time. So I don't get it personally.
Yeah, honestly, if he wanted to, he could even invade King Empire's jungle to try and steal some buffs while they are taking the turtle. Considering they have Selena's traps, they could scout out for anything, which makes it safer for them to go for aggressive plays. The fact that Malvis is just kind of blindly walking in to contest, it's almost as if he's just trying to follow a textbook, and the situation has already escaped from the realm of that.
It has definitely changed, and I think they should just play around Zavs right now. Even if you're walking into the enemy jungle and you're sacrificing your own jungle, cut the map in half, make it vertical jungling, right? And stick towards the gold side where Zavs can actually help to dominate here and put pressure on Sasa so he can't freely just look to fight.
You saw it now, Sutsujin, he took the orange buff off the Niners and he gave his own to Sasa. That's an even bigger injection to KGE. These arrows, they gotta start landing. Malvis arriving at the scene, but Sasa is gonna take care of the turret. There's nothing that Niners can do about it.
Just no damage at all coming from the Niners here. This is a similar situation to what we saw from previous comps. Flawed needs time, Novaria needs time, Tamas is oppressive, yes, but his DPS is not very bursty. And then Barbosa, we already talked about this issue. They don't have enough damage to actually pressure King Empire from anything.
Well, for now, and now that top tier 1, it just means that the tempo falls into the hands of King Empire, right? They need to be assertive with this lead. 9 more seconds until the turtle shows up, and I'm expecting a lane swap almost instantaneously, or at the very least, just shove out this mid lane.
They're gonna try at least. So it's a 3-man ping from the side of Moonji and Niners. You still really want to contest this? And Malvis, you can't just walk up like this.
Oh, just let Smooth do the zoning here, right?
Yeah.
He's just gonna shred him with the true damage.
And stolen Astro Echo as well. Smooth is not even worried. He forced out Ye3's ultimate. So Sutsujin gets the turtle, and now it's invade time again, and Ye3 is gonna get dove. He pops the vengeance, but what can he do against the true damage? That's overwhelming from King Empire. They will get the taunt on the Sutsujin. Perhaps this is a trade for Niners. That is something. At least they don't walk away empty-handed. Zavs in the meantime, almost hitting solo by Sasa.
Okay. Oof, okay, good sidestep. I think for the most part of it, this is... Wait, is Wild Charge available? Yes, it is!
Uh-oh. Oh my god, the wall blocked and forcing out the flicker. And X-Win is a threat.
Man, this guy,
Actual force of nature.
Yeah, this has got to be super frustrating, right? A lot of resources being wasted for almost no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, I feel like I'm learning a lot here as someone who plays Grok from time to time. This is how I'm supposed to be doing things. I'm gonna keep that in mind for now. Niners, unfortunately, just getting constantly pushed back because, like we mentioned, not enough pressure here. This team composition is not working. Oh my goodness!
What was that? You can clearly see Moon wanted to run away and got vacuumed back by the ricocheting projectile.
Yep, really nicely done. Really nicely done. Especially when you pop the entropy as well. The way that the projectile works actually changes a little bit in terms of its, not really curvature, but the way that it actually moves.
Yeah, apparently space does lose against time in this situation. And thus really narrowing out the window of opportunity that Niners have. Because this Nathan is fed. And even if Zaz were to get full items here, it's not the best matchup.
Holy cow.
Look at how strong Smooth is, right? He doesn't even need to bother buying.
Ooh, that's damage too. War Axe into Brute Force Breastplate. He doesn't even need immortality.
If he goes BOD, I wouldn't be mad. Like he is at that point of the game. He is that strong. Who is going to deal with it? It's definitely not Barbosa. Definitely not Moon. Zafs can't just walk up. Frankly speaking, there's really no answer to Smooth right now.
Not yet. Not yet. I mean, they're going to have to try and scale, right? That's as much as Niners can actually do. Unless we see Barbosa hit a miracle arrow, right? That's what we're hoping for. That's why he's in the side lanes.
Oh, actually, his flicker got forced out. KGE will get the Lord. Continue to push that lead. And for the first time in this series, it is one-sided, and not in a good way.
Yep, it really has. I mean, the kill score already tells the entire story here, right? King Empire, it just takes one kill, and then after that, they just lock you out of the game.
It's a complete reversal, and it's very interesting to see, considering that Niners had such a one-sided Game 1. Game 2 was very even, and now King Empire is having a one-sided Game 3. Perhaps this is balanced, as all things should be. But the Lord gonna be crashing up top right now, and I really don't think Niners has any way of getting back into this game.
Oh, absolutely not, right? Especially if the front line is being busy. They're so busy. Malvis, he might be in a lot of trouble here. No way to actually keep himself topped up.
Okay, Ye3 is gonna jump in first. Wild Charge only stunning onto Moonji. Malvis is gonna go in, but Ye3 left out to try the pistol arrow. Might take down X-Win. Not enough.
Oh my goodness, seriously.
One more. Okay. Somebody was able to body block it. Honestly, not that bad. Ye3 is like, I've been outscaled. There's nothing I can do. The least that I can do is to die for my inhibitor turret.
And I thought that if the Abyssal Arrow did kill X-Win here, that I could say that, oh, the Abyssal Arrow has done something this game. But it didn't. It didn't even do that. I don't understand the Selena pick. Yes, it's a good combo with the Astral Echo, but not into this lineup.
Look, it really depends on the user, right? It depends on how the enemies play around it. Most of the time, if you walk into the arrow, then you can see that the Niners have some kind of use.
I'm going to quote what Innocent said. It depends on the pilot. Depends on who uses the hero. I'm not saying, no, I'm not throwing shade at Barbosa. I'm just saying in this current game, we're not seeing the impact of the Selena.
Yeah, and it's all X-Win's fault.
He's already forced out of the game. Oh, Malvis.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's dead. Well, Smooth. Does he have the immortality? He does. Well, now he does. Oh. And meanwhile, Ye3 also falls.
Dude, this is so brutal to watch. We're watching a public execution here from the side of King Empire. Disrespect them once, shame on them, but now they are going to be fighting for every inch of space.
And all this after we complimented antagonist drafting in Game 1, right? You gotta talk about the caster curse a little bit sometimes. Maybe it's time for us to actually stop complimenting people.
You know, there's a fine line in the sand between genius and insanity. I think right now this one is at that border. You know, like we're hanging off the cliff.
Honestly, I don't think Game 1 and Game 2's draft was that bad coming in for the Niners. It's just Game 3's one where it's just like, man, they're really stretching it this time.
And they decided to try this out in a very decisive game here against a lineup which it should never work against. Yeah, I mean, I respect the effort, but again, not the result.
I mean, there's been constant morale boosting symphonies behind our back, but there's only so much you can do, right?
Agreed, but oh man.
This is as silent as he has gotten this entire series. Even the Niners are paying attention. Deto, okay.
Wow!
So close.
That feels bad.
That feels so bad, and now he's gonna end up dying instead. Oh, if only Zav found that.
The hell was that? Where are the rest of the Niners? Why are they not blocking and protecting his BMI image? What was going on here? Why did they leave it out in the open for Sutsujin to run him down? I don't know. If I was us, I'd be pretty furious about that.
Yeah, I would be as well. It's true, like they should have heroes that are there to defend, but unfortunately not enough crowd control, not enough actual bulk to stop King Empire. Heck, you could line up all of the Niners there and they would get mowed down by like bowling pins.
Yeah, counter, Astro Echo. And arrows are landing, but can't steal this. Malvis, he's gonna give up on it.
Yeah, there's just no damage here. Barbosa was not able to find much of a snowball to actually keep himself up to pace with, and has been purely outscaled by the rest of King Empire. Any one of the tanks can eat the arrow and it's just not going to matter.
It literally tickles them at this point, and it's a terrible situation to be in. Considering this is meant to be a team composition that whittles down King Empire from afar, I have to kind of ask whether they stop to consider some things.
I mean, you look at the damage dealt ranking, right? Zav still does the most damage. And if only Niners can just give him an extra boost, an extra bit of support, this could have been a slightly different scenario. Maybe you can get rid of Smooth's Viraga armor first, but Sutsujin has just shown out. Lord is gone. Viraga armor also exploded. Malvis now able to get out of that predicament. That is good. Zav is putting in the numbers. X-Win barely getting shot down.
They need to be landing these if Niners wants a chance here. I have to admit, it is not completely over, considering that Zavs has still been keeping up his farm. If the Claude is able to find a big catch, if they're able to remove Sasa, then King Empire as well doesn't actually have all that much damage in Sutsujin and X-Win. But it's a big request here.
I don't know. Personally, for me, I think King Empire, instead of trying to synchronize the waves, they should have just muscled their way through. They're 9k ahead against the Niners at this point of time, right? And again, their damage heroes, both Moonjin as well as Zavs, are really at a point of time where they're getting the third items, and they actually have some very relevant damage. Zavs in particular, he just needs a little bit of space. And if Sasa can get locked down by Malvis or get distracted by Ye3 long enough, maybe they are able to turn things around.
Zav is one of those young rising stars that has a lot of outplay potentials, and we've seen him do it against the best of teams even. And Niners, they need to back him up a little bit. Just now was a very good example. They didn't get the kill, but they stopped KG from doing further damage to the base. But behind almost 10k goal is not going to feel good. How Linus holding on. They need a bit more time though for those core items to come online, at least for people like Ye3 and Barbosa.
If Barbosa can just land the God Arrow onto Sasa,
if he can
that
find
could be
Sasa.
a possibility. But yeah, it's gonna be hard to find Sasa here.
He has Purify, man.
Oh yeah, he even has that.
There's too many ways. There's just way too many ways here. But King Empire kind of forgoing the top side of the map here. It's gonna get pushed out by Moonjin. He's gonna get a free turret for this.
That's good. Free up the space a little bit. Slow but steady.
King Empire Esports are definitely respecting Niners. They've played enough games against them now to know that there is the risk of a comeback if they were to just try and muscle in at this point. But you are right, Gideon. The longer they wait here, the more damage Zams and Moonji are going to start doing. And that could be risky.
Yeah. Malefic Roar done for Zavs. Now the numbers are really going to add up. Yeah. What is this? Lord number 3.
Yeah, Lord number 3 here.
See Halberd on Smooth with Athena's as well. He just bought 2 items at once.
Switching out the items.
Gotta make sure that they don't recover from the damage.
Oh no! He flickered and didn't find the angle for the wild charge. Okay.
This is gonna let Zaz flip push bot lane actually. Niners just needs to delay King Empire.
Look at the recall.
Just stop him.
Okay, Sasa managed to get back. Sasa was able to be sent back.
But now Zavs may be able to join this fight. If they're able to take it before Sasa makes it back, maybe? Looks like they're not too interested in that though. This slow burn by the Niners is actually starting to take a toll onto King Empire. They're making some macro mistakes.
Especially when X-Win went for the flicker and didn't commit because he felt like there's no point committing a wild charge. Now for the next 80 seconds, he's not going to have that battle spell. It's a bit more of a breathing space for the Niners, and Niners are happy to drag this dance out.
How long can they actually drag it for? Sutsujin trying to zone as many people off as he can, and even so, this could be a potential flanking. Oh,
okay, this is a good ping. X-Win.
Oh! They found him!
What? Don't even need an arrow, I guess. Send a meteor his way, and now Zaf has all the space that he needs to put out the damage, and Niners can feel it, pushing KG away from the Lord Pit.
He's mad. He's so mad.
That was the God Arrow.
He was so mad.
Incredible. 5-man Astro Echo and 1 meteor to end it.
I'm telling you, King Empire, they've bided their time for way too long. The Niners are finally scaled up.
Sasa didn't even get to use his Purify that time. He just got bursted.
You know, you die so fast, it's painless. That's what it felt.
No. Sasa just trusted in his front line there. But speaking of front line...
X-Win, the wall just completely whiffed. And Zaf, he's walking into the field to try and deal damage. And
oh!
Again, this time onto Detto. Oh, how the tables have turned. Niners find the Lord.
Are you kidding me right now?
Never count them out. Never count the Niners out.
Oh boy.
Mistakes have been made. King Empire Esports, I understand the respect, but they could have ended this game a long time ago.
They got lazy. They got very, very lazy. And Sasa was very, very greedy with his Purify. Let's see. Let's see it here. Niners, they might be able to bounce back on this one. If it all happens all over again, it'll be pretty funny. But at the same time, King Empire, their high ground defense, not that bad as long as Sasa is still alive.
This will be the first ever comeback in this regular season if Niners make it happen.
Can we see the God Arrow burst onto Sasa once again? Niners needs another miracle here if they want to try and push this in right now.
Get that PTSD. Zaf! Same mistake as Sasa, just overstepping. Well, I guess we're on for another long game.
So disrespectful.
Without the Purify even.
Yeah, you better put the respect on Detto's name. It's not like he's got no damage, it's just most people can't get in range.
Have you not seen X-Win in his wild charge? Come on.
Oh.
That should have been an inhibitor.
This is starting to become a little painful again.
I mean, both teams are starting to really make those mistakes. Ooh, Sasa.
PTSD is like, no! More flashbacks.
Zavs is still down for another 10 seconds. I don't think it's going to be enough for King Empire to end the game, but they might be able to force at least one inhibitor here. They're looking for the mid tower.
X-Win, he's going to be there. Malvis hanging on with his mortal body. Immortality's going to pop. X-Win is going to lose his as well. Smooth with the last insanity to take away 2.
Oh,
and the dispersion. Munji,
There's
hanging all of them. Saved by Zaf. Is this your moment, Munji? The winnable on the down. From the side, blocked by Smooth. Munji continuing to chase X-Win on the run. Sasa showing out Munji with the flicker to get away. Sasa had to sidestep the arrow. Munji needs to get away this time. Needs the Astro, the Star Shatter. Can move over the wall. Sasa
get too aggro here.
can't chase this one.
Oh,
Sutsujin don't.
Get him!
Uh-oh.
Get him! Get him! He's gonna come out of the wall now! Get the rats!
Get the tag again. Barbosa, can you save him? Nope, not this time.
Zavs is pushing mid though. This is just an absolute mess here from both these teams.
I mean, the death timers are too long. At least they don't have to wait for the major damage source, safe damage source from Muji for the next 45 seconds. King Empire, right? They can get and secure the next upcoming Lord without having to deal with Munji, and even that in itself is a big win. Look at the damage dealt rankings. 100,000.
You would think that with how the game is going and with the kill count, it should be KGE players. But no, both are Niners.
Oh, what a situation we found ourselves in. Niners somehow getting the God catch onto Sasa to make the comeback and then making a mistake. Oh, Barbosa, he found Detto. It's not going to be enough damage though.
The wild charge, GH3, ultimate pop, vengeance use. Malvis.
They're sending Zavs to split push.
Yeah, Detto is going to go back home right now.
Is Detto going to be enough? Oh no, they're
Zav
pulling Zavs over.
Zav showing up.
They seeing him go home.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
They made a mistake. They got rid of Malvis. That's step number 1. X-Win. He's going to get tagged by Munji. Here comes a blazing duet. Swallowed up by Munji. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Sasa going down. Barbosa finds him in the back. KG to get the Lord. But can Niners continue to power the damage? Detto stealing the Astro Echo. But Zav is going to walk up. Disrespecting KGE. This game still within control. Winter
Oh, that
Trunken
move.
only to put him in range of the Astral Spear. Smooth. Nothing left in the tank. The fuel has depleted. Taken out Jetto. No immortality. Another Astral Echo. Jetto with the arrow on top of him. It's gonna go down.
Why do they keep sticking around?
And the Niners found some signs of life breathing back into their veins.
They're losing it. The teams are losing it. The stamina battle is really starting to dig into them right now. They need to wait another 10 seconds for X-Win and Sasa. They should be back to defend the base, but Detto and Smooth are still down for another 30.
Sasa has no Purify this time. Gets caught one more time. It might be the end, but KGE given a second chance. The Niners only took the mid inhibitor.
Oh my god, some of these calls are so weird. They send Detto back. They had a very good opportunity just to kill Malvis all by himself, right? He gets blocked off by the Nature's Barrier. That should have been the call. Instantly kill him, get out of there, look for a reset, and then make sure that Zobs doesn't jump into that backline.
Mistakes are being made here, and now the net worth difference is nothing. 24 minutes in, most players are going to be maxed out on items, already selling their shoes as well. It's going to come down to a single battle at this point.
You would think that KGE will be the first team to crack open an inhibitor, and that is not the case this game. Niners somehow find the will to just keep on holding on to this game. Barbosa, we criticized him from early to mid. Where are your arrows? How are you going to get to the front line? And he still finds Sasa when they need it the most.
Oh my goodness. They've dropped down from a 9k gold lead to an even game, all because they've wasted 2 of the Lords. It's unbelievable. I don't know. And they still have all their inhibitors up. How crazy is that?
How crazy is this?
I can't believe King Empire wasn't able to get inhibitors. Considering how much of a lead they had like 10 minutes ago, who would have expected we would get to this point? Ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained?
God.
Forget about the Ocean Derby. This is
something else.
This is something else.
Oh my goodness. 20 more seconds until we see it. All right, let's see how they're going to play this out, right? They can't deal with Zovs.
Smooth definitely cannot. Oh my goodness, look at that.
Wait, this is punishable. This is punishable. Do they not notice? Oh, they don't see where the BMI is, actually. Unfortunate.
Probably were looking for it, but can't find it. Lord number 5 now. Bottom side of the map.
We're having a long day today, folks. Neither of these teams willing to give up even an inch. Niners, by all means, should not have the composition that would win team fights. But it's gotten so late into the game that the sniping from Novari and Barbosa actually making a difference.
Look at that. 10 minutes ago, X-Wing would have walked into them.
Yes. You are completely correct.
From darts to missiles, right? This is so painful. Oh wait, Detto actually has a potential flank here on Malvis specifically. He hasn't shown his face, and more importantly so, these traps, these missile traps coming in from Barbosa is giving a lot of information to Zaz specifically.
And they saw Sasa.
Yeah, to know how to kind of push and pull away from this.
That means Zavs can set up the top wave and perhaps join his team. The mid wave also can be cleared out. Detto spotted out finally.
I don't think they can rush it down. That's a big problem, right?
I don't think so. That's kind of the saving grace for KGE. The Niners don't have someone like a carry or a Gord to burst down the Lord.
Yeah, Zaz would still be able to work on him pretty quickly, but they want to make sure that he's on the other side of the map, keeping the waves pushed up. For the same reason as well, Sasa can't exactly be pulled over here, or they risk a backdoor play.
Oh.
X-Win.
X-Win dropping
Detto.
low.
Detto.
He's baiting
Detto.
him! Oh, that could have been... Oh, that's such a smart play there. But Zob's still able to find minions, to find any kind of creep to actually heal himself back to full.
Yeah. Prep the BMI, and look at that. KGE switching their attention. Niners should know this.
Look at them.
Suddenly, everyone has left the pit.
Oh!
And Moon, he knows. Scans all of them out. No gank play onto Zavs.
Really, really smart of King Empire to try and slowly corner the map on towards Zav's side. Really taking up the space as much as they can. Oh, okay. The
entropy
has been dropped down.
That is so early.
Very early on, but just in case, you know, Sasa can't risk it.
Can't risk it. Not even with the Purify at this point.
Yeah. From what I can see, every single team today is just trying to make their game tree the longest of the day. The game trees have just been getting longer and longer with every single match.
What was the longest one we had today? 28 minutes? We're about to break that record for sure. We are breaking that record.
It was 24 and then 28. And now, well, who knows?
We're going 32, all right? It's an increment of 4 minutes.
Dude, it's only like second day of week 1, man.
I'm
supposed to cast tomorrow.
Don't worry, we're done for the week.
Oh, man.
I mean, good luck to you, man, because I don't know. If it continues to go on games like this where teams are just getting lazy to close out games, it's going to end up like this more often than not.
I mean, I know that there are only 2 SMG members on KG, but this feels like an SMG thing.
I get what you mean. They're still here in spirit.
Dude, it'll be so funny if King Empire can't lose out.
Yeah,
and they put it,
Okay, very dangerous move. It's going to blow the immortality first. The marksman is still on the top side. This could be an opportunity. X-Win with the wild trust. Malvin, can he get out? Prodigy, he's just pumping on the damage from afar. The marksmen both disengage.
How does Yetri get out of that alive?
That is crazy. No immo.
I mean, no immo and as well as no Winter Truncheon as well, right? Deto was sitting right on top of him to go for the big Shadow Strike to take him out before he even gets back up after the immortality. So well played from Yetri's side, but still, he still has the Vengeance up. He can guarantee by at least 3 seconds worth of time.
I mean, Sasa is just living life on the edge. He's on edge every single second.
Zavs is as well, honestly. Both these marksmen are evenly matched. Either of them could easily take a 1v1 if they're able to find that ambush, and that's why this top lane is just as volatile as the Lord Pit.
Oh, the ping! With the help of the Lord, that's going to be Furaga armor gone.
Okay, I mean, he can slowly... I mean, he can actually just go for the reset here. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Nobody on the side of the Ninos can rush this down except for the Claude. So unless they see Claude by Lord's side, there's really nothing much to fear.
Can I have a timer on how long this Lord dance has been going?
It's been going on forever now. Wait, they're calling him. Wait, the arrow hits. Oh my god, wait, no, they can actually rush it down.
There's Purify gone. They're bringing Zavs in as well.
They need Zavs here if they want to rush it down. They're still not willing to risk it.
Yeah, Zavs is returning back top. It's him against Sasa.
He's trying to take the 1v1, but this is an opportunity. I feel like
you do it, right? You just do it.
Now they've allowed Deto time to return with full health again.
Look,
oh, man. Yo.
This is, I mean, as painful as it seems, this is just the smarter decision, right? And I think even Sasa knows that he has a slight advantage against Zavs because unfortunately for Zavs, that Winds of Nature doesn't really benefit him in this matchup in a 1v1 against Sasa.
Yeah. Ooh, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still watching with us here, thank you. But do drop your comments down below who you think is going to finally come out on top once this is all over here. Because this is unpredictable.
It is.
I don't know. From people who have been watching from the 24th minute to now the 30th and the 31st minute, it looks exactly the same.
Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. It's just that we had more network for both teams.
Like, Malvis has so much HP that all the blocks are melding into each other.
How? What, did he like 2 Guardian helmets or something?
I don't know, man.
I feel like I need to see itemization again.
He has so much great health that one Appraiser's Wrath can probably one-shot the Lord at this point.
Their fingers not cramping up at this point.
He has so much health.
Where are
the lines are blending together.
We need the ROG hand can like right now. Like right now.
You can just see them once in a while just shaking their hands like, ah, man, the carpal tunnel's starting to kick in.
Malvis has so much HP that it looks like he has less HP than he actually does.
Dude, he has so much HP, he could probably be the Lord, you know.
You are not wrong.
Lord looking at Malvin is like, yo, bro, wait.
Oh, conceal.
Dude,
Moon again.
God damn it. Moon has been stopping King Empire time and time again.
Dude.
Approaching on the space.
Moon is so good. Praise those Raptors. Sutsujin. It's going to be jumped by Yetri. That's going to be immortality gone. 2-man wild charge, last insanity. Sasa is just trying to fight Zavs. It's not dead just yet. It's going to be Zavs.
They're trying to push this from recalling.
Can they delay?
They can't. They can't delay this, right?
He might get an inhibitor.
He's going to get an inhibitor for sure.
Sutsujin is showing up.
Sutsujin himself is not going to be enough. Zavs is actually, they're actually playing this slow.
Holy cow.
Oh my god. So what was that MAL game record again?
47 minutes and 34 seconds.
Dude, this sucks. This sucks.
How do you think the players feel?
King Empire, they've got to
Players
do
don't
something,
feel
right?
anything.
I think what King Empire need to do is to dominate the bottom side of the map, right? They need to start pushing that out. They need to force Niners back into a corner towards the inhibitor turret and then get Sasa to actually do the Lord by himself.
Zavs now has a split push angle, has a backdoor angle.
This man.
We need half a minute for
How does King
Yetri to come
Empire
back.
not just commit with Yetri down for 30 seconds and Zavs on the opposite side of the map? Just
They're gonna
go
commit
for
now.
it.
They're gonna commit now.
Dude, if they lose this.
No way they lose this, right? Malphite is not even near the pit.
Oh my god.
All right, yeah, there's no steal, there's no steal. Oh man.
All right, there we go. Finally, they've cracked it open.
Smooth.
You guys need to go home right now.
I don't think you
Niners.
want to fight this. Just call it off. Call it off.
Just reset, man.
Okay, now Zavs finally joins after like 10 years of farming.
He doesn't even need to farm anymore. He's already the richest man on earth.
Yeah, I mean, the Lord isn't going to spawn until about the 44th second, right? And that's plenty of time to actually go for this big reset. Everybody can go for the reset. They don't have anything to worry about. They just need to make sure to not get hit. Like Sasa, do not get hit by the arrow. They're even delaying the Lord to ensure that it collapses at the same time.
Will King Empire be able to do this? They have the better team fight lineup. Niners are relying mostly on whittling from afar, and now they have the Lord that can push things down and expose the crystal for them. This should be a recipe to victory right now.
They have a 34-minute Lord, man. That's as good as it gets.
Yeah, and the minions alone, like you can see Claude, he is struggling to deal with some of these minions.
Yep. Maybe a little bit longer and the Lord will be as strong as Malvis.
Oh my goodness, they are going to slow down this Lord until it builds up to 2 waves and let it all crash at once because they know that these minions are too strong.
They have to.
They have to.
If they don't do it now, who knows when they'll get another chance.
Braga armor broken. Sutsujin has no Immo, no Winter Truncheon. Just to be careful of that.
My god, those minions are
Here comes the
massive.
ping. 5-man ping. King Empire Esports. Looking for an opportunity.
They're literally taking no damage. Malvin, he's got to throw his body.
There it is, excellent. 3-man wow charge. A means to an end. Niners retaliating. Zavs losing majority of his HP. Has to go for the Lord first. The Moonji, the damage though. Gotta watch out. That's the immortality. The Lord has been taken care of. Zavs can get out. Winter Truncheon to buy a bit of time. Deto can't find the finisher. And the arrow. Plus the Star Shatter to keep Niners in the running.
You're joking, dude.
We are not done just yet. Niners refuse to die, and Moonji. Can you find more? Sutsujin is gonna take a bullet for his friend if he needs to.
This is madness we're watching right now. How does King Empire not push that in? They got a beautiful wall charge. They had the
Zavs, wild charge used. Zavs has the BMI. It expires, but he has the blazing duet. He's gonna use it. Sasa now
Run him
joins it.
down!
This is the
Got him!
opportunity. Finally!
It's the chance they've been waiting for.
Arrow?
The arrow actually finds Sasa.
It's hit him 2 times in a row. Okay?
Can you get through Moonji though and Barbosa?
I don't know. Can Moonji break first? He's got to break the immortality from Sud. Next, he gets a free kill and breaks Sutsujin's immortality as well. Third, he finally hits Sasa.
Okay, that's one arrow. Sutsujin shows up. 15 seconds for
15
Malvis.
seconds.
Sasa is in.
They defend.
Barbosa is out. That's immortality. Sasa, I don't think he can end this.
No
No
they
way.
can't.
Look at Moon.
back.
Bottom side.
Where's the snipe, Moon? Where's the snipe? There's the Twilight armor. He should be fine. Dude, this has taken so long. The Lord respawned.
They're not brave enough, man.
Dude,
not brave
Lord
enough to
died
risk it.
and was like, I'm back. I'm back. Let's do it all over again. But without Zavs, this should be a KG Lord.
They blaze into it the entire wave on top of the Astral Sphere as well. Like, oh, man. Maybe consider. Oh, there's
Do
so many
you
things
just
to
do the
consider
Lord now?
here.
You do it now, right? Do it now. Do it now. Do it now.
Just do it.
Just do it. Please, please.
Just do it.
I don't have any words to say anymore. This game.
Zavs needs 5 more seconds. They
He's
can
not
do it
gonna
in
make
5
the
seconds. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, Entropy, it's already coming out here. Smooth
Look
is
at
on the-
Barbosa on the side. Deto.
Wait,
no
this is
purify
actually-
yet.
Wait. They
it
need to
doable?
actually zone him out. They need to actually zone them out.
Yetri dives the back. The arrow onto Deto. No follow-up for now. Okay, Sutsujin.
Yetri
That's the Lord.
Everything.
Yetri finally goes down. KGE, another lifeline.
Full reset. Boys, full reset here. They're going to chase them down to try and cancel down these resets as much as they can, but at the very least here, King Empire, they have to learn.
They have to, and it's 70 seconds for year 3. Surely this ends.
Like, surely the minions are too strong.
They have 10k gold lead. I know it doesn't matter, but I'm just putting it out there.
Look at it. Look at this. Zops immediately on the bottom side. He's going to try and smother that as much as he can. Look at how long it's going to take him to actually get rid of it. He gives up. He's like, nah, fam, I can't do that.
My team needs me. My team needs me in the base.
Yeah, Tree is still gone for another 40 seconds. How long can they delay the Lord?
It's a 4v5.
He's running Moonji down.
Oh my goodness, Moonji.
He's been in this place before.
It's nothing, Moonji. This could be it. The Empire standing to test and trial Zavs. What can you do? Blazing to where it runs out, but King Empire, their sights on a victory. The first on the Niners. And after a long drawn battle, they emerge victorious.
38 minutes, 29 seconds, the longest game that we've had here, coming in between King Empire and as well as the Niners. What a game to be had to finish off the day.
I have no idea what we just witnessed. Kudos to both these teams who are holding it out that long. But honestly, King Empire, you could have ended this game 20 minutes ago.
I mean, it all started with what? Sasa dying to a combo. Can you imagine that?
He's like, man, if only I just used Purify.
Yup.
Must be heartbreaking though for Niners. Held up for so long, what? Since minute 1, they took a beating all the way until the very end. Could have been a great fairy tale, but not to be this time.
Not this time, but it's good potential here. It's good to see that the Niners are in good spirits about it all, especially against King Empire.
I mean, Maois looks, he looks out of it. That guy's exhausted.
I would not be surprised if everyone looks out of it. The fact that the Niners are still able to fist bump with smiles on their faces is a testament to what they've achieved here tonight. It's just not, I think, how they wanted to achieve it.
Even as the winners, it's not a win that you're extremely happy about. And it's not in that manner, but the win's the win. I think they'll take it.
Absolutely. Either way, let's throw it over to the stage. I think we'll want to listen to this interview.
Perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit. Game ketiga. 38 minit. 2 berbalas 1. Kemenangan untuk... Oh my god. Guys, KGE... Wait, hold on. Guys, tadi you guys were rushing over there. I nak dengar the hype sikit. Alright? Okay, guys, a round of applause to our players before anything. 38 minutes was a really, really long game. All right. King Empire Esports, okay. Sorry. Okay, Hyde, I nak tanya, first of all, 38 minit game ketiga tu, apa yang you nak cakap kepada ex-teammates you dekat Niners?
Untuk ex-teammate saya rasa diorang dah banyak improve lah daripada season lepas.
Wow. Okay. All right. Can we please pass the mic to Sasa? Sasa.
Apa? Cakap. Apa? What?
Sasa. New team. How is the team like?
Now?
Yeah.
The team like super strong. And then very good also. I think but we still got a lot of things need to improve.
Okay, are you confident with King Empire this season? You confident or not? Confident.
Oh, I'm very confident with King Empire
Wow.
until the end.
I see. Okay, with your confidence, you think you guys can go MSC? Can go MSC?
We will try our best.
Okay, Sasa today very behave. I think dia penat. Okay? Alright guys, korang rasa siapakah MVP perlawanan ini? Smooth? Alright, in smooth. Okay guys, the crowd is speaking. In 3, 2, 1. Kita punya MVP ialah Smooth. Your debut dalam MPL musim ke-13 hari ini, game yang sangat-sangat sengit dengan family baru. How are you feeling and apa yang you nak cakap kepada fans-fans yang datang?
Sebenarnya feeling penat juga sebab game paling lama. Rasa ni paling lama kan? Ke ada game lain?
Tak silap, it was also Niners last season.
Okay.
Tapi ni agak lama juga.
Perasaan have fun lah tadi. Walaupun kita orang kalah, lepas tu dia orang comeback, lepas tu comeback balik. Best lah.
Alright, apa yang nak cakap kepada fans-fans before I let you guys go?
Okay, kepada semua fans yang datang hari ni, King Army dengan JP Niners punya fans, terima kasih datang. Walaupun dah nak berbuka, tapi korang still duduk sini tengok kita orang, support kita orang. Terima kasih semua.
Alright, thank you very much and congratulations on your win. You guys may now head on over to the media room. Oh my, seru Saturday. Memang seru sangat hari ini. Perlawanan yang sangat sengit. And I'm pretty sure ramai orang dah nak pergi berbuka. So, before anything else, let us show it over to the casters one last time for today. Untuk mendapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game ni. So, casters, dipersilakan and to everybody, selamat berbuka.
MVP of the match gonna be awarded to Smooth here. His Benedetta gameplay in game number 2 was absolutely stellar and dominant. And in game 3, although it definitely took way longer than necessary, the X-Boys' constant presence in these teamfights made it very difficult for the JP Niners to actually be able to fight into them even after they got their scaling in.
I feel like I aged watching that game.
Oh, we did. We aged 37 minutes.
Is this what it's like to be sitting inside the hyperbolic time chamber? This must be what it feels like, right?
This must be it.
It's just exhaustion. You walk out of it. 10 years have passed.
We do have a time traveler in game.
We do. It is very impressive though. Look, seeing how these players play in this ridiculously late stage of the game where I believe Moonji, when he was defending base, so there's this trick with Novar that he did. Astrosphere top lane, Starshare the mid lane, you clear 2 lanes at once, and then you can cut to the bottom lane afterwards. And when he was defending base, apparently, he saw his boots, bought Holy Crystal, just for extra damage.
Yep, I mean, all of these small little things is really what's keeping Niners in the game. And let's not forget about some of these calls coming in from Moonji. Every single time KGE starts to encroach on them and finally figures out a potential play that could be made on the Niners, instantly Moon is able to reveal their positions, completely shutting it down at the critical moment.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, those Astro Echoes was also a big reason why this game went on for that long, because KGE's plans kept getting foiled.
Yeah, I think if not for the fact that Moon was around with those Astral Echoes, King Empire would have felt a lot more comfortable to just rush in and muscle their way to a victory like 20 minutes earlier. So Moon definitely showing what he's got here now that he's returned to the MPL stage.
It's good to see him back despite taking a loss, right? Still one of the earliest, most veteran kings of the mid lane that we have. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's team game. They just got bested by KG when it mattered the most.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the overall stats, they're just hyper-inflated considering how long this game actually went. 1 million total damage taken from the side of KGE, purely from Moon just harassing them from afar.
And some insane base defenses. By Moon alone.
By Moon.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that the second to last Lord push should have been an easy victory for King Empire. And despite that, Niners were still able to hold on until the next Lord. It's insane. It's crazy what happened this game. I feel like I am definitely going to blame King Empire a little bit for this, that they didn't end the game earlier. And I'm very impressed by the Niners that they somehow managed to make the Selena Novaria, which by all means should not work against the Team Empire lineup, last this long.
I would say that Zavs did get slightly sloppy towards the end, right? The
Yes.
first big push in the mid lane, man stood in front of a Grog and just took it to the face without Purify. That was one. Secondly, it was what? It's trying to whittle down X-Win. Also took a wild charge to the face and the BMI expired. So 2 instances that can really show the fatigue that's creeping up on these players. But overall, I think still very well played despite the circumstances. Hall of Famous, look at this, look at Moonji.
Oh my god.
246,000 damage dealt.
This is so
How does Sasa have 900 GPM in a 38-minute game?
Hey, Hey man, he was defending top side, sometimes taking a camp back to top side, taking a camp back to top side, down by mid, and then back to top side.
Yeah,
that's all he did.
Sometimes taking shots from Zavs and he's like, oh wait, gotta run.
Hey, okay, thanks, bye.
Sasa was just going to work.
He was. He really was.
He was fully employed in the top lane.
But like at the beginning of this game, you would have imagined that King Empire was doing a very good job sidestepping pretty much everything, right? Smooth gets to do whatever he wants to the front line, and then eventually King Empire had so much so of a lead that this should have been a pretty easy game to close out. But that just was not the case.
Yeah, this one. That nasty shot. I mean, I think X-Wing was trying to figure out where Moonji was, but Star Shatter, it has splash damage. You block it in front of Sasa, Sasa dies either way.
Sasa gives him the bombastic side eye to X-Wing. It's just like, brother, man.
But
I know you tried, but...
Hey, do you not know how Novaria works, huh?
Oh, man. But in a lot of these fights, it really is just the way that Smooth is holding off that front line. And I feel the worst for Malvis, because Malvis, there's literally nothing he can do.
Look at this. This is the crazy defense. Cut short, of course, yeah. The BMI expiring. Oh, what a rough moment for Zaos.
Heartbreak.
Heartbreak, indeed.
Yeah, an intense battle between both these teams. No one would have expected that the last game of the day would go to 38 minutes long. So props to both these teams for making it this far, for keeping their mental up so long, because I imagine they are exhausted.
I'm pretty sure they are. And some of these players are also fasting, right? So yeah, it's been a long day, but glad we ended it on a relatively high note.
Relatively.
I think so. I think it's been a great day nonetheless.
Oh, look. At the end of the day, the All-Star event has already kicked off on the 16th of March. So participate in the All-Star Festival by completing daily tasks and receive a ton of All-Star promo diamonds for free. Those promo diamonds can be used to actually pick some of the cool stuff in the event itself. I mean, have you seen some of the skins that have been dropping down? The Dazzle skins have been looking great. The Esmeralda you get for free, by the way. But man, this Fredrin looks good.
Sparkle Fredrin, Estes, Melissa.
They're all looking good.
I'm collecting them as band members, man. So I have Melissa and Esmeralda. I'm getting there.
We'll get there eventually, just like all these teams will get there eventually. It's only week 1, but it feels like we've been through an entire new era already. Looking at the graphs right now, every single team has now officially played their first match of the season. And as we can see, Niners, unfortunately, going to be tied in 6th place there, with King Empire Esports tying in 3rd place with RSGMY and Todak.
Oh, but don't worry, this is all going to start shifting around ever so slowly, as this is only the very first week, 2nd day of the MPL Season 13. And I mean, we're getting a good taste of everybody here, right?
Yeah.
Everybody has given a good showing thus far. Other teams are going to need a little bit more work than others, but honestly, considering from the past couple of seasons, this has been one of the better showings.
Yeah, some teams show us set the bar, some teams show a lot more to be desired, and some teams need a bit of adjustments. But tomorrow, some of these teams get their chance, as we have Team Hawk and SRG to kick things off, followed by RSG versus King Empire, and we are closing it off with Monster Vicious against Barracuda.
Now that we've gotten a taste of what all of these teams are capable of, it becomes that much more clear what exactly we can look forward to in the upcoming matches. And I think that we do have quite a slew of interesting series here. So you guys make sure you don't miss it. Do tune in from online. And if you're in the area, make sure you guys drop by MBSJ Stadium, Serdang Jaya, if you want to join in the fun live.
You know what? I'm looking forward to RSG against KG because they gave us the 2 longest game to date.
I'm so worried about that, dude. I'm so
Please
worried
don't
about
do this to me.
We are not worried.
I'm the only one who's going to be here.
I mean, it's true that you guys are going to be the one, that Snafa's going to be the one casting, but we're going to be watching it regardless. I'm going to be sitting there for a long time.
We're going to be there for a while. I'm pretty sure they'll do better tomorrow. So
I hope so. I really hope so. Otherwise, tomorrow, the fans are going to see things on this desk that they don't want to see. Either way, that's going to be it for today. We'll throw it to the mic check. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Dulu ya, orang dulu guys.
Aku tengok. Mati dia.
Tengok aku.
Bara mati.
Tekanmu.
Bara mati.
Guys! Bangsa Hijau menang kita, woi! Woi! Boleh bro. Kena tu?
Mau kemana?
Ini.
Gua atas.
Tarik gua.
Oke.
Aku bakar. Bisa.
Lagi.
Lilianya
Puri.
lihat gua dong. Ahai. Mati dong. Nice slip.
Target guys.
Mana. Sini. Ada Tita, baru daksa.
Flicker itu Mino.
Sasaman.
Mino.
Guys.
Mino no flick.
Gas. Balikin guys, percaya gua guys.
Mino no flick.
Udah. Bisa enggak sih panik gak? Ih, mati dong, ngapain dia?
Mati boy.
Boleh dong.
Kari guys.
Nice lah. Udah end.
Nice. Granatan tuh.
Kelas. Go. Sutsujin.
Boleh ke guys?
Boleh.
Tak boleh. Wah, dengar gua tak boleh coy.
Tak boleh.
Dengar gua.
Baju lama.
Tolong ambilkan buff. Tolong aku ambil buff.
Cloudnya lo. Satu. Nice.
Kode imbau lagi lo orang lagi. Mati dia mati.
Mati.
Nice. Nova lele doang bisain guys.
Respect Nova, respect gua ya. Kena tuh.
Flicker Nova.
Flicker Nova.
Sumpah mati Novanya nih.
Nice.
Depan guys, lihat.
End boy, buat masuk.
Nice.